This child has openly brought the matter to light, expecting us to persuade and resolve it. The child wants a home, and as elders, we must help make that happen. Little sister, what should we do? Sister, it's all up to you, Grandma Lu hurriedly said. I must listen to my daughter. I need to test her thoughts. If she insists on divorcing, then there's nothing I can do. Grandma Yi sighed and played her card. Su Yi and Nian Bao exchanged glances, then went to the East Room's windowsill to look inside. They saw two old men playing chess, gesturing and talking but not saying much. Su Yi finally relaxed and, holding his daughter's hand, walked into the room. Back in the main hall, they sat on the sofa, started eating snacks, and watched the small 18-inch TV.
Mom.
I miss Dad a little. I wonder if Dad misses me too, Nian Bao said with a small, wrinkled face, clutching her clothes softly. If you miss Dad, just call him. Mom hasn't stopped you, Su Yi said, then stood up and went to the kitchen. Mom is crying again, Nian Bao sighed softly. Suddenly, she accidentally dropped her snack on the floor. Hastily jumping off the sofa, she crawled on the ground, searching for the snack, reaching under the coffee table. It was gone. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, she felt an envelope and grabbed it. Curious, she opened the letter and started reading the note inside. Her mind suddenly went blank, her face turning pale, her chest rising and falling as if pierced by a sharp sword, making it hard to breathe. It was her dad's farewell letter.
Daughter.
What's wrong? Su Yi came out of the kitchen and asked softly in the hall. Hearing her mom's voice, Nian Bao snapped out of her shock, quickly hid the letter in her space, then turned around with a forced smile and said, Mom, I'm fine. I just dropped my snack on the ground and can't find it. Nian Bao's soft voice was full of innocence, but inside she was far from calm. She couldn't let Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, or Grandma-in-law see the letter, or they would be hopeless.
Dad.
Why did you write a farewell letter? Is it because this mission is very dangerous? Or do you know full well that you might not come back alive, but you still chose to return to Kyoto to say goodbye to your grandparents? But why don't you come see your daughter? Do you know? She thinks about you every day. If you dare not come back, she will stop calling you her dad. She's writing a letter to her daughter and Mom, but her daughter wouldn't even read it. Su Yi walked to the sofa, sat down slowly, reached out his right hand, and gently held his daughter in his arms. He softly said, Nian Bao, do you miss Dad? Mom will call him now so he can talk to you, okay? Once your dad is done with his work, he will definitely come to see Nian Bao. I promise you, you bad man, if it weren't for your daughter missing you, I wouldn't call you at all. You're back in Kyoto, yet you're standing outside the door and not meeting your daughter. How impressive. It's just a simple mission, but you act like it's a life and death separation. Who are you trying to impress? Su Yi took out her phone from her bag, pressed the power button, and after the ringtone, her fingers quickly dialed the number. But it just kept ringing. She dialed several more times, but still no answer. She immediately became anxious, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. She thought she had dialed the wrong number, so she hurriedly re-entered it and called again, but it still didn't connect. Damn this bad man. How dare he ignore my calls? He's gotten too bold.
Mom.
If Dad can never come back, will you remarry? Nian Bao wiped her tears and asked carefully. Su Yi was startled and quickly comforted her daughter. Don't worry, Nian Bao. Your dad is very lucky. Nothing will happen to him. Good people don't live long, and trouble lasts forever. Your dad is trouble, but he won't die. Mom won't remarry either. We'll live together and no one else is needed. When Nian Bao goes to school, Mom will open a shop and earn more money so you can have a good life. Nian Bao continued. Mom, if Dad is gone, what will happen to Grandpa and Grandma? There's a man who likes you, bringing flowers every day, asking you to marry him. What will you do? Su Yi was speechless. That brat. Where did she get so many questions? No, Nian Bao must know something. Could it be that the bad man really got into trouble? Nian Bao knew her special abilities, maybe even the power to predict the future. If something really happened, what should she do? Was the promise made years ago really so important? Why can't she just live in the present? As long as the man is safe and back, She wouldn't care about the promise made 8 years ago. Suya's eyes welled up with tears. She quickly hugged her daughter and spoke with a choked voice. Good girl. Tell Mom. Did your dad get into trouble?
No.
I was just asking. Why is Mom so nervous? Maybe you miss Dad too. Nianbao raised her little face, looking innocent. Sui felt like throwing her out but thought better of it. She was her own daughter. No need to get angry. Stop talking nonsense, girl. When has Mom ever been nervous? And what does it matter if he's alive or not? Dream on about him. Just forget it. Sui placed Nianbao on the sofa and said calmly, I feel a bit hot. Go to the bathroom. Wash your face and cool down. Nianbao pouted, wiped her tears, and mumbled, Mom is so stubborn and Dad is so quiet. They love each other but don't realize it. When Dad comes to Kyoto, Mom probably knows. But she doesn't know about the letter. Whether it's a letter to herself and Mom, or if it mentions where he's going on a mission. Nianbao also went to the bathroom, washed her face thoroughly, just like her mom. Then she returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and watched TV as if nothing had happened. Zhou Hongru also opened the door and came in as it was lunchtime. At the same time, 4 elders came out of the room, nodded to each other. Lao Tai picked up Nianbao, and they all sat at the dining table, eating and chatting happily. Their faces were full of smiles. Nianbao also smiled, but inside she was very anxious. She couldn't let her dad get into trouble. Otherwise, the family would fall apart. She had to ask Uncle to find out where her dad was going on his mission. He must have a way. She turned to look at Uncle, who was eating, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. He eats so much. A big table of food, and he ate most of it himself. They really can't afford to buy food. Old Master Liu and Old Master Yi had a few drinks. After a satisfying meal, Su Yi and Nian Bao stayed at the old house. The Yi couple left the Liu family house but did not go home. Instead, they went to Jingbei prison. They wanted to question Su Shibang, Su Wan, and others related to the joint security company. No one who harmed their daughter would escape. They would pay a heavy price 10 times over. After arranging for Uncle, Nian Bao went to find her father's whereabouts, while she and her mother slipped into a space. She placed her mother on the bed and then opened the door and stepped outside. Thick fog rolled toward her. Nian Bao closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and felt her fatigue fade away. She hurriedly took out a letter her father had written and read it carefully, tears shimmering in her eyes. The letter was short but meaningful. Dear wife, this mission is life-threatening. Our fate is uncertain, but I hope you take good care of yourself. I hope you raise our daughter to adulthood. If one day you no longer want her, you can leave her to my parents or entrust her to Qindongqi. I have already arranged this. Love, your husband. To my daughter, I'm sorry. I haven't kept my promises. I own a company, and when you grow up, it will be transferred to your name. Also, if you are able, please take care of your mother and grandparents. Love, Dad. Nian Bao sat on the ground, sobbing nonstop. Her small shoulders trembled painfully. She held a wooden stick, drawing circles. The little white fox transformed into a streak of light. It suddenly appeared in front of Nian Bao, sitting on the ground, with its left paw across its chest and its right paw supporting its chin, looking thoughtful. Nian Bao wiped her tears, looked up at the small white fox, and with a choked voice, asked, Furry Ball, can you teach me how to practice cultivation? Oh, little master, I've told you many times. If you practice cultivation, at best, your meridians will be destroyed, and you'll fall into a coma. At worst, you'll go berserk and explode to death. Humph. I don't care. Nian Bao needs to save Dad. If you don't teach me, I'll just go die. When that happens, you won't be able to enjoy life either. No more roast chicken or anything. Before I die, I'll roast and eat you first, becoming a full ghost. Humph. Little master, you are not playing fair, always trying to eat me, and you're not afraid of getting full. The little white fox suddenly darted away, jumping far into the distance, trembling with fear. Suddenly, the little white fox's eyes lit up. It waddled over to Nian Bao with short legs and said proudly, Although I can't teach you cultivation, I can give you a treasure. Furry ball. What kind of treasure is it? Nian Bao's crying stopped abruptly. She immediately perked up her ears, excited to ask.
Oh.
Little master, don't worry. Let me think about where I put it, Furry ball said, scratching its head, eyes spinning around.
Humph.
Furry ball, with that look in your eyes, I know you're lying. Maybe I should just roast you and eat you. Nian Bao snorted coldly, turning her head away angrily. Little master, don't be mad.
I remembered now.
I will get it for you right away. The little white fox turned into a streak of light and disappeared instantly. Nian Bao stood up. With a flick of her right hand, a golden fruit appeared. She squeezed it hard with both hands, splitting it into 2 halves, then took a big bite.
Wow.
This is so delicious. She quickly finished one fruit. After eating another fragrant melon, she wiped her mouth and felt very comfortable all over. She yawned widely. Seeing that Furry ball hadn't come back yet, she went into the thatched hut. Climbing onto the Kong bed, she lay in her mother's arms and soon fell into a dazed sleep. However, something strange happened. Nian Bao was surrounded by golden light. Her small body slowly grew back to that of a 7-year-old child. She was still half a head shorter than an 8-year-old. If anyone saw her, they would be extremely shocked. Her skin was fair and delicate, like snow, looking like a fairy child from a painting. Nian Bao's little mouth was making baji-baji sounds, drool running down her chin, looking adorable and soft. Meanwhile, Suya's body also gradually changed. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes disappeared in an instant. Over half a year of traveling and searching for medicine for his daughter had drained his body, but now he was fully restored. They didn't know how long they had slept. Nian Bao felt something rubbing her face, making her itch. She hurriedly raised her little hand to scratch and mumbled, "Stop it. Let me sleep a little longer." "Oh, little master, if you don't get up soon, the sky outside will be bright," Little White Fox said as it placed its paw on Nian Bao's face and rubbed. "Furry ball. I'm so sleepy. Can I sleep a little longer, please?" Nian Bao muttered. "Little master, I have brought you a treasure. Do you want it or not?" Little White Fox shouted loudly into Nian Bao's ear. Nian Bao suddenly opened her eyes wide, quickly sat up, and looked at Little White Fox with excitement, saying, "Furry ball, where is the treasure you mentioned? Hurry up and show me." Little White Fox sat calmly on the bed, crossing its paws over its chest, glancing at Nian Bao with a huff, and said, "Little master, didn't you say you wanted to sleep a bit more? When you wake up, I will give you the treasure." "Oh, Furry ball, have you gotten smarter? Do you believe I'll roast you and eat you?" Nian Bao narrowed her eyes threateningly. "Hee hee, little master, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart." Little White Fox grinned widely, looking very flattering.
Humph.
"Then just show me the treasure," Nian Bao said, extending her small hand and tilting her chin coldly. "Little master, look, this is the treasure I am giving you," Little White Fox said as its right paw extended, and a golden light appeared in its paw. Nian Bao was overjoyed. With golden light, it must be a rare item. If I took this outside, I would be invincible. When the golden light faded and she looked carefully, her eyes suddenly widened in anger, and she cursed loudly.
Wow.
"Isn't this just a rolling pin? Oh, little master, don't underestimate this rolling pin. It can save your life in critical moments," Little White Fox quickly explained, avoiding her gaze. "Furry ball, this is the treasure you spent so much effort making? Are you sure you didn't lie to me?" Nian Bao stared intently at Little White Fox, questioning. "Little master, don't worry. I would never lie to you. However, I must warn you, this treasure only works if you carry it with you at all times," Little White Fox said with a mysterious look in a calm tone. "Furry ball, you better not lie to me, or I will roast you and eat you," Nian Bao said fiercely, waving her small fists. She always felt like she had seen this rolling pin somewhere before, but she just couldn't remember where. Oh well, worrying about it won't help. Better to try it out and see if it really works. "Hee hee, little master, if there's nothing else, I will leave now," said the small white fox, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing instantly from the bed. This made Nianbao very jealous. If I had that power, like teleporting, I could have saved my dad in the blink of an eye. You naughty little ball, you must be hiding something from me. Once I rescue my father, I will have a serious talk with you. Holding her mother's hand, Nianbao's figure flickered and vanished from the thatched cottage, appearing on the big bed inside the room. It was completely dark outside, clearly still before dawn. She realized she had been tricked by the little fox. You sneaky fox, just wait and see. If this rolling pin doesn't work, you'll regret it. Hastily, she covered her mother with a blanket and snuggled into her mother's arms to go back to sleep. Nianbao woke up early and ran to her grandparents' room. She hugged and kissed them, making them laugh happily. But her heart was full of longing and sadness. Grandpa and Grandma, I'm sorry, I have to leave. It might take some time before I can come back. When that happens, our family can be together again, and we can hold a big wedding for Mom and Dad. Then I can be like other children, going to school, coming home, and being happy without worries. At noon, Suyi woke up feeling very comfortable. She stretched and moved her muscles. She looked at her watch and suddenly widened her eyes. She had slept until noon. Hastily, she got up, tidied herself, and went to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, she was stunned. How did she become younger? Her skin was as smooth as snow, her face bright and clear. She quickly touched her face. It was real. It must be thanks to her naughty daughter. No, she couldn't let anyone find out. Otherwise, they might suspect her daughter. She quickly tied her hair and didn't wash her face. She packed her bag and left the room, just as she saw her grandparents walking in from outside. She hurriedly said, Mom, I took Nianbao back with me. I also bought some school supplies for her. In a few days, I'll come to visit you. If you miss Nianbao, you can come to my house. Although the old couple was reluctant, they nodded in agreement. In just 2 days, Zhou Hongru arrived at the courtyard and told Nianbao the news he had found, asking, Grandniece, do you want me to go with you? It's so far. I worry you might be in danger. Nianbao replied sharply. It's dangerous with you around. Your main job is to keep Grandpa and Grandma safe. You don't need to worry about anything else. Also, tonight, find a jeep to take me to the nearest port to the island country and buy a boat ticket. Understood, Grandniece? Zhou Hongru responded, then quickly left. Nianbao put her mother into her space, holding a rolling pin in her hand. With short legs, she sat in the jeep. The engine roared loudly, like a chainsaw tearing through the night sky. The jeep sped away from Kyoto, heading straight for the closest, Tianbei port. They safely arrived at Tianbei port, and the driver and Zhou Hongru helped Nianbao onto the passenger ship. Holding her rolling pin, Nianbao bravely prepared to face the danger and rescue her father in the island country. The sound of the steam whistle echoed like the roar of an ancient beast, violently tearing through the sky. The huge passenger ship cut through the waves and slowly left Tianbei port, heading toward the northwest island in the ocean. The cold sea wind was biting and harsh, piercing into the small body on the bow deck. But she was unaware, her eyes fixed on the distance, as if she could see her father's face through the fog. Behind her, 2 security guards stood, watching her closely, holding their eyes on her with a rolling pin. They had received orders to ensure her safety on the ship, including her food and daily needs. Once the ship docked, the mission would be considered complete, and each would receive a reward of 500 yuan. Nianbao snapped back to reality, walking down the gangway with her short legs, returning to her small cabin. She quickly locked the door, then disappeared into her space to talk with the little white fox. At the cabin door, 2 security guards stood, munching on pancakes with green onions. They occasionally listened at the door, smiling smugly. Hey, Dongzi, I say, the 2 of us are earning money so easily, the bearded man said, biting into a large pancake, speaking unclearly. That's right. I never thought such good fortune would come to us. Dongzi wiped his mouth with his hand and nodded in agreement with the big bearded man. Dongzi, what do you think this kid's identity is? How could he have alarmed the captain? The big bearded man asked while eating.
Sure.
Brother Bearded, the captain said, Curiosity kills the cat. Don't ask questions you shouldn't, or you'll be left with nothing but the wind. Dongzi quickly gestured for silence.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I must have been kicked by a donkey. I almost forgot about this, the big bearded man said, patting his head and looking around carefully, afraid someone might overhear. A strong wind blew, and the sea water rose in waves, crashing loudly against the ship's sides. The clear skies suddenly darkened as black clouds gathered overhead. The pressure in the atmosphere made everyone feel heavy in their chests, and breathing became difficult. On the deck, scattered passengers hurried back to the cabin, looking frightened. Snow was falling all around, landing on the deck, but quickly swept away by the fierce wind. The ship began to sway from side to side. Passengers started shouting and demanding to turn back. But the crew didn't seem worried. They smiled mockingly, as if this weather was nothing unusual for them. Such weather was common at sea. If they turned back every time, they wouldn't make any money and would end up losing everything. Everyone stay calm. This kind of weather is normal, a crew member said loudly. Don't worry, everyone. I've been on ships many times, and I've seen worse weather than this. A man stood up and agreed. The passengers gradually calmed down. The crew nodded at the man and then turned to leave the cabin. Nianbao used her space ability to open the door of her room, then waddled over to sit at the dining table. Soon, food was brought to her. She picked up her spoon and started eating eagerly. Her cheeks puffed out like a big hamster, looking incredibly cute. She knew everything around her was arranged by her uncle. She wouldn't waste the food. The food in her space was for emergencies. She wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, the old man at the nearby table clutched his chest, looking pained. He slowly collapsed to the ground. He reached out for medicine but couldn't reach it, making muffled sounds as he lay there. Nianbao put down the spoon and hurried over. She opened the old man's bag and took out a small white medicine bottle. She unscrewed the cap, poured out 2 pills, and carefully lifted the old man's head to feed in the medicine. Gradually, the old man's face color improved. He opened his eyes, looked at Nianbao, and softly said, "Child, thank you for saving me. You're welcome." "Grandpa, do you feel better now?" Nianbao asked sweetly. "Yes, I feel much better." The old man took a business card from his bag and handed it to Nianbao. He said, "Child, here you go. If you ever face trouble, just call this number. Okay?" "Grandpa." Nianbao took the card, thought for a moment, then searched in her bag and took out a fragrant melon, placing it in the old man's hand. "Grandpa, we are kindred spirits. I want to give you this melon. Remember to eat it all." "All right, Grandpa will eat it now." The old man's eyes were full of kindness. Nianbao helped the old man to stand up and sat him on a stool. She politely said goodbye and then turned to leave the restaurant. Big Beard and Dongzi saw Nianbao come out and hurried to follow her toward the private room. Just as Nianbao left, a few well-dressed men and women approached the old man respectfully and said, "Leader, there is a mistake. The young lady is not in the island country but in the capital of China." The old man paused, looked at the melon in his hand, took out a handkerchief to wipe it gently, then took a bite. His eyes widened instantly. "This melon. Island country, Beishan underground prison. Hidden in Beishan City, northwest of the city, about 30 kilometers away, in a dense forest. Surrounded by thick vegetation, forming a natural barrier. To reach this underground prison, there is only a narrow, rugged road winding through the forest, leading to the prison entrance. The road is difficult to travel, and the environment around it is dangerous, full of unknown traps and hazards. The prisoners sent here are all serious offenders and captives. They are held in this isolated place, subjected to strict punishment and judgment. However, none of these prisoners have ever left this underground prison alive. Heavily guarded, with strict supervision. On both sides of the prison entrance, there are machine gun nests. If anyone manages to escape, they are shot on the spot, leaving no chance of survival. 5 dark shadows, like ghosts, quietly approach the small house on the left hillside. On both sides of the prison entrance, there are small houses with about 30 island bandits each. Their strength is similar to a reinforced squad. If they scream or fire guns, the 30 bandits on the right hillside will surely become alert and immediately shoot back. This would cause the rescue plan tonight to fail completely and might even alert the enemy. Trying to rescue again would be very difficult. The leader, dressed in black, carefully pries open the door with a dagger, making no sound. 5 people quickly and decisively enter, attacking fast and accurately, each strike deadly. In an instant, 29 bandits are killed. Only one bandit with a heavy machine gun hears the noise. He hurriedly releases the gun, trying to check the situation. The leader suddenly throws a dagger. The dagger pierces the bandit's throat. His eyes widen, and he falls to the ground with a thud, dead. All 30 bandits are killed, with no one left alive. The leader quietly says, "Bowsy stays, the rest follow me." "Yes, boss." Half an hour later, all the bandits in the small house on the right are killed, but the ones on the left are not so lucky, and they scream a few times. The landmines are left at the firing point. Lu Xianyuan, Ant, and Monkey quickly rush toward the prison entrance. Deep inside the underground prison, there is a cell that looks especially dark and scary. The walls are covered with moss and spider webs. The floor is damp and smells rotten. In this cell, an old man with messy hair is curled up in the corner. His body is chained over his shoulders, with the other end embedded deep into the wall. The old man looks exhausted, covered with wrinkles and scars. His hair is gray and messy on his shoulders. Although his breath is very weak, like a candle in the wind, his eyes remain sharp and determined. This chained old man, a hero of the Chinese resistance, is Comrade Lu Xiangua, the leader of the North Province. "Mom and Dad, are you okay? I don't think I can hold on much longer." Lu Xiangu lay slowly on the ground, the shoulder chains clinking loudly with his movements. He had been imprisoned here for over 30 years, constantly beaten and scolded, with wounds all over his body. When the island country launched an invasion war, he joined the army at 15 and went to the battlefield to fight the invaders. He was promoted from a regular soldier to a squad leader because his squad was the only one left. He was both the squad leader and a soldier. He was brave and strong, not afraid of sacrifice. Later, new soldiers joined, and the team grew larger. He led the unit in fierce attacks, making the enemy retreat in fear. Because of this, he earned the nickname Attack Leopard. In the last year of the war, he was promoted to a regimental commander, and his unit was called the Attack Regiment. During the Reed Gate Battle, his troops fought 3 battles and won all 3, killing 38,000 enemies. They almost destroyed an entire enemy division, which made the invaders hate him deeply. They tried to ambush him many times, but he always fought back fiercely. Until one day, he received an order from his superiors. They told him to lead the attack regiment to attack from the north of Luqiao, joining forces with the Tiger Force to ambush the remnants of the Matsuda division from the island country. He was surrounded and fought for 3 days and nights, running out of supplies. It was then that he realized he had been betrayed. The person who gave the order was none other than his own close relative, his beloved uncle since childhood. At that time, he ordered his entire unit to charge with bayonets, engaging in close combat. In the end, they were outnumbered and defeated. All his comrades were slaughtered, and he was knocked out and taken back to the island country, imprisoned here. He was subjected to cruel abuse and torture, all kinds of torment used on him. His shoulders were chained and nailed to the wall. Every day, a doctor came to stop the bleeding and disinfect, but they didn't want him to die. They wanted him to suffer for real, as punishment for the bloodshed of 38,000 people from the island country. Now, the chains along his shoulder blades could move back and forth, and he no longer felt pain. At first, he hoped someone would rescue him and bring him back home. But gradually, that hope turned into disappointment. His thoughts flooded back like a tide. "Brothers, I hope we can be brothers in the next life. I can't hold on anymore. Take care of Dad and Mom for me, brothers. Don't make them angry anymore. Otherwise, even in the underworld, I won't be able to rest peacefully." Tears rolled down Lu Xiangu's face as he whispered softly. The sound was as soft as feathers falling, like a gentle breeze could blow it away. The prison door opened, and a doctor in a white coat carried a medical box and a flashlight entered. He quickly placed the box on the ground, hurriedly took out a syringe, prepared the medicine, and directly injected Lu Xiangua. He then let out a deep breath and slowly spoke. "Old man, you can't die. If you do, I guess I'll be in trouble too. Today I was a bit late because of something. Looking at your condition and spirit, it seems like it's almost over. As long as you don't die before midnight, it's not my problem. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. If it were me, I'd have already killed you. But since they let you live, I'll give you a piece of advice. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's always firewood. Maybe one day your family will come to take you home, and you can be reunited, though I think that hope is very slim because they probably don't even know you're alive." Lu Xiangua lay quietly on the ground, perfectly still. If not for his chest rising and falling, you might think he was already dead. Suddenly, loud gunfire and screams came from the direction of the prison entrance. The gunfire grew closer, and the doctor was so frightened he dropped the medical box and ran. He dashed out of the cell at top speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He even forgot to lock the door, which swung back and forth, making creaking sounds. In this ghostly prison, the noise was chilling and nerve-wracking. The gunfire continued, getting closer to Lu Xiangua's cell, with screams echoing. The other prisoners immediately perked up their ears and then started wildly banging on the cell doors. They knew this was a rare chance. Since people could get inside, it meant the guards' firepower had been taken out. If they could break out of this cell, they might escape death. The entire underground prison was thrown into chaos. Some prisoners rushed out, heading straight for the entrance. Even if it meant death, they thought, 20 years later, they could be heroes again. If they were lucky enough to survive, it would be a fierce revenge, killing those who put them in prison and making them taste despair. Lu Xianyuan held a gun in both hands and quickly pulled the trigger, shooting all the prison guards present. Ma Jia guarded the prison entrance, holding an 89-style assault rifle. As long as any guard tried to escape, he would shoot without hesitation. All prisoners were allowed to leave freely. Wherever they ran, they could go. "Monkey, find someone quickly," Lu Xianyuan shouted. "Yes, boss," Monkey replied, quickly moving between the cells. Wherever he went, the cell doors opened, and prisoners came out. If anyone was stuck inside, he would check. Lu Xianyuan caught a guard, pressed his gun to the guard's forehead, and shouted loudly, "Move. Take me to Lu Xian's cell, or I'll shoot you right now." Hearing the words Lu Xian, the guard realized what he meant and didn't dare delay. He raised his hands above his head and hurriedly led the way, soon arriving at Lu Xian's cell. The guard pointed inside and started bowing and mumbling a lot of words he couldn't understand. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The guard was instantly shot in the head and fell to the ground, lifeless. Lu Xianyuan put away his gun, his figure flickered, and he entered the cell, quickly heading toward his older brother. Monkey also arrived. He was holding an upgraded 88-style assault rifle, standing proudly at the cell door. Lu Xian's brother, hearing the noise, slowly opened his eyes and turned his head toward the door. He saw a tall figure walking toward him, with a look of confusion in his eyes. Despite the pain, he struggled to sit up, the chains on his shoulders making a clear clinking sound. His body hurt as if hit by a heavy hammer. He frowned and looked at the masked man in front of him. His voice was low and hoarse, as if coming from deep inside his chest, with a roughness that made one feel uneasy. Lu Xianyuan stepped closer, quickly squatted down, but didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "At 13, you were in the countryside, climbing a tree to get birds' nests. How many eggs did you find?" Lu Xian's brother's mind went blank. He froze instantly, his heartbeat speeding up, tears welling in his eyes. His throat moved, and he answered hoarsely, "No eggs, big brother. It's me, your younger brother Xianyuan." Lu Xuanyuan's eyes turned slightly red, and his voice choked with emotion. "Little brother, is it really you?" Lu Xiangua's tears finally fell, and he hurriedly said, "Quick, go. It's dangerous. We can't escape." "No, big brother, I will take you home." Lu Xianyuan stood up and walked toward the other end of the chain. He pulled out the hammer from his waist, used all his strength, and suddenly struck down with a loud bang. The big lock shattered with a loud crash. Then, Lu Xianyuan grabbed the chain with both hands and suddenly exerted force, trying to tear it apart. To his surprise, the chain vibrated but did not break. He used all his strength, roared loudly, and pulled hard with both hands. With a crisp crack, the chain was forcibly torn apart. However, he clenched his teeth and said nothing, enduring great pain. Finally, the chain on his left shoulder was successfully pulled out, and blood flowed from the shoulder socket. In an instant, his tattered clothes were stained red. Lu Xianyuan took out some gauze from his bag, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it into the shoulder socket to stop the bleeding. Next, he held the chain on his right shoulder and slowly pulled it out using the same method. Lu Xianyuan trembled all over, his vision darkening, and he could no longer hold on. He fainted immediately. The chain on his right shoulder was also pulled out just in time, and blood gushed out. Lu Xianyuan quickly took out more gauze, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it into the shoulder socket to stop the bleeding. "Big brother, wake up. Big brother." Lu Xianyuan called a few times, but there was no response. He was very worried and quickly checked his nose. He finally let out a sigh of relief. His big brother had just fainted. The alarm in the prison sounded like a wolf's howl, echoing throughout the underground prison instantly. Lu Xianyuan didn't dare to delay. He grabbed the medical kit, quickly carried his big brother, and rushed out of the cell. Under the cover of the monkey, the two hurried toward the prison entrance. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard the sound of engines from afar. He looked up quickly. At the end of the road, the headlights illuminated everything like daytime, with at least a dozen vehicles. They approached rapidly, speeding toward the prison. Lu Xianyuan was shocked. He made a hand gesture and ran with his big brother toward the left hillside. The grasshopper and the monkey, holding assault rifles, took turns covering and following closely behind. Seeing this, the landmine grabbed a heavy machine gun, ran out of the bungalow, and quickly charged down the right hillside. This guy ran so fast, like a big landmine, and soon caught up. Baozi also wanted to carry away the heavy machine gun. After trying twice, he managed to lift it, but immediately became angry. He picked up the ammunition box and ran out of the bungalow, chasing after Lu Xianyuan and the others. Meanwhile, the prison was in chaos. Many prisoners hadn't had time to escape. They were shot dead by the arriving armed police from the island country, their bodies torn apart. Some guards pretending to be dead hurriedly ran to report what had happened, recounting everything. "You say Lu Xiangua was rescued," the police chief said in shock, staring at the guards and quickly confirming. "Yes, sir," the guard nodded confidently.
Trash.
"All of you are useless." The police officer was very angry. He quickly used the radio to report to his superiors and asked for a helicopter to help. Lu Xiangua was a serious criminal. If he escaped, the officer feared he would be punished severely or even lose his life. He was an important person, a key target, and soon he would face the death penalty. Because China found out Lu Xiangua was imprisoned, they insisted he be returned home. Japan denied holding Lu Xiangua, and China had no direct proof, so no action was taken. Now that Lu Xiangua was rescued, if he returned to China, they would be very angry. This could even start a war, and the Japanese leaders wouldn't let those involved go. The police officer's eyes were cold. He looked at his team and the prison guards and shouted loudly, "Chase after them. They won't get far. Even if we have to dig up the ground, we will find him. If we don't, it will be your fault." The officer aimed his gun at a guard and shot decisively.
Bang.
Before the guard could react, he was shot in the head. Everyone was shocked. They trembled and quickly reacted, shouting loudly like they had a burst of energy. They rushed up the hills on both sides, searching everywhere. The officer also went to the right hill. When he saw 30 people with their throats cut, he was very surprised. Based on how the killings were done, he guessed at least 5 or 6 people had done it, especially the soldiers on the ground who had their throats pierced with a dagger. Only a very skilled person could do that. China had such experts. They truly hid talented people, and they shouldn't be underestimated. If he met them, he thought he wouldn't last 2 moves before he'd be defeated. Report, sir. Blood and footprints were found on the steep slope. We are chasing them with all our strength, a radio operator reported quickly. Hearing this, the officer suddenly turned around and looked at the radio operator. He shouted loudly, "Give my orders. Find the target, and do not leave anyone alive. Shoot to kill." "Yes, sir." Lu Xianyuan carried his older brother, running over mountains and through valleys, following the retreat route at full speed. A monkey led the way in front, and a grasshopper followed behind, ready to switch places and carry the person if needed. Mine held a heavy machine gun and followed closely behind, moving very fast and not falling behind at all. Baozi carried a box of ammunition. Although it was a bit difficult, he kept going with determination. They had to reach Nangang Pier before dawn, take a speedboat, and leave for the uninhabited island. Half an hour later, Lu Xianyuan and the others finally reached the prepared car and quickly got in. They turned the key, shifted gears, and released the clutch. The black car sped toward Nangang Pier like a wild horse running free. When the pursuers arrived at the parking spot, they were stunned. They hurried to report to their superiors. Everyone reached Nangang Pier without delay and quickly boarded the boat. The engine roared loudly, like a beast howling, breaking the quiet before dawn. Pushing the throttle to the limit, the boat let out a painful cry and sped like an arrow toward the uninhabited island. Several dozen armed helicopters from the island nation flew into the sky over the South Seaport, forming a combat group. Inside the helicopter cockpit, control tower. "This is J-99, the pilot's voice clearly transmitted through the radio. "Received. J-99. Please report your situation." The tower responded quickly and firmly. "Target locked." "Requesting launch," the pilot said excitedly. The control tower's command center didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the launch. If he managed to escape back to his country, then the anger of the island nation's leaders would follow. Next would be China's anger, possibly leading to war. The island nation would be at fault, and international opinion would favor China. Moreover, after their last defeat, the island nation was quickly recovering and could no longer fight. J-99 received. The confirmation came through the radio, and the tense atmosphere instantly ignited. The pilot picked up the radio and issued the final launch command. Command! The short, powerful order was like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky. Fire! With that command, the missile shot out like an arrow, trailing bright white light, like a shooting star across the night. Whistling sounds filled the night sky as the missiles sped through the darkness, heading straight for their target.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! A series of explosions sounded, with bright flames lighting up the night sky. The target was destroyed in the powerful blasts, with debris flying everywhere, like a fireworks display. Dozens of armed helicopters kept circling over the sea near Nankong, searching for survivors. The island country's ground forces quickly arrived on ships, patrolling the sea constantly. By midday the next day, they found no sign of the target, only scattered shipwrecks and a few broken clothes. Everything else was gone, and everyone was relieved. The armed helicopters started returning home, and the patrol boats on the sea gradually withdrew. By afternoon, they had all left, and the sea was calm again. Fishing boats and cargo ships from the island country resumed their busy work, as if nothing had happened. On one cargo ship, a few heads popped out of a large wooden box, gasping for air.
"Wow.
"That was so tight," said a person with a big head, face red from effort. "Quiet. This is an island country cargo ship. If we're caught, what will happen?" whispered a small voice. "Who cares? If they won't let us sail, we'll just get rid of them," replied the big-headed person irritably. "Big brother, are you okay?" asked Lu Xianyuan softly. Cough, cough.
"I'm fine."
"Someone's Hong Kong foot almost suffocated me," Lu Xiangua coughed weakly, trying to sound normal. He didn't want his brother to worry, so he made a joke to change the subject. His brother was brave and clever. If he was used properly, China would never be bullied again. But he didn't know where his brother worked, and he wondered if his parents were okay. He was really exhausted and felt he couldn't hold on much longer. He really wanted to sleep. If he closed his eyes now, he might never wake up again. Tears slipped down his face. Slowly, he closed his eyes, resting his head on Lu Xuanyuan's lap, falling into unconsciousness. Big brother. Big brother. Lu Xianyuan was shocked and quickly opened the medicine box, shining a flashlight to check. The labels on the bottles were all in the island country's language, which he couldn't understand. He knew he couldn't use the medicine carelessly. If he mixed it up, his brother might die. He was very anxious. Boss, do you not understand the island country's language? Let me see if I can help, asked Baozi carefully. Wow, you speak the island language, so why don't you say anything? Hurry up and help you. Big brother seems to be struggling, Lu Xianyuan urged.
Yes.
Boss, Baozi took the medical box. After studying for a while, they finally gave Lu Xianyuan an injection.
Baozi.
Why don't you speak the island language? Lu Xianyuan asked.
Boss.
I was just worried you'd misunderstand, Baozi said softly, scratching the back of his head. Misunderstand what? Speaking the island language is useful in critical moments, Lu Xianyuan thought angrily, muttering under his breath. Stupid kid, if I knew you could speak the island language, I wouldn't have gone to so much trouble. He started from Beijing port, planning all the way. When he arrived at the island port, he jumped off the cargo ship. He climbed up from the sea cliff, and in the dark night, reached Nangang, wasting a night planning the escape route. Then he stole a car and entered Beishan underground prison, knowing the time and place precisely. Everything was carefully planned. Only then did they act. Otherwise, not only would they fail to save the big brother, but they might also get caught. Even they might not know how they died. This sea jump was also part of the plan. The port was brightly lit at night, with many workers working to make sure they saw a few people leaving by boat. Later, they stopped the ship. Monkey stayed on board, waiting for the others to jump off. Monkey started the ship, then jumped into the water. The others quickly swam to the left, and then circled around. Finally, they reached the dark part of the cargo ship. They had to swim fast, otherwise, everything would be lost. When they were about 100 meters away, they almost got caught. They dived with Big Brother, swimming desperately forward until they reached the cargo ship. They waited for the helicopter to launch rockets. Using the sound of the explosions, they quickly boarded the ship loaded with goods. The cargo ship was filled with wooden boxes and unguarded, giving them a chance. Until the cargo ship left Nangang dock, they finally relaxed. They hurried to check on Big Brother. His breathing was steady and they gave him more medicine. After catching their breath, they hid inside a wooden box, covering it with a lid, and fell asleep in a daze. They didn't know how long they slept. The cargo ship started rocking more and more. The person opened the wooden box lid, stood up, and prepared to go to the bathroom, rubbing his eyes. Suddenly, he froze in place. The cargo ship was slowly sinking. What exactly was happening? Who could tell him? The mind felt dizzy, his head buzzing, and everything was a mess. He was very anxious and quickly jumped out of the box, looking around. But in the distance, everything was dark, and he couldn't see anything. The water kept rising. His heart beat faster and faster, as if the water would swallow him at any moment. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran back to the wooden box, shouting loudly at Lu Xianyuan. "Boss, wake up. The ship is sinking." His voice echoed in the cold wind, full of fear and desperation. When the others heard the mind's shout, they immediately woke up, stood up quickly, and looked around. They were stunned by what they saw. The water was level with the deck. Only the lights on the ship flickered, like ghostly flames. Lu Xianyuan snapped out of his shock and shouted loudly, "Hurry! Empty the wooden boxes and throw everything out." "Yes, boss." They all responded together. They quickly emptied the boxes and threw the cargo out. Half an hour later, 6 wooden boxes were connected on the water's surface, with 5 heads peeking out. The cargo ship had completely sunk beneath the sea and disappeared without a trace. 2 days later, early morning, on a deserted island's beach, Waves rolled in one after another, gently hitting the shore with a splash sound. On this peaceful beach, 6 people lay close to the sand, motionless. It was as if they were frozen with the sand. Sunlight shone on them, casting long shadows that swayed with the waves. The deserted island was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Its special location made the climate unusually warm. Tall cliffs, white sandy beaches, clear blue waters, and lush vegetation and bushes. It was a rare paradise for wild animals like birds, reptiles, and insects. Nearby waters teemed with marine life, fish and shellfish thriving on this land. However, the abandoned houses silently told stories of the past and added a layer of mystery to the island. The island scenery is magnificent, like an oasis in the desert, full of life and energy. On the white beach, 6 grown men are posing in various ways, lying or sitting, with their lives uncertain. In the distance, a passenger ship is slowly approaching the beach. Strangely, the ship is not sailing normally, but drifting sideways toward the shore. On the deck at the front of the ship, a small figure stands. She holds onto the railing with her left hand and carries a rolling pin in her right. With a small, raised face, she looks at the island, tears sparkling in her eyes, and chokes out, "Dad, I'm sorry. I want to save you and bring you home, but the boat capsized. I don't even know where I got this idea." After returning from the restaurant to the room, Nianbao locked the door and went into the space to practice with a rolling pin with the little white fox. The little white fox was crying out loud, beaten and helpless, and finally told the truth. The dark, shiny rolling pin was the one from the space's thatched hut cupboard. Nianbao had seen it once before and felt it looked familiar. She didn't expect the little white fox to lie to a child. Angrily, Nianbao raised the rolling pin and chased after the little white fox, giving a fierce blow. "Furry ball, who gave you the guts to lie to your owner? Just wait, I won't spare you today," Nianbao shouted angrily. The little white fox's magic was suppressed, and its round body couldn't run fast. It hurriedly begged for mercy. "Please, little owner, spare me. I won't lie to you again. I'll hit you." Nianbao swung the rolling pin, whooshing through the air with the sound of wind.
Hey,
"Don't hit my butt. You're not playing fair. Be careful you won't get married later," the little white fox shouted back loudly. Half an hour later, inside the thatched hut, Nianbao and Furry Ball each held a roasted chicken, eating happily and dripping oil. "Mom, do you want some?" Nianbao rubbed her face against Su Ye's and said sweetly,
oh,
"Master, this roasted chicken is really delicious." Furry Ball sat on the Kong, eyes half closed, looking very content. "It's roasted chicken, not roasted dog. I told you so many times, if you forget, don't eat it in the future." Nianbao puffed her cheeks, like a big frog, speaking unclearly. "Got it, little owner," the little white fox hurriedly nodded, speaking sweetly. After eating and drinking enough, Nianbao's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared into the thatched cottage, appearing inside a private room. She was instantly stunned. She stood by the window, looked up, and was filled with unbelievable shock. Because she found that the door of the private room was hanging high above her head, and seawater was pouring in through the crack. Inside the passenger ship, there were loud screams and cracking sounds, as if it were the end of the world. Suddenly struck by a natural disaster, Nianbao didn't have time to think. With a thought, she pulled everything, herself and the ship, into her space. The big whale, trying to take advantage of the chaos, was startled by this sudden scene. It fearfully realized that the delicious food nearby had vanished into thin air. The whale's huge body trembled sharply. It quickly turned its head and, with all its might, swung its tail and sped toward the deep sea. Nianbao moved her mind again, and she transported everyone out of the ship, beginning to check their health. With the help of Mao, they worked hard to treat the injured. 1 person and 1 fox, busy but safe, and luckily, none of the passengers were in life danger. Nianbao then moved the ship out of her space, instantly appearing on the sea surface, nearly scaring the big whale to death. After escaping, The whale was angrier the more it thought about it. As the ruler of the ocean, it couldn't be scared away by petty tricks. If the mother whale found out, she would be laughed at to death. So, mustering its courage, it returned. It circled its territory several times, but found nothing. Its tense heart finally relaxed. Just as it was about to poke its head out to see the outside world and roar to show its authority, it suddenly saw the big creature from last night charging toward its forehead. It was immediately terrified, quickly reversing and dodging at top speed, narrowly avoiding disaster. Frightened, it swallowed a mouthful of seawater, increased its speed, and headed away without looking back. The big whale ran while cursing. Wow, I was so scared. This whale can't stand up anymore. Nian Bao's figure suddenly appeared on the bow of the ship, almost falling into the sea to feed the fish. Her tiny heart was pounding wildly. She hurriedly raised her little hand to pat her chest, comforting herself. I'm not afraid. I haven't even saved Dad to come home yet. Dad, please be careful and don't get into trouble. Your daughter and Mom love you very much. My mom is just not good at talking and keeps everything inside her heart. She would rather hold in her feelings than say them out loud because she feels insecure. Mama suffered a lot. She told her daughter that the happiest time was when she was with her. Oh no, you scared me. If she had come out a little later, she might have fallen straight into the sea. Didn't she leave the spaceship during the space trip? This space is so useless. I wish it could turn into a moving one. Sigh, it seems like there's no hope in this life. I don't even know who developed this. Oh my gosh. Oh, everyone is in the space. Who's going to pilot the ship? We can't go to the island country. And how can I save Dad? Nian Bao moved her mind, removing the crew from the space and waiting for them to wake up. But when they woke up, they said the captain and the pilot had jumped into the sea to escape. Nian Bao and the crew went to the control room and found out none of them knew how to steer the ship. Even worse, the passenger ship couldn't start, and no one could find the problem. The crew studied and experimented, using a lot of food and water, but still couldn't figure it out. Nian Bao got angry and put them into the space, sitting quietly at the bow and sobbing softly. Time flew by quickly. At dawn, Nian Bao appeared in her cabin, then waddled onto the deck. Looking up, she saw an island in the distance, and her heart sank. Tears blurred her eyes as she kept sobbing, her little shoulders trembling with pity. The passenger ship slowly approached the beach. Nian Bao held a rolling pin in her right hand and supported herself on the railing with her left. 200 meters. 100 meters. Suddenly, the ship shook sharply and stopped steadily.
Dad.
Not only can I not save you, but I've also ended up stranded on a deserted island. Nian Bao raised her small hand, wiped her tears, and looked toward the beach. She saw a few people lying on the sand, not knowing if they were alive or dead. Thinking that saving a life is more important than anything, she decided to act. Using her space ability, Nian Bao jumped into the sea and swam quickly toward the shore. In her past life, she was a top soldier. Although her body was limited in this life and she had become a small ball, she was still good at swimming. 30 meters. 20 meters. Nian Bao stood up, holding a rolling pin in her right hand, taking small steps to save everyone. She came to Lu Xuanyuan's side, squatted down, and used all her strength to turn him over. When she saw his face clearly, Nian Bao was instantly stunned. She had actually found her father on this deserted island. Woo woo woo, Dad. Is that really you? Nian Bao cried happily, hugging her father's head and crying loudly. Tears fell on Lu Xuanyuan's face, quickly soaking a large area. She wiped her face with her sleeve. The seawater and tears on her clothes mixed together and couldn't be cleaned easily. She checked her dad's breathing and found it was normal, then she felt relieved. With a wave of her hand, she stored the big boat into her space. It was her precious treasure, and she couldn't let it escape. Nian Bao looked up at the men in different poses and knew they were her dad's friends. She waved again, putting all 5 of them into her space. Then she looked down at her dad in her arms. With a thought, she disappeared instantly and appeared inside the space's thatched hut. Nian Bao laid her dad on the bed and lay down beside her mom. She hurried to change out of her wet clothes. She put on a red floral shirt her dad bought last year, black pants, and simple cloth shoes. She used a towel to dry her wet hair and tidied it up simply. Then she tied her hair into a ponytail with a hairband her mom bought and looked at herself in the mirror inside the space. She grinned happily. Now that her parents are with her, her grandparents and other relatives are safe too. She is the happiest child in the world. Once she returns to Kyoto, she can go to school happily. Her family will pick her up and send her off every day. Her grandparents and relatives will treat her like a treasure. She plans to buy a few more traditional courtyard houses. If the property prices rise sharply in a few years, she will become a little rich girl. If her parents have money, she will sell her jade and stones. She might get a good amount of money, but she won't sell unless it's absolutely necessary. In 10 or 20 years, she believes she can sell them for a huge price. She quickly washed her towel in a basin, wrung out the water forcefully, and shook it out happily. Quickly, I moved to the edge of the Kong, heated bed, climbed up, and used a clean towel to wipe my father's hair. Then I turned to another towel, folded it neatly, and started to wipe my father's face, muttering to myself,
Dad.
"From now on, you can't just leave without saying a word, understand? You're back in Kyoto, but you haven't come to see your daughter. I really don't understand what you're thinking. You're even brave enough to leave a farewell note. If Grandpa and Grandma saw it, they'd be so worried. Dad, you actually have a company? You're really good at hiding things. Don't let the leaders find out you have a second job or you'll be in trouble. As for the letter you wrote to Mom, I'll keep it safe for you for now. If I ever make Dad angry one day and he wants to scold me, I'll use it to threaten him. Hee, I have something on you now. So, be careful when you talk to me in the future, got it?" Nian Bao smiled happily, finished wiping Dad's face, and went to wash the towel. Then she wiped Lu Xuanyuan's hands, prepared a basin of foot-washing water, and started to wash his feet. After everything was done, she quickly got off the bed and went to the kitchen to start cooking. She cooked a big pot of rice, stir-fried 2 dishes, and made a pot of beef and persimmon soup. She tore apart 2 roast ducks, put them in small bowls, and arranged everything on the table in the small yard. She planned to bring out the space later to feed Dad, Mom, and Uncle Bing. "Little Master, come and see. This person probably can't be saved," said the small white fox, resting its chin on its paw, softly. Nian Bao put down her chopsticks and hurried to Lu Xuangua's side. She looked at the scruffy old man and squatted down. She reached out her right hand to check his breath, shook her head sadly, and said, "He's no longer breathing. Let's wait until Dad wakes up and tell him. Little Ball." "How are the others?" Nian Bao asked the small white fox. "Little Master, they're fine. They were just hungry and swallowed some seawater," the small white fox replied softly. "I saved them. They'll wake up a few hours after leaving the space. Don't worry," it added, patting its chest.
Good.
"Thank you, Little Ball. This roast duck is a reward for you," Nian Bao said, waving her hand, and a roast duck appeared in her palm, which she handed to the small white fox, speaking gently. "All right then, Little Master, I am leaving now," said the little white fox as a streak of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Nian Bao waved her right hand, and everyone except Lu Xiangua was sent out of the space. 3 hours later, the sun was setting, and the scenery on the deserted island was breathtaking. The sunset's glow reflected on the sea. The water turned bright red, and distant bird calls sounded very loud and sudden. Nian Bao gathered some sticks and built a campfire on the white sandy beach. The flames crackled loudly. Nian Bao sat beside the fire, and the light made her small face look red. Lu Xianyuan moved his fingers and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the small figure beside the fire. He suddenly sat up, thinking he must have seen wrong. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. His daughter was there. He pinched his thigh hard to be sure. He wasn't dreaming. His precious daughter was right next to the campfire. "Dad, you finally woke up. I missed you so much." Nian Bao quickly stood up and threw herself into Lu Xianyuan's arms. "Haha, my good girl." Lu Xianyuan reached out his big hand and hugged Nian Bao tightly, feeling very happy. He had left Kyoto in tears, thinking he might never see his daughter again in this life. But unexpectedly, his daughter appeared beside him like a miracle. How could he not be happy?
Dad.
I almost couldn't see you. Nian Bao's eyes sparkled with tears, and she looked sad. Good girl. Tell Dad what happened. Lu Xianyuan carefully checked her body and found she was not hurt, so he relaxed and asked,
Dad.
Here's what happened. Nian Bao told everything from start to finish without hiding anything. Lu Xianyuan was shocked. He raised his hand to spank her but hesitated, then slowly lowered it. This child was too brave, coming alone to the island to save herself. If something had happened, he would never forgive himself in this life.
Dad.
Don't be angry, okay? I'm super strong. Nian Bao hurriedly covered her little bottom and said softly, Good girl, promise Dad you won't do dangerous things again, okay? Lu Xianyuan's eyes turned red, and his voice choked with emotion.
Yes.
Okay, Dad. Nian Bao nodded firmly. Nian Bao, you're getting braver and braver. Huh? Sui stood up and sternly told her daughter. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Xuanyuan's heart trembled sharply. He quickly turned to look at his wife, his throat moving as he opened his mouth. He wanted to speak but felt as if an invisible hand was choking his neck, preventing any sound. His eyes were fixed on Suyi, and a familiar feeling flooded his heart like a wave. It was 8 years ago when he remembered his wife's voice. He realized he had forgotten her and their promise.
Wow.
Mom, you're awake. Nian Bao loosened her father's grip and immediately hugged her mother's leg, lifting her face in surprise. Suyi crouched down and picked up her daughter, a little angry, saying, Looking for Dad? Why didn't you tell Mom? I think you deserve a scolding. Mom, don't be angry, okay? Nian Bao started to act cute and soft, speaking sweetly. Suyi glared at Lu Xianyuan fiercely, then sat beside the fire with her daughter, whispering quietly. Lu Xianyuan snapped out of his thoughts. Suddenly, he remembered his older brother. His face changed drastically, and he stood up quickly, searching everywhere in a panic. Baozi and others also woke up. Everyone started searching and shouting loudly. Seeing people walk away, Nian Bao waved her right hand, and Lu Xianyuan instantly appeared before her. Su Yi was speechless. Su Yi was shocked. She knew her daughter was extraordinary, capable of conjuring all kinds of fruits and vegetables, but she had never seen her bring someone back to life. Her daughter's magical skills intrigued her, but she never asked about them. She only hoped her daughter would grow up safe and happy, living like other girls, simply enjoying life.
But
this was too unbelievable. Could it be that the last time her daughter saved her and Xianyuan, she also used this method? Including now, she had been sleeping in bed, and when she woke up, she found herself here without understanding how. Suyi regained her senses, looked at her daughter in her arms, and a curious expression appeared in her eyes. She softly asked, Nian Bao, tell Mom, does your special ability hurt you? Nian Bao hugged her mother's neck, blinked her big eyes, and said softly, Mom, don't worry. This is my storage space and it can't hurt me at all. My daughter can come and go freely. If outsiders are brought into the space, they will fall into a deep sleep. It's just fainting, and it won't cause any harm. When she is taken out of the space, her memory of entering the space will be erased. After a few hours, she will wake up. The space can also hold things. This is a treasure my daughter accidentally obtained after escaping. If not, she might have died long ago and wouldn't be alive today. Suya's eyes turned slightly red. He held his daughter's hand tighter, his face full of tenderness. His daughter was worried and left herself in Kyoto, afraid he would come looking for her. So he put her into the space and brought her along. She is such a clever girl. Damn Su Sherbang, bullying my daughter. When I return to Kyoto, I will deal with you. Nian Bao broke free from her mother's arms, used the space to move Lu Xianguo far away, and shouted loudly, Dad, come quickly. There's an old man here. Is he the person you're looking for? Hearing his daughter's shout, Lu Xianyuan suddenly understood. He was anxious to find his older brother. He had forgotten his daughter's amazing skills. How could he forget? It's so frustrating. Without time to think, he quickly called a few people and ran back, but none of them noticed. In the bushes and woods, a large head slowly lifted, looking at the fleeing prey. It flicked out its tongue and then retreated. Lu Xianyuan ran to his daughter's side. Under the faint firelight, he saw a person lying on the ground. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. He hurriedly sped up. He reached Lu Xiangua, knelt down quickly, and when he saw it was his older brother, his eyes turned slightly red. He raised his trembling right hand, full of hesitation and fear. He slowly reached toward his brother's nose, wanting to check if he was still breathing. When his fingers touched his brother's nose, Lu Xuanyuan's heart pounded wildly, as if it would jump out of his chest. He wanted to feel his brother's breath, but at that moment, his world suddenly collapsed. A loud bang echoed in his mind, like a heavy hammer striking him hard, leaving him completely blank. His chest heaved violently, as if an invisible force was pounding his heart fiercely. That pain was like a sharp steel blade ruthlessly piercing him, making it almost impossible to breathe. His eyes were full of despair. It was a fear of losing a loved one and feeling helpless. His throat moved uncontrollably. He let out painful sobs, echoing in the quiet night, sounding very lonely. Finally, Lu Xianyuan could no longer hold back his deep sadness. He reached out with trembling hands. Carefully, he gently held his older brother's body, hugging him tightly, as if this could bring him back. But no matter how hard he tried, Lu Xiangua did not respond at all. Tears uncontrollably flowed from Lu Xuanyuan's eyes. Everyone gathered around. They were all affected by the crying, Baozi, grasshopper, landmine, monkey, tearing up one after another. Nianbao saw her father crying so sadly. Not daring to disturb him, she hurried to Landmine, raised her small face, and softly asked, "Uncle, quickly tell me, who is this old man?" Landmine looked down at Nianbao. He didn't know who this suddenly appeared little kid was, so he said directly, "He is the older brother of the boss. Comrade Lu Xiangua." Nianbao was stunned instantly. This old man was actually her great-uncle. No wonder her father was so sad. But Mauchio said he was beyond help, so he definitely wouldn't lie. But her father was so upset. What should she do? Should she go to the space again and ask Mauchio? Maybe Mauchio has a way. After all, her parents were saved by Mauchio. What if her great-uncle still has a chance? Suyu was also stunned in place. She didn't expect this person to be Nianbao's great-uncle. Seeing Lu Xianyuan crying so sadly, her heart also ached badly. Her eyes turned slightly red, not knowing how to comfort him.
Dad.
"Is he my real great-uncle?" Nianbao came to Lu Xianyuan and asked again to confirm. Hearing his daughter's voice, Lu Xianyuan wiped his tears with his hand, turned to look at his daughter, and in a hoarse, low voice said, "Daughter, he is your real great-uncle and also a hero of the country, imprisoned by the island nation. This time, Dad's mission is to rescue your great-uncle and bring him home. But an accident happened, and he was stranded here. Your great-uncle was seriously injured and couldn't get medical help. This is just..." Lu Xianyuan held his older brother's hand tightly, looked at his pale face, and softly said, "Big brother, I will take you home." Nianbao looked at the eldest uncle and already made a plan in his heart. Even if it meant sacrificing again, it didn't matter.
Don't be sad.
"Let my daughter try to see if she can save uncle," Nianbao whispered to his father. "Your daughter, do you really have a way?" Lu Xianyuan asked excitedly, quickly.
Nianbao she alam bais than lao li.
The rolling pin in her hand vibrated with a humming sound. She waved her right hand, and everyone was pulled into the space. She turned her head to look at the bushes not far away. A sly smile appeared on her face as she looked down at the rolling pin. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, reappearing inside the thatched hut in the space. She saw Mauchio resting his chin on his paw, looking thoughtful. "Mauchio. He is my real uncle, a hero of our nation's resistance. Please, save him," Nianbao said, climbing onto the bed with tears in her eyes.
"Oh.
"Little master, your uncle's life and death come with a price. said the little white fox, crossing her paws and looking angry. Mao.
I don't want to see Dad sad.
Please save Uncle, Nian Bao said, tears welling up, voice trembling. The little white fox sat on the bed, her left paw on her belly, her right paw on her chin, and said softly, Little master, saving your uncle is actually very simple. Use your dad's blood as a sacrifice, plus my powerful magic. I guarantee your uncle will wake up soon. As for the cost, it's slowly losing your memory, forgetting everything from the past. It could be 5 months or even 10, 20 years. Mao Qiu, Dad still wants to protect China. Can I sacrifice myself instead? Nian Bao's tears fell as she spoke, voice choked. Little master, are you sure about this? If you sacrifice for your father, there might be a risk of going crazy, the little white fox asked softly. Mao Qiu, I've made up my mind. Even if I lose my memory and go mad, so what? With my family by my side, I'm not afraid, Nian Bao whispered. Uncle, I hope you recover soon, she softly murmured. She climbed back to her parents' side. She kissed their faces again and again, forcing a faint smile. Furry ball. After the sacrifice, how long does it take to forget everything? Nian Bao softly asked. 2 days. Oh, little master, why don't you listen to this great master and stay away from your family? Since you acknowledged your relatives, you've been constantly giving, but in the end, you've gained nothing. Either saving people or on the way to save people, there's no time to rest. If you leave home, buy a house yourself and hire some helpers, you be a true winner in life. Nian Bao held his parents' hands, a happy look on his face, and softly said, Furry ball, you don't know. Family is what I longed for in my past life. That feeling of being dependent on others, you don't know how painful it is. Not only do I go hungry, but I also have nowhere to sleep. Relatives look at you with disdain, and what's worse, they spit at you. I feel like I'm worse than a dog. At least a dog gets fed and doesn't go hungry. Uncle's family calls me a bad luck charm. They spread rumors, saying I am ungrateful, and after joining the army, I didn't send them a single penny. I went to the army gate and caused a fuss. The way they look at me is like they've seen a terrible criminal. But I couldn't argue, so I had to fight back and knock them all down. Uncle was so scared he peed himself. From that day on, they never looked for me again. Now I have loving parents, grandparents, and elders who care for me. Although I've gone through hardships and traveled far and wide, Nian Bao feels very happy because my family treats me like a treasure, caring for and loving me. Actually, I don't want to grow up. I just want to experience the part of me I lost. If I get the chance, I want to buy a baby bottle and hold it in my mouth to suck and feel it. Hee hee, isn't that silly? Being around my parents, grandparents, and elders, I just want to act cute and spoiled, using childish words, saying things of a 3 or 4-year-old. Do you know why? Because they are my family and they will never dislike me. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Hurry up and use your claws. Don't delay me from going back to Kyoto to study, or you'll regret it, the little white fox cried. Its tiny paws kept wiping away tears, its belly heaving with sobs, looking very pitiful. Sniffle. Little master, you are so pitiful. Next life, you should be reborn as a fox. This great immortal just broke a vow and wants a single offspring, so I took you in. Being a human is too hard for me. Mao Qiu, can you please have some shame? I still don't know if you're male or female. No, wait until I regain my memory. Then I will check carefully whether you're a boy or a girl, Ning Bao said fiercely. Little master, I am neither a boy nor a girl. The white fox rolled its eyes and said sweetly. Ning Bao sat up, looked at Mao Qiu from head to tail, and said with some surprise, Mao Qiu, you are actually a fox spirit. Cough cough. I am an immortal, not a fox spirit. The white fox cleared its throat and then said, Little master, I need to cast a spell to save your great uncle. Please cooperate. The white fox's 2 front paws moved quickly in the air. Golden light outlined a formation, which soon took shape and emitted a terrifying aura. With a gentle wave of its right paw, an oval-shaped formation slowly covered Lu Xiangua. Then, the formation started to operate, and the golden light turned blood red. It quickly entered Lu Xiangua's internal organs, beginning to repair them slowly. The once silent heart gradually returned to its original form, but there was no heartbeat or movement. The blood-red golden light traveled through his meridians, repairing damaged tissues along the way. The wounds on his shoulders healed visibly until they disappeared completely. The scars and wrinkles on his face slowly relaxed, restoring his original appearance. His snow-white hair turned grayish, making him look at least 10 years younger. The white fox sat on the bed, muttering words, and gently waved its right paw. 2 threads of silk-like energy were pulled from Lu Xianguo's heart and brain, heading toward Ningbao. They entered her brain and heart respectively. Ningbao's body trembled suddenly, showing pain. Lu Xianguo's heart seemed to be struck by a faint electric current, trembling slightly. It was insignificant, like a small stone thrown into a calm lake, causing tiny ripples to spread. As time passed, the ripples gradually spread out, and Lu Xianguo's heartbeat slowly returned to normal. His weak pulse grew stronger, like an old man slowly waking up from sleep. His mind, as if pressed a start button, began to work again. Signals between his nerve cells became more frequent, and sparks of thought kept flashing in his mind. Lu Xianguo finally recovered. The little white fox waved its right paw, and the formation instantly shattered. It came to Nian Bao's side and softly said, "Young master, your great-uncle has been saved." Nian Bao slowly opened her eyes, sat up, looked at the little white fox, and gently said, "Furry ball. Thank you. I must leave this space quickly, or I won't make it in time. Okay, young master." The little white fox looked at Nian Bao with some worry and choked up. Nian Bao's figure flickered and disappeared inside the thatched cottage, appearing on the beach near the campfire. She waved her right hand, and everyone appeared before her. Then she used space magic to move her parents beside her. The campfire was still burning. She hurriedly picked up some branches and threw them onto the fire. Soon, the flames leaped up. Nian Bao looked back at her parents, feeling an indescribable sadness, but she had no choice. That fearless giant snake appeared nearby, staring fixedly at Nian Bao. Suddenly, it rushed toward the fire, moving incredibly fast, trying to swallow its prey in one bite. Nian Bao looked up, waved her right hand, and the giant snake was instantly stored in her space, as if it had never appeared. "Mom and Dad, if I forget everything and go crazy, will you still want me?" Tears blurred Nian Bao's eyes as she choked out her words. She stayed by the fire, guarding her parents, staring at them intently. She wanted to remember their faces clearly. She didn't want to forget them or become a crazy child. She wanted to go to school, to be like other children, carefree and happy. Everyone woke up, looking a bit confused. They didn't know why they had fallen asleep, so they looked at each other. They shook their heads and focused on the dining table, swallowing saliva nervously. Suyi woke up and immediately hugged his daughter, tears uncontrollably falling. He knew in his heart that his daughter had entered the space last night, and it must have been her great-uncle. But he wasn't sure if she would become mentally dull again like before. Nian Bao gently lifted her small hand, wiped her mother's tears, kissed her on the face, and softly said, "Mom, don't cry. I saved Uncle." Isn't that amazing? Mom didn't cry. It was just sand in her eyes. "My Nian Bao is the best." Suyi felt very distressed, forcing a smile that was even uglier than crying. "Hee. Mom, your reason is so strong. I believe it this time." Nian Bao raised her little face, blinked her big eyes, and smiled. So you're saying that when I said sand got in my eyes before, you didn't believe me?" Suyi looked down at her daughter, smiling and teasing. "Hee, Mom, it was snowing heavily. Where would the sand come from?" "You were just holding back tears," Nian Bao said with a mischievous smile. "Goodness, you little brat, you dare say that? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Suyi pretended to tickle her daughter, who then ran away quickly. Mother and daughter played and chased each other under the morning sun. Nian Bao's clear, cheerful laughter sounded like bells ringing across the white sand beach. Hearing the laughter, everyone turned their eyes to the mother and daughter, their faces showing envy. It reminded them of their own childhood, those beautiful memories. "No worries, carefree and happy, just the freedom and joy of chasing the wind. Now, thinking back, it still felt like a sweet candy in their hearts, lingering for many years. Lu Xianyuan watched his wife and daughter running and playing, and finally, his tense heart relaxed. He had just woken up and saw his wife holding their daughter, tears continuously falling. His mind suddenly went blank. His chest heaved violently, as if a steel blade had pierced his heart, making it hard to breathe. He wanted to get up and check on his daughter, but he found his body seemed to have lost its soul, completely out of control. His throat moved, trying to call out for his daughter, but he couldn't make a sound. If saving his older brother meant sacrificing his daughter's life, he would choose to give up without hesitation. Nianbao was not only his daughter but also his savior and the only bloodline of the Lu family. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to her. Even if it meant risking his own life, he had to save his daughter. I hurriedly stood up and crouched beside Lu Xiangua, noticing that my older brother looked much younger. His breathing was steady, the blood holes on his shoulders had healed, and even the scars on his face had disappeared. My daughter's skills are truly incredible. She managed to save her uncle from the brink of death. "Big brother, are you awake?" Lu Xianyuan asked in a hoarse voice. "Xianyuan, are you also dead?" Lu Xiangua opened his eyes, looked at his brother, and spoke slowly. "Big brother, you're not dead," Lu Xianyuan coldly said, and then turned to leave. Lu Xiangua blinked, quickly sat up, looked around, and pinched his thigh.
Ouch.
That hurts. He really hadn't died, and he felt very comfortable all over, something he had never experienced in all these years. He stood up, checked his body, and suddenly his eyes widened. His injuries had completely healed. This was unbelievable. Who was the divine doctor that healed him? He must thank them face to face. Half an hour later, everyone sat around the table, eating eagerly. Nian Bao sat in her father's arms, looking very happy, cheeks puffed out like a big squirrel. Su Yi was eating quietly. She felt something was wrong with her daughter, but didn't ask. She looked up at her daughter and saw Lu Xianyuan staring at her. She quickly looked down and continued eating. Why was this man staring at her? If she didn't eat, her big brother would finish all the food. After everyone finished eating, Nian Bao took advantage of their distraction and waved her right hand, moving the spaceship out of the space. It crashed onto the sea with a loud thud, causing the water to spray and huge waves to rise instantly. Hearing the noise, everyone looked toward the sound and was stunned. Lu Xianyuan and Su Yi crouched beside their daughter. Before they could speak, Nian Bao said directly, "Dad, please arrange for someone to repair the ship. This is our only hope to return to the mainland." She had to send her parents back to the Chinese waters before she lost her memory. That way, she would feel at ease. Including today, she had 2 days left. If they couldn't leave the deserted island, and she lost her memory, her parents, uncle, and uncles might face life-threatening danger. And I myself cannot even use space. If I encounter danger, I might not escape unscathed. If the fluffy ball breaks the restriction and tries to help, it might fall into endless sleep. I dare not tell my parents because I am afraid they will be sad. I'll try to delay it as long as I can. Even if I tell them, what can I do? It will only add to their worries. Okay, good girl. Dad will arrange to repair the ship now. Lu Xianyuan gently pats the little head of Nian Bao and gets up to leave.
Mom.
Here's your phone. I brought it for you. Nian Bao waves her hand, and the phone appears in her hand, which she hands directly to Su Yi. Good girl. Tell Mom what's wrong. Su Yi looks worried.
Oh.
Mom, I'll be fine, don't worry. Nian Bao hugs Su Yi's neck softly and sweetly. Mom, I might soon forget everything. Maybe even go crazy. I might not recognize Mom, Dad, grandparents, or Grandma and Grandpa anymore. Good girl, as long as you're okay, that's what matters. I feel like something is wrong, and I'm very anxious, Su Yi says softly, holding her daughter close.
Mom.
I'm perfectly fine. Don't think too much. Nian Bao pats her chest happily.
Hmm.
As long as you're okay, I'll be at ease, Su Yi releases Nianbao and tries to find a signal on her phone. She searches for a long time but finds no signal, which makes her very anxious. She wishes she could return to China immediately and take her daughter to the hospital for a checkup. Her chest hurts badly. Her daughter is hiding something from her, probably afraid she'll worry, and isn't telling the truth. Seeing her mother anxious, Nianbao speaks directly. After we leave the island, try to contact Grandpa. Maybe then we'll get a signal. Turn off your phone here. There's no signal, and don't waste the battery. If you contact Grandpa, tell him everything that happened, including Dad rescuing Uncle. Okay, good girl. Sui crouches beside Nianbao and whispers softly. The roar of the engine sounds like a prehistoric beast, low and angry, violently tearing through the sky above the deserted island. The horn blares loudly, shaking the earth, echoing across the surrounding sea. The huge passenger ship slowly departs from the island. The ship was repaired so quickly mainly because of Delay, who grew up by the sea. He loves ships very much, so in his free time he reads books and studies ship designs. Another reason is that the ship only had a small problem, a short circuit. On the ship, there is a sea map. Lan Xianyuan, his older brother, Delay, and Ma Jia are operating inside the control room. Monkey and Baozi stand on the deck, holding binoculars to watch for enemies. Nian Bao and her mother sit inside the cabin. Time passes quickly. The next noon, Nian Bao looks a bit dazed, as if something in her mind is being quickly erased. Whether from her past life or this one, all kinds of images suddenly disappear, leaving her like a blank sheet of paper. Monkey rushes into the cabin wildly, running and shouting loudly. Something's wrong. The enemy ship from the island is chasing us. Everyone is shocked, looking at each other with fear and unease. They stare at the sea map, which clearly shows that this area is under the control of the island nation.
This is really a bad situation.
They thought that if they could pass through the sea safely, they would be safe and could reach the Chinese coast. That would be the real safety. But reality hit them hard. Faced with this situation, Lan Xianyuan had no choice but to speed up, pushing the throttle to maximum, hoping to cross the dangerous area quickly. The engine roared as the ship sped like an arrow, creating tall waves behind it. The enemy warship was very fast and quickly overtook the passenger ship, blocking the way ahead. Its guns aimed at the control room of the passenger ship. If they didn't stop, it would fire. Other warships quickly locked onto the passenger ship, their guns aiming directly at it. The passenger ship was forcibly stopped. Lan Xianyuan suddenly stood up and walked toward the cabin. He crouched down beside his wife and daughter, gently holding Nian Bao in his arms. Suddenly, he noticed that his daughter looked a little different. Why did her eyes seem so unfamiliar? Could she be sick? Or was it as he suspected? To save his older brother, his daughter had become like a fool again, but she didn't seem to look that way. It seems like my daughter doesn't recognize me. I quickly turned to look at Su Yi, but I saw my wife crying. I was very surprised and hurriedly let go of my daughter, speaking softly. Nian Bao, do you know who I am? Uncle. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Nian Bao blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. It's strange. This woman says she's my mom and also says her name is Nian Bao. The man in front of me, he asks if I recognize him, but I've never seen him before. How could I know him? Silly girl, he looks okay, but his mind seems a bit slow. Nian Bao touched her chin with her right hand, looked at the silly handsome man and rolled her eyes. With her short legs, she sat across from Su Yi and looked at the woman crying like a river. Feeling very annoyed, she said directly, Mom, can you stop crying? You look ugly when you cry, Su Yi. Her heart ached terribly, like 1,000 ants biting her inside, making her feel like she was about to suffocate. Sniff, sniff. Daughter, come to Mom, okay? Su Yi stretched out her hands, wanting to hold her daughter.
Oh.
Are you endless? Crying all the time. What else can you do besides cry? Nian Bao shouted loudly. She hit the small table with a rolling pin, making a loud, bang sound. Su Yi quickly pulled back her hand, wiped her tears, and picked up the sniper rifle her daughter gave her. She stood up, turned to her daughter, and softly said, "Good girl. Wait for mom in the carriage." Lu Xianyuan snapped back to reality, his eyes red. He stood up, wanting to stop his wife, not wanting her to take risks. But when he saw her cold eyes, he swallowed his words. "Big brother stays behind to take care of Nian Bao. Everyone else, come with me to meet them," Lu Xianyuan said coldly.
Yes.
"Boss." Everyone answered in unison, then quickly left the cabin and went to the deck. Nian Bao saw everyone leave. For some reason, her heart felt uncomfortable. She looked up at Lu Xiangua and said softly, "Uncle, didn't you see everyone leaving? Why are you still here being lazy? Look at what. You go out too. I don't need you to take care of me." Lu Xiangua was stunned. It seemed like his niece didn't recognize him anymore. What was going on? When he realized he was still alive, he felt very happy. Especially after learning that Nian Bao was his niece, he became so excited, he kept rubbing his hands. He hurried to kneel beside Nian Bao, wanted to hug her but hesitating because he was too dirty. Plus, he was so messy that he didn't want to scare his big niece. Unexpectedly, Nian Bao directly threw herself into his arms, calling him Big Uncle happily. He was so happy, he didn't know where to put his hands. "Big niece, I'm your big uncle. Don't you recognize me?" Lu Xiangua asked carefully. "Oh, come on, uncle, you should go help out. Things might get ugly," Nian Bao said impatiently.
All right.
"I'll go see what's happening," Lu Xiangua replied. He picked up his gun, clicked it twice to load it, then walked out of the cabin with the gun. Nian Bao looked around the empty cabin and felt a sharp pain in her heart. She raised her small hand to cover her chest. Her tiny face scrunched up like a bun, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Suddenly, the rolling pin in her hand started vibrating, as if warning her. Nian Bao held the rolling pin in her right hand and covered her chest with her left, wobbling toward the deck. Both sides were tense, ready to fight at any moment and destroy the passenger ship. The Japanese Navy officer demanded that the ship must sail to their port for inspection. He was very firm and wouldn't negotiate, threatening to open fire if they refused. Lu Xianyuan was full of killing intent, staring fiercely at the Navy officer, wishing he could kill him right then. But he dared not act because his wife and daughter were on the ship. If he made a move, the Japanese Navy would fire without mercy. Su Yi had already found the best shooting position, aiming her sniper rifle at the officer's head. If negotiations failed, she was prepared to fight to the death. She would shoot him even if it meant her own death, just to take him down first. She hoped her daughter could hide in the space and wished they could be mother and daughter again in the next life. Chinese people, don't be ungrateful. Immediately, the ship should head to the Japanese port. The chief officer only counted to 3. "If you refuse to listen, then I will send you to hell." Bao carried a rolling pin and walked onto the deck with short steps, angrily saying, "All you bad guys, get out of here quickly. If you don't like it, come and fight me alone. The ocean is so big, it's your own territory. You're so shameless, brat. Damn little kid. How dare you talk big? Let's see if your mouth is tougher than my cannon." The captain of the enemy ship, hearing the translation, was furious. "Open fire," he shouted angrily, like thunder, deafening everyone. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells streaked across the sky like shooting stars, with sharp whistling sounds, heading straight for the passenger ship. They left white trails in the air, like the scythe of death, ruthlessly cutting through the air.
Bang!
A gunshot. Su Yi quickly pulled the trigger, instantly hitting the enemy captain's head. Just at the critical moment, Mao Qiu broke the barrier, appeared on the deck, and gently waved his paw, pulling the passenger ship back into space. "Daring to kill my little master is seeking death." Mao Qiu turned into a streak of light and disappeared instantly.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! After a deafening explosion, on the enemy ship, a mournful cry was heard. Spring thunder roared like an ancient beast, fiercely tearing apart the sky over the South China Sea. A thick arc of electricity, crossing layers of dark clouds, struck down hard at the enemy ship.
Wow!
Damn you, Sky. How dare you strike me, the Great One? You really have guts. Mao Qiao waved his paw, killing the last enemy soldier. His figure flashed and disappeared into the cabin. Just as Mao Qiao entered the space, a huge arc of lightning suddenly struck the ship. A loud boom sounded. The enemy ship was instantly shattered, debris flying everywhere, creating towering waves. As the lightning faded, only 5 ships remained, swaying on the sea. A strong smell of blood spread from the ships, telling of the fierce battle and the end of lives just moments ago. Mao Qiao lay on the bed, weakened from breaking the barrier and suffering backlash. He struggled to muster his last strength, gently waving his right paw. Then, the passenger ship and everyone on board were sent out of space, leaving only the wide-eyed Nian Bao. Young master, Mao Qiao is about to fall into deep sleep. I don't know how long it will take to wake up. I hope you take good care of yourself. Please don't get hurt, so Mao Qiao might have a chance to wake up. Keep the rolling pin in your hand and carry it with you at all times. It will protect your safety, this space. Before the little white fox finished speaking, its front paws drooped, its head tilted, and it fell into a deep sleep. Holding Mao Qiao in her arms, she felt a sharp pain in her heart, tears sliding down her cheeks. Oh dear, why am I crying? I'm so useless. This little fellow not only can talk, it even calls itself Little Master. Strange. If I didn't find you cute, I wouldn't hold you, Nian Bao muttered softly, pouting. With her left arm, she held the little white fox, and with her right hand, she wiped away her tears, then looked down at Mao Qiao. She poked its small belly with her finger, a faint smile appearing on her face, revealing a mischievous grin. Mao Qiao, just go peacefully. I'll find a good place for you, and bury you. Thinking about not wasting, I'll even cut some of your fur to make a warm coat. Oh no. I forgot to ask where Mao Qiao is. How can I get out? Hey, Mao Qiao, you can't die yet. Quickly tell me where we are. Why are the others gone? I told you to speak. Did you hear me? Believe it or not, I'll boil water right now, pluck your fur, and throw you into a big pot to cook. No matter how she threatened, Mao Qiao remained still, its breath faint and almost undetectable. Nian Bao placed it on the bed, jumped down, and quickly ran to the big tree in the small yard. She looked up at the golden fruit on the tree and patted the trunk. Spitting on her palm, she blew a couple of spits, then gathered her strength and started climbing the fruit tree. Using her hands and feet skillfully, like a nimble monkey, she quickly reached the top. Breathing heavily, sweat appeared on her forehead, which she wiped with her sleeve. After catching her breath, she reached out and plucked a fruit, wiping it on her clothes. Wow, she exclaimed. The juice of the golden fruit burst inside her mouth, and her eyes lit up instantly. This is so delicious. Although Nianbao's memory was erased, that doesn't mean she is foolish. Her subconscious actions are deeply ingrained and cannot be erased unless she dies. Her way of speaking now is similar to her past life, but her kind nature remains unchanged. At the old Liu family residence in Kyoto, 4 elders sit on the sofa, watching Zhou Hongru sitting on a stool. Hongru, how has our Liu family treated you? Grandma Liu gently asks, hands clasped. Madam, you have treated me with great kindness. Zhou Hongru straightens his chest and replies loudly.
Hongru.
Hongru, do you know Nianbao is only 8 years old after the new year, about the same size as a 7-year-old? Grandma Liu's eyes turn red, and she asks with a choked voice. Madam, since you want to know, I will tell you. Zhou Hongru sits up straight, looks at the 4 elders, and continues. Xian Yuan was on a mission and might have had an accident. My eldest niece came to ask for my help. I didn't stop her because she is 100 times stronger than me. Zhou Hongru, I can't fight her. With a wave of her hand, she could take my life. At that time, I said I would go with my eldest niece, but she said I was a burden. What do you think I should do? Dear elders, please have mercy and don't ask me anymore. As for Miss Ye's disappearance, I really don't know. My eldest niece didn't tell me. The 4 elders are stunned. They stand up suddenly, their eyes sharp as knives, staring at Zhou Hongru as if they want to eat him alive. You say Xian Yuan had an accident? Old Master Lu asks in a hoarse voice. Oh, please, sir, calm down. When I say there might be an accident, I don't mean it definitely happened, Zhou Hongru hurriedly explains. Beep beep beep. Old Master Ye's encrypted red phone suddenly rings, like a death omen, roaring non-stop. The tense atmosphere is broken instantly. Zhou Hongru finally breathes a sigh of relief, quickly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He feels his pants are wet. Luckily, his mind is strong enough, otherwise, he might have been scared to death. Eldest niece, you are my savior. Come back soon. Otherwise, sooner or later, your grandparents and I will torment you to death. If I had known, I would have gone with you. There is no way he would be labeled a criminal. Old Master Lu quickly picked up the encrypted phone, pressed the answer button, and asked, Hello, Commander. Old Master Lu stood straight, his hand gripping the phone tightly. The phone was pressed close to his ear, and because he was holding it so tightly, his face on the right side twisted. Silence. The living room was deathly quiet. Only the crackling sound of electricity came from the microphone, as if time had frozen at that moment. It lasted for half a minute. Suddenly, the deep and steady voice of the commander came from the other end of the line. Wolf Hunter is on a mission to rescue a war veteran who has been imprisoned by the island nation for 30 years. The return was interrupted by obstacles. The island nation has mobilized Navy, Air Force, and other military forces heading towards the edge of the South China Sea. The goal is to stop our war veteran from returning home. But remember, if the enemy does not move, I will not move. If they move, then hit them hard. Make them surrender and be afraid. We must bring the war veteran back. International opinion will lean towards China. Our great China will crush the island nation under our feet, grind them down, and shatter them. Send my military orders. Immediately mobilize the Northern Theater Command, Navy, and Air Force to head to the North Sea, in the open waters. At the edge of the South China Sea, welcome our war hero, Comrade Lu Xiangua, back home. Old Master Lu's mind suddenly exploded like a thunderous drum, as if struck by a powerful blow, and he froze in place. His eyes turned red, tears of excitement welled up, but he forced them back. He slowly turned around, looked at his wife, his throat moving, voice hoarse and rough, like torn cloth.
Schufen.
Our son Xiangua, he's still alive. Old Lady Lu quickly stepped forward, grabbing his arm tightly, and asked loudly, Qing Tian, what you just said, is it true? Are you trying to deceive me? It's true. You didn't hear wrong. Xiangua is really alive. I'm going to bring my son home now, Old Master Lu said urgently. Sniff, my son is still alive. Old Lady Lu burst into tears, repeating over and over. She felt like she was dreaming. It all seemed unreal. She hurriedly went to Old Lady Ye's side. Young lady, please pinch me to see if I am dreaming, Grandma Lu begged sincerely. Grandma Yi was stunned instantly. Wow, I can't believe this good fortune. She thought that once they became relatives, she would never get revenge in her life. This opportunity is right in front of her. How could she not be happy? She won't let you act so arrogantly. Watch me, wife. I might just stop you if you try to hurt her. She tried to move to stop her, but Grandma Lu dodged away. Oh, sister, what kind of look is that? I feel like you're about to hurt me. I don't need you anymore. Sister, just pinch your own thigh, and you'll see if it's a dream. Wow. This wife's look is really scary. It gave me a shiver. No, I must be more careful in the future. When my obedient granddaughter comes back, I need to watch her closely. If she dares to play tricks, just wait and see how I deal with her. This girl is really something. Old Master Lu picked up the phone, quickly dialed number, and called directly. The phone rang once, then was answered. Before the other side could speak, Old Master Lu said in a deep voice, I am Lu Qingtian now. All of Japan's forces are fully armed and heading toward the Southern Sea area, trying to intercept. The hero of the resistance is returning home. The Red Wall area attaches great importance to this, ensuring the safe return of our hero to China. Northern Theater Command, Navy Air Force. Within half an hour, the alert level was raised from level 3 to level 1. In 50 minutes, all personnel in full gear, armed with the most advanced equipment, ready for action. Within 2 hours, they must gather in Beihai's public waters to welcome the hero back home.
Yes.
Commander, we will complete the mission, Li Yuanchao from the Northern Theater shouted loudly. Beep beep. Old Master Lu quickly hung up the phone, rushed back to his room, and changed into military uniform. He put on a combat helmet, grabbed his gun, fastened his gear around his waist, and put on combat boots. He looked at himself in the mirror. He smiled broadly. When meeting his eldest son, he had to look presentable. Then, he hurried out of the room, greeted Old Man Yi and Grandma Yi, and then rushed out the door. While walking and making a call, he planned to take an armed helicopter directly to Beihai's public waters. Zhou Hongru hurriedly chased after him, walking in front of Old Master Lu and loudly said, "Old Master, please take me with you. No need. You're a burden." Old Master Lu didn't show any respect and turned to leave. Zhou Hongru was speechless. This old man still remembers everything. If he doesn't want to go, then so be it. My eldest niece asked me to protect you all. I can't do split personality tricks, so I should stay at the old house and protect my master. Sigh. When my eldest niece returns, I need to hand over this task. All I do all day is eat and sleep. We're almost like pigs. There's no real danger anymore. Guns are hardly used now. At the edge of the South China Sea, on a large passenger ship, there was a lot of noise. Some passengers wanted to turn back. Others wanted to go to the port of the island country to visit friends far away. Meanwhile, Lu Xianyuan, Su Yi, Baozi, Matzi, Delay, and Monkey turned the entire cabin upside down. They couldn't find Nian Bao's small figure. Su Yi was so anxious, she kept crying, wishing she could be the one missing instead. Lu Xuanyuan's eyes were red, like a furious beast, and he started searching again. They checked every cabin, bathroom, and corner. Everyone saw this and quickly moved aside. Some kind-hearted people, realizing the child was missing, joined the search. Soon everyone was involved. No matter how they looked, they couldn't find their daughter. Lu Xianyuan sat sadly in a corner. He knew how clever his precious daughter was, but she had forgotten everything now. Even if she had magical powers, she wouldn't use them. Dear daughter, it's all my fault. Sui sat on the deck, staring blankly. Her mind kept replaying moments with her daughter, inside the cage, at the Lu family old house, in the courtyard, in the jungle, on the beach. Tears blurred her vision as they rolled down her cheeks. The sea breeze was cold and sharp, but she didn't notice. After waking up, she found her daughter was gone. She quickly handed her phone to Lu Xianyuan, asking him to report the situation to the authorities. She also told him what she had said to Nian Bao, and then started searching for her daughter. If her daughter hadn't lost her memory, she wouldn't be worried. If there was danger, she could hide in the space. It's all my fault. If I had told her earlier about the space, maybe nothing would have happened. She suddenly stood up, scanning the several warships, then looked back at the extra people. In an instant, she realized that her daughter was not dead. She must be in the space. Otherwise, how could the people on the ship appear? But who killed the people on the warship? Was it her daughter, angry and acting out of rage? Just now, Lu Xianyuan had already gone into the sea to check, saying they were killed by sharp claws. The roar of the engine was like the cry of a wild beast from ancient times, tearing through the sky over the sea. Hundreds of armed helicopters from the island nation formed a large group of fighters, rushing toward the passenger ship. Hundreds of warships from the island nation, with horns blaring, carried their fierce anger and sailed through the waves. Lu Xianyuan and others saw this scene and were immediately terrified. They hurried to the cockpit. They started the passenger ship, pushed the throttle to the maximum, and the engine howled in pain, rushing toward China. A huge wave immediately rose behind the ship, and the passengers fell silent, too scared to speak. Everyone trembled with fear, looking back through the glass windows, leaning their heads to see behind. The armed helicopters from the island nation were moving very fast, getting closer and closer, now within firing range. Commander, Helicopter 136 has locked onto the target. Commander. Helicopter 134 has locked onto the target. The island nation's warships were also nearing firing range, speeding up to prepare for a pincer attack. They absolutely could not let this ship return to China. The last hope for the warships was this passenger ship. They saw that the people on the ship looked very similar to the people of Lu Xuanyuan's country, criminals from the island nation. The top official's principle was, better to kill 10,000 than to spare one. The people on the ship must die. Lu Xuanyuan drove the passenger ship and finally reached open waters. He looked up and saw the armed helicopters from China and the dark North Sea Fleet rushing toward them.
Boss.
It's the Chinese armed helicopter group and the North Sea Fleet. We're safe now. Delay suddenly stood up, shouting excitedly. Don't get excited. Just steer the ship properly. If the island nation's shells come over, I'll have to go play chess with Grandpa, Baozi said with a blank face, arms crossed. Delay, move aside. I'll drive now. Hurry. Lu Xuanyuan's voice was hoarse and low, with urgency. The landmine responded with a sound and quickly moved aside from the driver's seat. Lu Xuanyuan looked up at the rapidly approaching North Sea Fleet of China and didn't have time to think much. He tightly gripped the steering wheel and sharply turned left, causing the passenger ship to tilt quickly to the right. The passengers screamed sharply as the ship changed direction at high speed. 3 missiles from the island nation whistled past the stern, flying over the sea surface.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Loud explosions erupted, creating huge waves and splashing water everywhere. Lu Xuanyuan let out a breath of relief. He realized something was wrong. The island nation had deployed armed forces and was rushing toward the South China Sea. They probably suspected that the older brother might still be alive, so they wouldn't let the passenger ship leave easily. They would do anything to destroy the ship, even if it meant killing indiscriminately. Even if China's military arrived, the island nation wouldn't give up out of fear. He didn't dare to bet that they wouldn't fire, so he made a quick turn to delay time. If they didn't fire, it was fine, just practice for now. But unexpectedly, he guessed right, the island nation really did open fire. Oh my gosh, boss. You're amazing. Landmine's eyes widened with admiration.
Yeah, boss.
You're really hiding your strength. You're way better than some people, Baozi teased, glancing at Landmine. He was annoyed seeing Landmine. A few days ago, the guy was holding a heavy machine gun, looking proud, as if someone owed him money. Meanwhile, he was holding a box of bullets, looking like a fool, just to cooperate in fighting the enemy at a critical moment. The boss told them to quickly put the guns and bullets on the cargo ship in case of emergency. But as soon as they boarded the cargo ship, Landmine tripped over a rope. The heavy machine gun slipped from his hands and fell onto the ship's edge. The fat guy reacted quickly. He quickly got up and ran toward the machine gun, but slipped after a few steps, like a penguin. He fell with a thud, and his right hand just happened to touch the gun, pushing it into the sea. He was so angry, he threw away the ammo box and had to go rescue this silly pig. Stupid Baozi, these days you just don't like me. If you have a problem, when we return to the army, let's settle it. The landmine straightened his chest and shouted angrily. Let's have a friendly match. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Just don't come crying for mercy later. Baozi glared at him and looked toward the island nation's warships. The island nation's armed helicopter fleet. In the command cabin of the flagship, Officer Makino suddenly slammed his fist on the door and cursed angrily. Good-for-nothings. All useless. This is so infuriating. They actually slipped past the passenger ship. It's a huge disgrace. His eyes fixed tightly on the passenger ship slowly entering the Chinese fleet. He could only watch helplessly. The high command of the island nation ordered, at all costs, to destroy that passenger ship. What should they do now? Is war with China inevitable? With their current strength, they probably couldn't even scratch the enemy. He just couldn't understand. It's just a captured old soldier. Why such a big fuss? Hundreds of armed helicopters and the entire northern fleet, densely packed. If they fought, they could crush and destroy them in about half an hour. From the Chinese side, the roar of engines sounded like ancient beasts roaring loudly. The armed helicopters split into two groups, firmly controlling the airspace over the common sea area. Rockets and missiles had already locked onto the island nation's helicopters, waiting for the command to strike. Once given the order, they would shoot down the targets and crush the enemy with overwhelming force. The North Sea Fleet formed 5 large squadrons, assembling a massive fleet of warships, guns raised high, all aimed at the island nation's ships, loaded with ammunition. Each shooter had their thumb on the firing button. As soon as the order was given, they would fire without hesitation, destroying the island fleet. Behind China, an armed helicopter, Model H-0001, carried an imposing presence. It sped toward the open sea like a sharp sword of China, violently tearing through the sky. The engine roared like a giant dragon crossing eternity, destined to decide the fate of the island nation. On the command radio, a strong, clear report crackled with static. Report to the commander. North Sea Fleet Air Force arrived at the designated position. Target locked. Please advise whether to fire. Air Force officers, Yuan Yi. Reporting complete. Report to the commander. North Sea Military Region Navy arrived at the designated position. Target has been locked. Please give the order to fire. Naval officers, Lincoln. Reporting complete. As soon as Old Man Lu picks up the communication device and gives the command, the armed helicopters and warships of the island nation will turn into wreckage and be forever lost in the sea. He is not a killer. On the contrary, he prefers peace, mutual help, and shared development. However, dogs never change their nature, and the ambitious island invaders are always scheming, trying to steal what does not belong to them, refusing to learn and repeatedly invading. Old Man Lu, full of murderous intent, his eyes cold as knives, his voice hoarse and deep, muttering, I, Lu Qingtian, even if I become a war criminal, will keep you at the edge of international waters. You have occupied North Province for over 10 years, built drug factories and underground chemical plants. You have killed my compatriots, insulted my people, and harmed the brave men of China, one by one. Even if I kill you 100 times, it would not be enough. My eldest son has been imprisoned by you for 30 years, enduring inhumane torture day and night. Now that he has been rescued, your island nation still chases relentlessly, even using armed forces. Disregarding the lives of many innocent sailors, you even want to kill my son. This is too much. You petty villains, daring to imprison my son, then all of you will stay. He suddenly reaches out with his right hand, grabbing the communication device, his voice cold, each word deliberate. I am Commander-in-Chief Lu Qingtian of China. I give the order. All personnel of the Northern Theater Air Force. All personnel of the Northern Theater Navy, with Old Man Lu's command. The Northern Theater Air Force and Navy simultaneously open fire. In an instant, rockets and shells, like a vast storm, rained down on the island armed helicopters and warships.
Boom, boom, boom.
The deafening explosions sound like rolling thunder, echoing across the entire open sea. The island helicopters and warships, caught off guard, are quickly engulfed by the barrage. Those lucky enough to escape the destruction immediately accelerate, trying to flee from death. The next moment, a missile tore through them forcefully, turning them into debris that fell into the sea. Over the South China Sea, explosions sounded like flowers blooming in the dark night. Meanwhile, their fleet began to fight back desperately, trying to fight to the death. But all efforts were in vain. The Chinese fleet launched thousands of shells at once, instantly destroying the enemy ships into pieces. On the water, huge waves rose up, sweeping away the enemy forces completely. In less than 20 minutes, the battle was over. Only Chinese forces remained, circling in the sky. The Navy started patrolling the sea, and when they found remaining enemy soldiers, they shot them immediately. The roar of engines was loud like thunder. The Chinese Air Force formations returned to base one after another. The Navy cleaned up the battlefield, counted the casualties, and gradually returned to port according to plan. This operation caused almost no Chinese casualties. It was a surprise attack that caught the enemy off guard. The reason the enemy was defeated so badly and completely wiped out was because they thought China was just loud and harmless, not really going to fight. They didn't dare to fight because in the past, China was the one provoking first, and they only responded. In the minds of the enemy, that's what they believed, so they had no defenses. Some even drank and chatted inside their planes, bragging about their achievements. They thought China was timid, based on their years of occupying the northern province and how many people served them. They even called China's patience a sign of weakness and cowardice. While they were talking happily, Chinese rockets and missiles suddenly struck like a storm. They had no time to react and were torn apart completely. Their voices were drowned out by the explosions. A Chinese armed helicopter, Model H-0001, landed at Beihai Port. The cabin door slowly opened. Old Mr. Liu adjusted his uniform, brushed his shiny shoes, and walked down the ramp. He looked imposing, carrying the weight of mountains of corpses and blood, filling everyone with awe. His eyes were cold, like a lion just awakened, scanning the leaders of the battlefield. His throat rumbled, and his voice was a bit deep, with a commanding tone. "Your performance in this mission makes me very happy. You are truly soldiers I have trained. You should have a fighting spirit of attack, pursuit, and charge, completely crush the enemy. Don't give the enemy a chance to breathe, or our casualties will be unpredictable. The island country thinks China is easy to bully and dares not use force. Well, I will make them remember this lesson. Remember, we China do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble either. If the enemy is fierce, we must be even fiercer to take control. Chinese soldiers are strong and brave, defending our homeland without fear of any invaders. Afterwards, there will be rewards for your efforts, but you must train hard and master your skills. Only then can we win battles, with our swords unstoppable and invincible." Speech over. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, looking at Old Master Liu with admiration. "Old Master, would you like to come visit my place?" Yuan Yi saluted politely, smiling warmly.
Yeah.
"Old Master, come to my house. I'll have the kitchen prepare some good dishes." Lincoln chimed in, full of anticipation. "Get lost, all of you. Do whatever you need to do." Old Master Liu snapped a quick look and scolded with a smile. "Goodbye, Old Master," they both said in unison, then quickly left with their team. After they left, only the Northern Province Guard and the pilots remained beside Old Master Liu. Don't underestimate the pilots. They are not just anyone. They are the bodyguards around the leader, Lung Feng. He was assigned by the leader to guard Old Master Liu, just in case something unexpected happened. It shows how highly the leader regards him. No one can replace him. Originally, Old Master Liu had several guards, but they were all sent back to the guard unit. The leader couldn't do anything about it, only tolerating it, because Old Master Liu was stubborn. He usually bought his own groceries and didn't need anyone to help. He even refused to live in the military housing provided to him. He insisted on living in the old Liu family house next to the estate. Isn't that frustrating? Now, only an old guard, Zhou Hongru, is left with him, abandoned in the old house. The grandfather and grandson both felt that others were a burden, so the leader was also helpless. He was assigned to Lung Feng to act as a temporary guard and pilot. "Lung Feng, after you return, tell the leader everything that happened here," the old man said softly. "Yes," Grandpa Lung Feng replied, no longer speaking, acting like a robot. The train whistle sounded loudly, like a bugle, piercing the sky. The old man looked up and saw a large passenger ship slowly approaching the port of Beihai. The setting sun's light reflected on the side of the ship, turning it a bright gold. "My son, you've suffered so much," the old man whispered with slightly red eyes. "I didn't know you were imprisoned. I didn't even know you were still alive. If I had known, I would risk my life to save you. How could I let you suffer for 30 years? We need to find out who the wolf hunter is, and after that, our Liu family must visit to thank them and give a gift in return." The ship docked, and passengers quickly disembarked, moving fast because they were very hungry. Liu Xiangua, accompanied by others, slowly stepped off the ship and stood on the long-lost land of China. Tears blurred his eyes as he felt mixed emotions, sadness because his eldest niece was lost and still not found, and happiness because he finally returned to his homeland and could see his parents and brothers. His throat moved, and he opened his mouth, but it was stuck, turning into a soft sob. He slowly crouched down, like a prisoner just released from jail, unsure of the way home. Excited, guilty, sad. These complex feelings intertwined, forcing him to cry loudly. The old man came over, squatted down, helped his son up, and choked out, "Son, welcome home." Ugh, ugh. Lu Xianhua hugged his father tightly, crying like a child. The old man also hugged his son, tears running down his face, father and son holding each other tightly. The old man wiped his tears, then suddenly saw his younger son and daughter-in-law. His eyes widened in surprise, showing shock, as he saw their pale faces, realizing something serious was happening. I quickly let go of Lu Xianhua and looked at my younger son. I asked in a serious voice, "Xianyuan, where is my big granddaughter?"
Dad.
"I'm sorry. Nian Bao is missing," Lu Xianyuan said in a low, choked voice. Old Mr. Lu's mind suddenly went blank, like being struck by lightning. He froze in place. His eyes turned red, like a furious warrior, and he stared at Lu Xianyuan as if he wanted to swallow him whole. His chest rose and fell with heavy breathing, like a sharp knife stabbing his heart, making him feel heartache. His voice was hoarse and shaky, like rough fabric tearing apart. "Tell me, why did my good granddaughter go missing?" Lu Xianyuan didn't dare hide anything. He told everything from the beginning to the end. "Find her. Turn over Beihai for me, and find my granddaughter. Hurry. Use all the strength you have. If you can't find the child, I will hold you responsible." After speaking, old Mr. Lu grabbed his confused eldest son and walked to the helicopter. He said in a deep voice, "Lung Feng, take my son back to Kyoto. The leader wants to see him, personally. Also, help me ask for leave. Just say my granddaughter is missing. Once she's found, we will return to Kyoto immediately. I will take full responsibility, and I hope Comrade Lung Feng can help pass the message." Old Mr. Lu's eyes showed a pleading look, which stunned Lung Feng. This old man was playing psychological tricks on me, trying to pressure me. If I agree, I will be overstepping my authority. At best, I could be confined. At worst, demoted. I might even be kicked out of the team and never be employed again. If I refuse, this old man will definitely hold a grudge, and I won't have a good future. Look at that look in his eyes. So pitiful, like he's playing a suffering game again. Lung Feng cleared his throat, looked at old Mr. Lu, and slightly twitched his lips. He said softly, "Old sir, maybe you should call the leader and ask for leave. I'm just a bodyguard. I can't step beyond my role. Moreover, the leader specifically instructed, to bring you back safely is the leader's order. I must obey. Old sir, please board the plane. Otherwise, I will have to report the truth to the leader. Little brat, if I could make a call, I wouldn't need you to pass messages." "You're really giving me face." Old Master Lu's expression suddenly changed as he ordered sharply, "Bring someone. Tie Long Feng up for me. I suspect he's a spy lurking in China from the island country." The guards immediately drew their guns and aimed at Long Feng. "Ha ha. Old master. Calm down. Don't worry, I will definitely pass on your message." Long Feng quickly raised his hands and smiled. "It's too late. Lock him in the military quarantine room and assign someone to watch him for 24 hours. If he escapes, you will all face military punishment. No mercy." "Yes, sir." The guards responded loudly, their voices like thunder echoing through the sky. "Old master, are you serious?" Long Feng was stunned instantly. He had guessed wrong. This isn't a trick to pretend to be weak. It's clearly a strategy of showing respect first, then using force, combining kindness and strength, softness and firmness.
Oh.
"Old master, how about giving me 2 big chicken legs? Would that be okay?" Long Feng hurriedly shouted loudly. Old Master Lu ignored him, took out a secure phone, and without hesitation, turned it off. Then he took out another phone, quickly dialed a number, and made a call. The phone rang once before being answered, and old Master Ye's voice came through. "Hello. Who's this?" "Old Yi. It's Lu Qingtian. Our eldest granddaughter has gone missing. Hurry and mobilize people to search everywhere across the country. Old Master Ye's angry voice came from the phone, along with the sound of things breaking. You say the eldest granddaughter is missing? What's going on? Tell me everything clearly. Old Master Lu didn't hide anything. He explained what he knew and advised not to tell Grandma yet. Beep, beep, beep. Old Master Lu hung up and then called Li Yuanchao, ordering him to send people. They would conduct a thorough search, even turning over the entire North Province, to find the obedient granddaughter. At the old Yi family residence in Kyoto, Old Master Yi didn't delay. He quickly called the Public Security Department, ordering a nationwide search. Anyone who found clues about the granddaughter's whereabouts would be rewarded 10,000 yuan. The kitchen door was pushed open. Grandma Yi wiped her hands and came to the living room, softly asking, Old Yi, is there any news about your daughter and the obedient granddaughter? Old Master Ye's face was pale, and he sat weakly on the sofa, sighing softly before speaking slowly. My daughter is fine. She is now in the northern province and probably won't be back for a while. Hearing this, Old Lady Ye's worried heart finally eased, and she softly said, I'm glad she's okay. That child left Beijing without telling us, but we can't blame her entirely. She doesn't know the results of the DNA test yet. Honestly, you shouldn't have impulsively killed Su Shirbang. You should have let him stay in prison. Let him experience being confined for my daughter's and grandson's sake. And that Su one isn't a good person either. She's always bullied my daughter since they were young. Also, gather some security people quickly and clean things up. Keep my daughter imprisoned underground. They are all accomplices, just helping the bad guys. We can't let them go easily. If you don't handle this, I will do it myself and get rid of them. Don't blame me then, old partner. Our lovely granddaughter has gone missing. Old Master Yi suddenly interrupted loudly. Old Lady Yi was instantly shocked, standing up abruptly. The water cup in her hand slipped and fell onto the coffee table with a sharp crash. The cup shattered instantly, hot water splashing everywhere, but she didn't notice. Her eyes fixed on her husband. It was as if she used all her strength, trembling as she asked, Is it true that our granddaughter is missing? Didn't she go to the island country to find her father? Didn't Zhou Hongru say she was 100 times stronger than him? Could he be lying to us? Didn't you also send people to the island country? Why haven't we heard anything yet? Old Master Yi hurriedly stood up. He pulled his wife aside to check if she had been scalded by the hot water. Seeing she was unharmed, he finally relaxed and recounted what old Lu had told him. Oh, my dear granddaughter. Old Lady Yi covered her chest, beginning to sob softly. Time passed quickly. 3 months flew by. The Lu family and the Yi family, military and civilian cooperation, tried almost everywhere across the country, but couldn't find any trace of Nian Bao. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, as if she had never appeared. Lu Xianyuan stayed at the Northern Province Military District, while Su Yi became mentally distracted and was brought back to Beijing by the Yi family. At Beihai Port, on the abandoned passenger ship's deck, a small figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She looked around, confused, holding a rolling pin in her right hand, and climbed down from the ship. With short legs, she left the abandoned shipyard and headed toward the passengers who had just disembarked. The small figure was Ning Bao. She had been in the space for a long time, wandering around aimlessly. She wasn't just climbing trees to pick fruit. She also went to the river to catch fish and weeded the vegetable garden, busy and happy. She carried small stones from the river and laid them all over the yard, making it look neat. She also spread stones from the yard gate to the small river and the vegetable garden. She was slowly getting used to this life. When she had free time, she would lie on the Kong, a traditional bed, and chat with Mauchio, poking its little belly. Life was relaxed and comfortable until 2 hours ago, when she was about to grab Mauchio's ears. She suddenly realized it had opened its eyes, and their eyes met. Ning Bao quickly stopped and sat up. Oh my! Mauchio, you actually woke up, Ning Bao said in surprise. Little master, how long has this big fairy been sleeping? The little white fox raised its paw, rubbed its eyes, and said softly. Hee hee. I don't know. Ning Bao grinned and answered cheerfully. Mauchio, No response. Ah, little master. You won't stay in this space forever, will you? The little white fox's eyes widened in surprise as it asked.
Humph.
You didn't tell me how to get out, so how can you ask? Ning Bao snorted and rolled her eyes, sounding annoyed. Little master. I also want to tell you, but I can't hold on anymore, so I fell asleep. Mao Chio blinked its big eyes and said sadly.
Oh.
I didn't mean to blame you. Mao Chio, are you thirsty? Ning Bao tilted her head and asked softly. Woo-woo. Little master, are you the one who cares for me the most? The little white fox raised its right paw, wiped its tears, and choked out. Mao Chio, don't cry. I'll get you some water. Wait here, Ning Bao said softly, patting Mao Chio gently. Then she got up on her short legs, pushed open the door, and went to the water jar, picking up a water scoop. She scooped half a scoop of water from the jar, then climbed onto the Kong by the bed. I helped the little white fox up and fed it half a bowl of water before setting the bowl aside. Gently, I placed the little white fox on the bed and asked with big eyes, Mao Chio, are you hungry? Should I pick some watermelon for you? Nian Bao didn't know why, but she wanted to give Mao Chio the best thing she had.
Oh.
Little master, you wouldn't eat watermelon as a meal, would you? The little white fox lifted its small head and said softly.
Yes.
There's nothing else here except these. Nian Bao tilted her head and said seriously. She was curious why Mao Chio asked that. Could there be other food here? She had explored everywhere, but there was only fruit and vegetables. Little master, this is your space, and it needs to be controlled by your thoughts. The little white fox explained everything. Half an hour later, Nian Bao was holding a roasted chicken, eating happily with sauce all over her mouth, cheeks puffed out like a big hamster. She tore off a large chicken leg with her right hand and offered it to Mao Chio softly. Mao Chio, eat the chicken leg. Thank you. Little master. Mao Chio's eyes lit up. It barked happily and bit into the big chicken leg, chewing nonstop. Soon, the two finished both roasted chickens and looked a bit reluctant to stop. Nian Bao had amnesia and didn't know how to use the space or see what was stored outside. She couldn't see those things, because inside the space, there was an invisible warehouse behind the thatched house. Nian Bao made it herself and named it Treasure Pavilion. She stored guns, ammunition, emeralds, a giant python, and dozens of wolves there. All of these were kept in the Treasure Pavilion, which had a preservation function. No matter how long, nothing would spoil, including the python and wolves. If released, they would still be alive. Unfortunately, Nian Bao had forgotten herself, so she couldn't remember them. Mao Chio, do you think I have grandpa, grandma, uncle, and parents, right? Nian Bao hiccuped, patted her belly out of habit, and asked.
Yes.
Little master, the reason you lost your memory is because you saved your uncle. The little white fox raised its paw, scratched its teeth, and said softly.
Oh.
I see now, Nian Bao whispered softly, her thoughts drifting back to the cruise ship. She remembered when her mother cried, so sad, and wanted to hug her. But her mother coldly refused and angrily hit the table with a rolling pin, showing impatience.
Dad, Mom.
I'm sorry. I forgot everything and don't remember who you are, Nian Bao said with tears in her big eyes, voice choked with emotion.
Mao Mao.
I need to leave the space to find my parents. Take good care of yourself, Nian Bao said, wiping away tears with her hand. Little master, you should leave the space quickly. Don't worry about this old fox, said the small white fox weakly. It wanted to sleep a little longer. It had just woken up and was still too weak to hold on. It had to recover quickly, or else, if the little master faced danger, it wouldn't be able to help. Nian Bao waved her right hand, and suddenly 2 roast ducks and 2 big watermelons appeared on the bed.
Mao Mao.
Rest well, Nian Bao said softly, frowning slightly. Okay, master. Mao Mao blinked big eyes and cheerfully replied. Nian Bao's figure flickered and disappeared into the space, appearing on the deck of the passenger ship, which was where the story began. She stopped a little way from the passenger ship and saw passengers walking toward her. She quickly found a hiding spot and waited until they passed before blending into the crowd. Following them, she left the North Sea port and went to a bun shop, where she ate a few large meat buns. She then asked the shop owner about the direction to the North Province Military District before leaving the bun shop. She walked slowly toward the North Province Military District, holding her small rolling pin. Along the way, she looked like a lonely wanderer, braving the wind and rain, experiencing many hardships. She met all kinds of people, kind passers-by, indifferent travelers, and those with ill intentions. But she stayed alert, carefully avoiding them as she moved along. Night fell, everything was silent, and she quietly entered her space. In her small world, she could temporarily forget the outside chaos and rest peacefully. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and shone on her. Nian Bao began another day of wandering. She walked while asking passers-by about the exact location of the Northern Province Military District. Every step was filled with hope. Her small figure moved through the crowd, seeming out of place in this world. Nian Bao's lonely shadow lingered near the gate of the military district. She was dressed in ragged clothes, hiding behind a big tree, peeking out and watching inside. Nian Bao quickly pulled back her head, clutching her clothes with her left hand and holding a rolling pin with her right, pressed against the tree. The soldier at the gate of the military district looked at her, making her heart race with fear. She hurried to calm herself and then peeked out again, hoping to see her dad's figure. The roar of the engine sounded like a wild beast growling, tearing through the sky above the camp. A jeep with a military plate sped out of the gate very quickly.
Salute!
The soldier shouted loudly, raising his gun in a formal salute, with two sharp bangs.
Ni an bao she mao te dui.
The soldier was well trained. She wondered if his hand hurt. If it had been her, she would have screamed in pain and couldn't be comforted. Before she could think more, she quickly looked at the approaching jeep, her eyes locking on the handsome face in the passenger seat.
Dad.
It's Dad. Nian Bao was overjoyed and ran forward without hesitation. She wanted to stop the jeep, but she was too late. It sped past with a loud roar. In an instant, a cloud of dust rose up, covering her completely and swallowing her. Cough, cough. So rude. Didn't he see there was someone? Nian Bao coughed hard, muttering annoyed. Suddenly, she snapped out of her daze and chased after the jeep at an incredible speed.
Woo. Dad.
Wait for your daughter. Nian Bao cried and shouted from behind. She ran far but couldn't catch up. Sweat mixed with dirt on her face. Nian Bao looked like a little mud doll, her dirty hands supporting her knees as she gasped for breath. Oh my goodness, these two legs just can't keep up with four wheels. It was so hard to get her dad back, and now he was gone again. What a pity. She had planned to store the car in her space, but it was too far away to reach. Stinky Dad. My daughter is just waiting at the door. I don't believe you won't come back, Nian Bao said angrily. He looked around and saw that both sides of the road were lined with small houses. His eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "Oh wow. I can't believe I did this to myself." He quickly stood up, threw the rolling pin on the ground, and wiped his dirty hands to tidy himself up. He didn't want to scare anyone or cause trouble, especially not to lose money, as he didn't want to use his small savings. After tidying up, Nian Bao picked up the rolling pin and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a woman's cry for help. He paused, turned his head toward the sound, and thought for a moment. Then he ran toward the alley on his short legs. He stopped in front of a large black door, listening carefully to the noise inside. "Please, let me go. My dad is very rich and will give you a lot of money. Promise you won't run out of money in your life. Please, big brothers, I beg you, okay?" The woman was kneeling and begging. The middle-aged man in charge didn't care about her pleas. He grabbed her hair roughly. He suddenly pulled her up, showing a lecherous look in his eyes. He looked at her, licked his lips, and said teasingly, "Letting you go is fine, as long as you take good care of my friends here. How about that? As for your dad's money, it has nothing to do with me. I just worry about having a life to spend it. Hurry up and strip. Better not make us do it forcefully, or you'll regret it. No, you can't do this to me. I have a boyfriend, and he's very powerful. If you dare to hurt me, my boyfriend will make sure you all die without a proper burial," the woman said fearfully, threatening loudly. "Ha ha, pretty girl. Why are you shouting so loud? Are you asking for help? Let me tell you, all the houses on both sides of the road are bought by our boss. There's no one here. I suggest you give up struggling. Let my brothers check her out. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you, the middle-aged man said with a lecherous smile, swallowing hard. Big brother, why waste words with her? Just finish her off and be done with it so we don't have to worry about trouble, said the man with small eyes.
Yeah.
Big brother, just kill her. I feel like something bad is going to happen, the one-eyed man agreed. The leading man turned to his two followers and shouted angrily. The man with small eyes and the one-eyed man exchanged a quick look, then hurried over to the woman. The leader smiled with satisfaction, loosened the woman's hair, and started unbuttoning his coat. Don't come any closer. My partner is from the Yi family in Kyoto. If you dare to hurt me, you'll be in big trouble, the woman said nervously, backing away. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the heavy door was smashed open. Everyone was startled and quickly turned to look at the door, gasping in surprise.
Big
brother, is that a person or a ghost? The man with small eyes took a step back, stammering. The one-eyed man frowned slightly, looked at the setting sun, then at the door. Summoning his courage, he stepped a few paces toward the woman, puffed out his chest, and shouted loudly, Are you a person or a ghost? The woman, Nian Bao, froze in place. She quickly looked down at her clothes. They were a bit messy, but not frightening. She wondered if anyone could really mistake her for a ghost. She had just tidied herself up. Could they really not tell she was a person? Or maybe because she was missing an eye, they couldn't see clearly? That seemed possible. Nian Bao slowly looked up at the one-eyed man, showing her teeth in a grin, and waved her rolling pin. The one-eyed man turned and ran, hiding behind the middle-aged man, trembling with fear. He was brave about most things, but ghosts scared him the most, especially during storms when he wouldn't even sleep alone. TCH. Coward, Nian Bao sneered, looking disgusted and muttering to herself. I'll take this sister with me. You guys have no objections, right? Nian Bao said sternly, pointing at the woman with her rolling pin. The one-eyed man and the small-eyed man shook their heads wildly, indicating they had no objections. Idiots. You two, listen carefully. She's a human, not a ghost. Go and catch her for me, the leader barked angrily. Nian Bao didn't bother arguing with them. These three men were no good. She waved her right hand, and everything and everyone disappeared into her space. She walked to the door of the house on short legs. Opening the door, she entered the east room and saw a card table with several bundles of money on it. There was about 10,000 yuan looking quite new, probably stolen ransom money. Ha, I accept your offer, Nian Bao said with a smile. She waved her right hand, and the card table disappeared. She returned to the West house and began to search around. Next, she went to the kitchen and took away the rice, flour, grains, oil, and the large iron pot. Satisfied, she left the small yard. After walking a few steps, she turned back. With a gentle wave of her hand, two large black iron doors also vanished into her space. Half an hour later, Nian Bao arrived at the military district gate. She was waiting to catch her father. This time, she was determined not to let him leave. Nian Bao sat behind a big tree, looking a bit lonely. Since her father left, he hadn't come back. She wasn't sure whether to wait or not. If her father was on a mission, he might not return for 10 or 15 days. She would be waiting in vain. She really wanted to regain her memory. So she started wandering from Beihai Port, even sleeping on the streets. She met many different people. Most of them were kind and shared food and drinks with her. They didn't mind that she was dirty, and some even took off their clothes to give her. But some had bad intentions and tried to kidnap and sell her. She managed to send them to the police. She disguised herself as a beggar, experiencing many hardships and sorrows. All she wanted was to recover her memory quickly, but it was useless. Not only did she fail to remember anything, but she also lost weight from hunger. Who could she complain to? Suddenly, her stomach made loud noises, protesting loudly. Oh, you're hungry again? Just wait a little longer, Dad will be back soon, okay? Nian Bao habitually patted her stomach and softly said. 2 hours later, Nian Bao's figure flickered and disappeared from her spot. She appeared inside her space. She didn't go into the thatched hut but instead went to the small river and jumped in without hesitation, starting to wash herself. The river was calm, flowing gently and washing away the dirt from her small figure. The water around her quickly turned muddy. She washed her hair and body thoroughly, feeling a lightness all over. With the sound of splashing water, she slowly stood up. She moved her mind, and her clothes instantly appeared in her hands. After drying herself with a towel, she changed into new clothes and returned to the thatched hut. "Oh no! Little master, have you found your dad?" Mao Qiu tilted his head and asked. "No," Nian Bao said sadly softly. "Little master, I'm a bit hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Xiaobehu immediately changed the subject, speaking sweetly. "There's nothing left to eat. The roast chicken and roast duck are all gone. We ate them all," Nian Bao said irritably. "Little master, why don't you cook some food? Stir-fry some dishes." Xiaobehu blinked with big eyes, speaking softly. "I have amnesia. I don't know how to cook at all." Nian Bao rolled her eyes and lay on the bed, pouting. Mao Qiu, Nian Bao went to Fancheng and started shopping wildly. Anything she set her eyes on, she bought almost everything. She bought a lot of roast chicken and roast duck, all stored in her space. At noon, Nian Bao changed into old clothes and returned to the gate of the military area. She straightened her small chest, holding a rolling pin in her right hand, and stepped over the warning line with her short legs. "Stop right there." The guard immediately issued a warning, his eyes cold, staring fixedly at the little beggar girl. Nian Bao seemed to ignore him and walked straight toward the guard, but she was very scared inside. "Stop. This is a military zone. No entry allowed." The guard quickly cocked his gun, chambering a blank round. There were 2 crisp clicks. Nian Bao's heart trembled. She hurriedly stopped, looked up at the guard not far away, and loudly asked, "Uncle Soldier, I have a question. Where is Lu Xianyuan now? I hope you can tell me." The guard, holding his gun, quickly approached her, full of curiosity. He crouched down in front of Nian Bao, carefully examining the little girl. Although she was dressed in old clothes, he felt like he had seen her somewhere before, but couldn't remember where. "Uncle Soldier, do you know where Lu Xianyuan went?" Nian Bao asked again. The guard snapped out of his thoughts, looked at her deeply, and casually said, "Commander Lu is on leave, returning to the capital to get married." Nian Bao's heart was struck like a heavy hammer, and she froze in place. Her chest rose and fell violently, as if thousands of ants were biting her heart, making her almost suffocate. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held back from crying. Her dad was going to marry someone else. Could it be that he has changed his mind and doesn't want mom anymore? What should she do then? "Little friend, don't cry. I didn't hit you." The sentry was frightened and quickly hid far away. "Uncle Soldier, can you tell me who he is married to?" Nian Bao looked up, wiped her tears, and spoke in a choked voice. The sentry hurriedly added, "Oh, the leader is having a wedding again, of course, with his wife. However, this wedding probably won't be very happy because their child is missing. Oh, by the way, you look about the same size. Just now, I thought you were the leader's daughter. But the leader's daughter, although not too fat, isn't as small as you. Little friend, if you're okay, you'd better leave quickly. Thank you." "Uncle," Nian Bao said thank you, her face brightening with joy, then turned and ran outside the security line. She was going to Kyoto to attend her parents' wedding, but she wasn't sure if she should bring a gift. She was startled earlier, thinking her dad had married someone new, but it turned out to be a big misunderstanding. All those tears were for nothing. Time flew by quickly. Nian Bao reached the station, bought a train ticket to Kyoto, and boarded the train with the crowd.
She found her seat and sat down.
Her small face instantly scrunched up like a steamed bun. She was too young. The ticket seller wouldn't sell her a ticket, so she had to hire someone to help. She spent 100 yuan, which made her very upset, but at least she got on the train. "Everyone please keep your feet on the ground. Fresh milk bread, cigarettes, tea eggs, The conductor pushed a small cart and called out inside the carriage. Nianbao looked out the window. She wanted to give her parents a gift for their wedding celebration. But she didn't know what to give, and after thinking hard, she had no idea. The train's horn sounded long, like an angry lion roaring at the sky, shaking the clouds. The screech of the wheels on the tracks was sharp, like a sword stabbing into the ears. The train slowly started moving, and the woven bags on the shelves gently swayed. Outside the window, the scenery looked like a flowing painting, slowly moving backward. The speed increased, as if trying to leave the whole world behind. Nianbao slowly laid her head on the table. Her eyes gradually closed, her consciousness becoming fuzzy. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, Nianbao seemed to travel through endless years, returning to the old days. She saw her parents' gentle smiles and her grandparents' kind faces. Her grandmother and grandfather looked so warm and friendly, and Uncle Zhou was also familiar. These faces made her feel very safe. Later, she dreamed of the old Liu family house and the courtyard where she lived with her mother. She sat quietly on a small bench in the yard, watching her mother busy with her work. She also dreamed of the military family compound in the northern province, with the lively scenes during the new year. The train whistle sounded like a giant dragon roaring loudly, breaking through the night. At the train connection, it sounded like an old blacksmith shop, with clanging noises. Outside, the wind howled and sneaked into the train through the cracks. It blew her hair, making it dance in the breeze. The man sitting across from her frowned slightly and looked at the woman next to her, reminding her, "Your daughter is asleep. There's wind at the window. Cover her up so she doesn't catch a cold." The woman seemed not to hear and kept feeding her chubby son, showing lots of love. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The man raised his voice and looked at the woman. The woman suddenly looked up, pointed at herself with her finger, and said surprised, "Are you talking to me? What do you think?" The man pushed up his glasses and asked back, "Oh, hey, big brother, are you kidding? I, Li Yanqiu, don't have a daughter," she said sarcastically. The man was stunned. She wasn't the child's mother. So, who was on this train with the child? Before he could think more, he quickly took off his coat, placed it on her forehead, and tilted his head to look at her face. Suddenly, he was surprised. Why does this child look so much like her younger sister? She's like a tiny version of her. But his mother never said his sister had a child. Maybe it's just a coincidence that they look alike. If she was his sister's child, how could she be on this train? It seemed that after working as a police officer for so long, he had become too suspicious. He needed to change that. He was the police chief and had been on missions for the past 6 months, even missing the new year in Kyoto. He just found out that his sister had been found and was about to get married. That's why he hurried to Kyoto. He was eager to see her. Who is that little troublemaker who married his own sister and won't tell his mother? If he dares to treat his sister badly, I, as her brother, will definitely skin him alive. Suddenly, he notices that the child is crying. He probably had a bad dream, but inside, he feels so upset. The man quickly covers his chest and feels inside his clothes. He takes out a small white bottle, unscrews the lid, and pours out a few yellow pills, then hurriedly swallows them. He doesn't drink water, just swallows them directly, and then feels much better. The woman sees this and opens her mouth to say something but finally says nothing and continues feeding her son. Cough, cough. The man suddenly starts coughing. He quickly covers his mouth with a handkerchief to avoid waking the sleeping child. Nian Bao is awakened by the cough and immediately sits up straight, eyes wide open, blinking. His small face, the size of a palm, has uneven marks from the corner of his clothes, and his mouth is drooling into thin strings. His hair is tied into a ponytail at the back of his head, looking soft and cute. Cough, cough. The man keeps coughing, adjusting his glasses with his left hand and covering his mouth with a handkerchief with his right. His face turns red from the effort, veins bulge on his forehead, and his eyes are bloodshot. It looks like he's suffering great pain, and blood has been coughed up into the handkerchief. The man stops coughing, wipes his mouth with a handkerchief, and quickly puts it in his pocket. He suddenly looks up and realizes he has woken the little one, feeling a bit guilty. Before he can speak, Nian Bao's clear voice reaches his ears. "Thank you, uncle." Nian Bao hands him his clothes, speaking softly and sweetly. The man takes the clothes but doesn't put them on. Instead, he shields a gap in the car window from the wind and softly says, "You're welcome." Nian Bao raises his hands, rubs his small face, thinks for a moment, then digs into his bag. He pulls out a fragrant melon and directly hands it to the man, saying softly, "Uncle, this melon is a gift for you, to thank you for your kindness." The man is surprised for a moment, quickly waves his hand to refuse, and softly says, "Child, I appreciate your kindness, but you should keep it for yourself to eat. This child looks quite pitiful, and he hasn't helped much. How can he accept your melon? But this melon smells so good. It must taste great." "Yes. Good job. Knowing gratitude is a good quality. You're much better than that naughty kid in your family. Uncle, the things that Nian Bao gives away will never be taken back. Please accept it. Also, you must eat it right away or Nian Bao will get angry." "You won't be able to soothe her." Nian Bao gently pushed the melon forward, looking at the man with a half-smile, sweetly saying, "Uncle, take the melon." The man smiled slightly, slowly raised his right hand, and took the melon. He took out a new handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands, and then tore it in half. He handed one half of the melon to Nian Bao and softly said, "You eat too." "I can't eat so much." "No, you can't. I want to watch you finish it, or you won't like what happens," Nian Bao threatened, waving her small fist. The man twitched his mouth, looked at Nian Bao deeply, and thought to himself, "As the head of the police department, I am actually being threatened by a cute little girl. If this got out, my colleagues would laugh their heads off. Little girl, since you're so sincere, I'll give you this face." "Uncle, from your expression, are you secretly talking bad about me?" Nian Bao took out a rolling pin, held it in her hand, shook it, and said fiercely. The man snapped back to reality, widened his eyes, leaned back, and looked at the melon in his hand. Then he looked at the rolling pin in Nian Bao's palm and started eating the melon eagerly. The juice of the melon burst in his mouth, and his eyes shone with excitement as he began to eat more. This scene made the chubby boy drool with envy, constantly swallowing, and angrily said, "Mom, I want to eat melon too. Hurry up and ask her for one." This little bump must have more. The woman, helpless, turned around to look at Nian Bao, her eyes full of disdain, and softly said, "Little girl, sell me your melon." "No," Nian Bao answered sharply. "Look, Nian Bao," I opened my bag and showed the woman, she said, giving up. Nian Bao got up and went to the bathroom. As soon as she entered the carriage, she saw a man. He was near a sleeping woman, reaching into her bag with his right hand, seemingly searching for something. The man heard the noise, turned his head to look at Nian Bao, and his eyes were full of threats. "You thief! How dare you threaten me? Let you taste the power of a rolling pin," Nian Bao shouted loudly, lifting the rolling pin and yelling, "Catch the thief!" The train carriage instantly became chaotic. Seeing the situation was bad, the thief tried to run away. But Uncle Chigwa quickly knocked him down and took out a handcuff from his waist. With 2 clicks, the cuffs were on. The woman woke up, saw what was happening, and immediately crouched down beside Nian Bao, speaking gently. "Thank you, little one. You're the best. If this happens again, you should find a police officer, not rush forward alone. It's too dangerous." "Got it, Auntie." Suddenly, applause erupted in the carriage. Everyone looked at Nian Bao, feeling it was a bit familiar. It seemed like they had seen her in the newspaper, but they weren't sure, so they relaxed. There's no such coincidence. 10,000 yuan isn't easy to get. Time flew by quickly. They arrived at Kyoto train station. Nian Bao, carrying her canvas bag, walked out of the station with her short legs, following the crowd. She looked up at the sky, a gentle smile on her face, thinking of her parents, grandparents, and grandma and grandpa. Nian Bao is back.
"Child,
Where are you going? Do you need uncle to see you off?" A deep voice called from behind Nian Bao.
wow.
"Uncle, you're not leaving yet?" Do you want to eat something before you go? Nianbao turned around and sweetly said. I'm not hungry. My family is waiting for me at home, the man replied with a smile, deliberately.
Humph.
If you're not hungry, then forget it. Goodbye, uncle. No, I mean, never see you again. Nianbao snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and turned to leave. As she walked away, her ponytail swung back and forth, and she carried the rolling pin in her hand. She looked both tough and adorable. The man wanted to call her, but suddenly his phone rang loudly in his pocket. He hurriedly took out the phone, answered, and heard Grandma Ye's voice. Guodong, where are you now? Mom. I just left the station entrance. I'll be back soon. Do you need me to buy anything? Yi Guodong asked softly. He wasn't afraid of anyone, only worried about his mom, speaking cautiously and nervously. After his wife found out about this, she reported everything to everyone every day. Just hearing his mother's voice made his scalp tingle. Since he was a child, his mother would chase him around the yard with a stick, hitting him whenever she caught him. Each time, he was badly hurt. To make it worse, in winter, she made him kneel in the snow as punishment. As for why, it was because he took a girl's pants off to see if she had a bird. Later, he married her, only to find out she was actually a big tiger. Guodong, go to the department store and buy some wedding things for your sister. Mom, I really can't leave right now. Your sister's mental state seems a bit strange. She's either crying or laughing and keeps shouting about space or something.
Mom.
What's wrong with my sister? Why is she acting so strange? Yi Guodong was very worried and asked quickly.
Don't ask now.
Wait until you get back. Old Mrs. Yi sighed and hung up the phone. Ding ding ding.
Ye Guodong.
It was always like this. Before he could say anything, the call was already ended, giving him no chance to respond. What is this space thing? Never mind, he'd better go to the department store quickly. Otherwise, his mother might get angry, and he couldn't handle that. Sister, wait for your brother. I want to see who's caused you to be like this. He hurriedly looked up. The train station was crowded, and there was no sign of his little sister. A black car stopped steadily beside him. The driver's door opened, and Shaoli got out, bowing respectfully. Third young master, hello.
Oh, okay.
I've told you many times not to call me that. Why don't you listen? If someone hears us, they might make trouble, and my dad might get mad at you.
Oh.
Look at my memory. I still think of you as a kid, Uncle Lee said with a meaningful smile.
Uncle Lee.
Are you here just to tease me? That was so long ago. How do you still remember? Or are you just trying to balance things after catching Mrs. Wang bathing?
Ye Guodong whispered. Hold on you.
Enough, Uncle Lee. Let's go quickly. If we delay any longer, it'll be dark. Yi Guodong handed his luggage to Uncle Lee and said casually. Uncle Lee smiled as he took Yi Guodong's luggage and placed it in the trunk. He sat in the driver's seat, and the black car slowly started, heading quickly toward the department store. Nianbao entered a restaurant, ordered a plate of braised pork, and ate it with white rice, her mouth greasy. She wanted to eat enough to gain some weight so her parents, grandparents, and relatives wouldn't worry about her being too thin. Seeing how small and thin she was made her sad, so she decided to eat until she was full. After finishing her meal and paying the bill, she walked out of Hanyun restaurant with her short legs. She asked the waitress at the restaurant. Turning left outside, about 400 meters down the road on the right side, there was a jewelry store. The store had a full selection of jewelry, including wedding rings and gifts. She wanted to buy her mom a set of 3 gold jewelry pieces. The waitress said these are essential for a wedding. She wasn't sure if her dad could buy them for her mom, but she thought, since he's careless, I'll buy them for him. Nianbao went to the jewelry store, reached out her small hand, opened the door, and went inside. Inside, there were 2 large glass display counters labeled silver jewelry and gold jewelry. Little friend, are you here to buy jewelry? A young clerk asked sweetly.
Yes.
Pretty sister, Nianbao blinked her big eyes and said softly. Do you want to buy silver jewelry or gold jewelry? The clerk asked gently. Pretty sister, I want to buy the 3 gold pieces, gold earrings, gold bracelet, and gold ring. They are gifts for a wedding. Once I choose, could you help me put them in a gift box? Nianbao asked softly. If they wouldn't put it in a gift box, she wouldn't want it and would turn around to find another jewelry store. Of course. The clerk was very happy. She hadn't sold any jewelry in 2 days, and the boss was angry. She didn't expect this little girl to come by 3 gold pieces. She was so happy. She treated Nianbao very well, pouring water and offering candies, more carefully than she did for her own mother. Half an hour later, Nianbao, holding a rolling pin in her right hand and a jewelry box in her left, walked out of the jewelry store. The total cost was 2,800 yuan. She felt a little heartache, but then thought of her mom suffering so much. What others have, her mom should have too. Suddenly, she didn't feel sad anymore. She smiled happily and walked with short steps back to the watch store. She bought a watch for her parents, spending less than 500 yuan. After leaving the watch store, it was already dark. She still hadn't bought appliances for her parents. Never mind, she would buy them tomorrow. Nianbao found a quiet corner. Her figure disappeared in an instant, and she appeared on the space bed. Uncle Bing told her that her parents' wedding was tomorrow. How should she appear at the event? She wanted to surprise her parents, so she decided to play the piano for them.
Wow.
Little owner, you bought something delicious. The little white fox turned into a streak of light and appeared on the bed.
Eat, eat, eat.
I knew you would eat. These are gifts for my parents. Nianbao rolled her eyes and said angrily.
Wow.
Little owner, you remembered everything. The little white fox's eyes widened in surprise.
No.
Who told you I remembered everything? Nianbao lied with her eyes wide open. The little white fox raised her right paw, resting her chin, looking thoughtful. Nianbao pouted and ignored her, thinking about the things she needed to buy tomorrow and the performance at the wedding. Feeling sleepy, she drifted off. Nianbao went to the department store to buy a refrigerator, washing machine, and TV, and arranged for them to be delivered to the agreed location. After putting things into her space, she called a taxi and headed quickly to the Liu family's old house. When she arrived, she saw the door was locked, so she knew the wedding was already happening. She was a little late and hurried to the military district compound to find out where the wedding was. She got into a taxi and arrived at the wedding scene around 9:30. The Diyuan Hotel in Kyoto is located by Liu Lake in the east of the city, covering 160,000 square meters. It has complete facilities. There is a banquet hall that can hold over 1,000 people, as well as Western and French restaurants, making it a food paradise. Guest rooms, dressing rooms, restrooms, and a large lounge provide comfort for visitors. Air conditioning, sound systems, and cable TVs are available 24 hours a day. There are also indoor and outdoor tennis courts, a swimming pool, a dance hall, a billiard room, and a bowling alley. Nianbao got out of the car, looked around, and frowned slightly. She turned to the driver and said sternly, "Uncle, where are you taking me? Won't you explain?" The driver scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed and avoiding eye contact as he said, "Oh, little one. This is the Diyuan hotel you're looking for. I promise I'm not lying, it's just behind the hotel. Sorry about that. Recently, I had a small disagreement with them, so they wouldn't let me in. How about I only take half of the money? Would that be okay?" Nianbao was speechless. This driver seemed honest, but he was actually very sneaky. Before getting in the car, he said it was the Diyuan Hotel, and she agreed without thinking. He never mentioned any trouble with the hotel. He thought she was just a kid and easy to fool. He believed a few polite words would make her soften and give him all the money. His plan was clever, but he was wrong. She was very stingy. Nianbao took 30 yuan out of her canvas bag, handed it to the driver, and walked away without looking back. The driver was stunned. He thought she would give him the money easily, but she was serious about not paying. He couldn't believe she was so tight with money. He muttered, "If it weren't for the fact that you're carrying something, I'd have a serious fight with you. Such an ungrateful kid. I've never met anyone so clueless about the world. Blame my bad mouth for not shutting up." He turned the car around and drove off quickly. Nianbao looked back, smiled proudly, patted her bag, and felt very happy. The wedding is about to start. It's all because of that rude driver. He wasted my time. She waddled to the back fence of the hotel, stuck her head out, and peeked inside. Suddenly, her eyes lit up because she saw the back door of the DUN hotel was open. Maybe if she went in through the back door, she could reach the wedding and see her parents. She looked around, saw no one nearby, and quickly stuck her head through the fence, squeezing inside with effort. After a lot of struggling, she finally got in, exhausted and sweaty. Her clothing button was also scraped off, and her small face, the size of a palm, instantly scrunched up like a bun. Humph. It's all the driver uncle's fault. If he hadn't been there, she wouldn't have climbed over the fence. If she hadn't climbed over the fence, her button wouldn't have been scraped. This was earlier in the morning. She had carefully chosen her outfit: denim overalls, a white checkered short-sleeve shirt, and her favorite brown leather shoes. All for her parents' wedding, a modern-style outfit she prepared with care. Besides her parents, she was the most eye-catching person today. She wouldn't embarrass them. Nianbao's eyes shimmered with tears, but she forced herself to hold back. She couldn't cry. Today was her parents' big happy day. She should be happy, so she grinned widely. Her face, a mix of crying and smiling, would surprise anyone who saw it. Nianbao looked around, then walked to the fence, slowly squatting down. She grabbed her overalls with her left hand and placed a rolling pin on the ground with her right. She picked up a thin wire and quickly locked her overalls onto the button. She patted it, satisfied, and nodded. Holding the rolling pin in her right hand, she stood up and ran toward the back door of the hotel. When she reached the back door, she didn't stop but rushed inside. She then realized there were stairs on the left. Without hesitation, Nianbao took small steps, thud, 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 starting to climb the stairs. When she reached the second floor, she raised her little hand to open the door, tugging several times, but it didn't move. She lifted the rolling pin, ready to break the door open, but suddenly remembered it was her parents' wedding day. Being too forceful wouldn't be good. She put down the rolling pin and started climbing the stairs again, panting. At the third-floor door, she directly reached out and opened it. If it didn't open, she was ready to use force. The power of the rolling pin was not to be underestimated, especially with her magic support. Forget smashing the door. Even if she hit the wall, she would make a hole. Nianbao gripped the door handle, gently pulling. The door surprisingly opened. She was delighted and quickly slipped inside. What she saw was a spacious corridor, with rooms on both sides, each with a door plate. From the decor of the corridor and doors, it looked like it belonged to that era style. Nianbao closed the door behind her and, with her short legs, walked toward the other end of the corridor. As she walked, she suddenly stopped because she heard voices coming from around the corner of the stairs ahead. She quickly turned to press her body against the door of room 3088, but unexpectedly, the door suddenly opened. Footsteps approached, and Nianbao quickly hid inside the room, swiftly closing the door behind her. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the door was forcefully pushed open again. Nianbao had a quick idea and hurriedly hid behind the door. She heard hurried, chaotic footsteps walking inside. Nianbao lifted her foot, just about to take the opportunity to leave when she heard a woman whisper, "Mo Li. Yi Yinshu really has good luck. Not only is she the daughter of the Yi family, but she also married such a good man like Lu Xianyuan. Good luck? She's already gone crazy. Brother Lu probably only married her because he had no choice," Mo Li muttered quietly. That's true. Who would want to marry a crazy person? Lu Xianyuan isn't stupid. Maybe we should make her faint and send her to young Master Wang. If the Yi family and the Lu family find out, could something go wrong? I feel uneasy, like something might happen. Don't worry. Once she and young Master Wang are married, what's the big deal if they find out? The Lu family will probably use this as an excuse to break off the engagement, and the Yi family will have to marry her off to young Master Wang. When I marry Brother Lu, you'll benefit too, including your family's business. Shin family, will definitely support you. Besides, we've been good friends for many years, Shin Mo Li said shyly. Mo Li. Young Master Wang is coming soon. Let's hurry and leave, Chengziu urged. Okay, let's go. Once young Master Wang finishes his business, everyone will be brought here, Shen said with a malicious smile. Suddenly, she forcefully shut the door with a loud bang, startling both women. Before they could react, Nian Bao waved her right hand, and both of them were pulled into her space. Since they were so malicious and wanted to trap her mother, she wouldn't forgive them. Nian Bao moved them out of the space and placed them gently on the big bed, covering them with a blanket. She then used her mind to bring her mother into the space as well. She took a few small steps, then suddenly stopped, looked up at the ceiling light, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. With a flick of her left hand, the ceiling light disappeared instantly. Nian Bao turned and left the room. Gently closing the door, she quickly ran toward the staircase corner with a rolling pin in her right hand. She hurried down the stairs with quick steps, reaching the second floor, where she saw many people she didn't recognize. Looking up, she saw a hotel staff member and hurried over, hiding the rolling pin behind her back. She approached the staff member, lifted her small head, blinked her big eyes, and softly asked, "Beautiful sister, do you know which floor the restrooms are on?" "Little girl, you're so cute. Turn right at the end of the corridor, and you'll find the restrooms and the cloakroom." The hotel staff replied kindly, crouching down. "Thank you, beautiful sister." Nian Bao cheerfully said her thanks, then ran toward the restroom. When she reached the door of the restroom, she pushed it open and went inside, seeing several makeup artists. They were busy applying makeup to other brides, so no one paid attention to her. She quickly slipped into the cloakroom. She found a private room, pushed the door open, and locked it from the inside. In a flash, her figure disappeared and reappeared on a straw bed in a small space. She gently hugged her mother, tears filling her eyes, then softly started to sob.
Mom.
"I miss you so much." Nian Bao couldn't hold back anymore and cried loudly. On the train, she had fallen asleep in a daze, and when she woke up, her memory returned. She remembered everything that had happened before losing her memory on the passenger ship. Her mother had asked her what her wish was. Without hesitation, she answered, "I hope my parents get married, and our family can live happily together. I want to go to school." She wanted to learn music and become a great musician, which was also her wish from her past life. Her mother agreed, saying that once they returned to the mainland, she would marry her father and give her a complete family. Now, her mother was crazy, but she still remembered her promise and never forgot it. "Mom, I'm sorry." Nian Bao hugged her mother tightly, kissed her again and again, crying and choking as she spoke. Outside the space, in room 3088, shortly after Nian Bao left, Wang Xiao arrived. He gently opened the door, quietly locked it behind him, and tried to turn on the light, but it didn't work. He didn't mind and walked straight to the big bed, taking off his clothes as he went, stripping completely. He suddenly froze in surprise, quickly feeling around, then revealed a lecherous smile on his face. There was even a bonus gift.
Hee.
"Little lady, I'm here." Half an hour later, after a passionate encounter, Wang Xiao finally felt scared and hurriedly started dressing. Even if the Yi family and the Lu family care about face, they wouldn't let Wang's family off easily, nor would they forgive himself. If he were to be sued, it would be disastrous. He probably wouldn't get out of it in this lifetime. "Wild fox, you dare to harm me. I won't let you go," Wang Xiao muttered softly. But the more anxious he became, the harder it was to find his clothes, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The guest room door was kicked open violently, and everyone rushed in, media reporters. A large camera was carried on someone's shoulder with long cables, and they turned on the lights to start filming. Lu Xuanyuan's eyes turned red as he rushed in from outside, pushed through the crowd, and shouted loudly, "Everyone get out. If anyone dares to film, I will make you pay the price." When he saw who was on the bed, his tense heart finally relaxed, and he hurriedly stepped back outside. Sorry, I entered the wrong room. You all continue." "Continue." Lu Xianyuan awkwardly smiled and turned to leave. He started searching everywhere for his bride. The wedding was about to begin, but where had she gone? He checked room by room from the first floor to the fourth, and from the fourth back to the first. In the end, he couldn't find her and, feeling dejected, returned to the banquet hall, sitting in a front-row chair, lost in thought. More and more people gathered in the banquet hall. Among the bustling crowd, everyone wore smiles. They offered their sincerest blessings, along with carefully prepared gifts of money. If the gift money exceeded 30 yuan, that person would be forever cut off from contact. This was not just a casual remark, but a strict order from Grandma Liu herself. Relatives and friends of the Liu and Yi families gathered together, all looking forward to the bride and groom's appearance. Nianbao wiped away tears with her hand, sat up, and looked at the little white fox softly, asking, "Furry ball, can you help save my mom? Please? I don't want to see my mom acting crazy." Whatever Nianbao asks, I will agree. Today is Mom's happy day. I want her to look beautiful and become the most beautiful bride in China. Oh, little master, you've regained your memory. Furry ball blinked big eyes and softly asked. Nianbao was speechless. That little fur ball really holds grudges. If it weren't for all the times it saved us, I would have already turned it into a bamboo shoot stir-fry. This creature really knows how to test my patience. Seeing its young master about to get angry, the fluffy ball quickly sat up straight, crossed its little paws over its chest, and said in a soft, childish voice, "Little master, saving your mother isn't impossible. For a great being like me, it's just a wave of the paw. But you must give me 5 roasted chickens, or you might as well finish me off. If you do, you'll lose the cutest, most obedient, and most understanding friend you'll ever have. All right, fur ball. If you can heal my mother, I'll give you 6 roasted chickens. How about that?" Nianbao's eyes widened as she spoke sweetly. The fur ball froze. Little master agreed, so easily. Did I ask for too little? Or maybe she's hiding some extra food, afraid I'll sneak a bite. Should I ask for more? No, better not. That look in her eyes says she might actually eat me instead. Hee hee. All right, little master. I'll start healing your mother right away. The little white fox waved its right paw, and a golden light shot into Yurisha's forehead. All done, little master. Once your mother leaves the space, she'll be completely fine. The fox said, blinking its big eyes and speaking in a soft, childish tone. What? Furball, you're not joking, are you? Just one wave, and my mom's all better? Nianbao twirled the rolling pin in her hand, glaring fiercely. Little master, your mother really is fine. I wouldn't lie to you, the white fox said nervously, stepping back a little. Humph, you scare too easily. Nianbao waved her right hand, and 6 roasted chickens appeared in front of the furball.
Wow.
Thank you, little master. The white fox's eyes widened as it grabbed a chicken and started eating happily. Holding her mother's hand, Nianbao focused her thoughts, and in an instant, they vanished from the bed and appeared inside a private room. Meanwhile, Grandma Yi and the others reached the cloakroom, knocking on each door one by one, their voices trembling. Yinchu, are you in there? It's Mom. At the cloakroom of Diyuan Grand Hotel, Nianbao heard her grandmother's voice, and tears blurred her eyes. She hurried to get up, reached out her small hand, and tried to open the door to the private room, wanting to rush into her grandmother's arms. Suddenly, she stopped. Her face was all tears, looking very sad. If her grandmother saw her, she might be frightened. Also, the wedding was about to start. Her sudden appearance might disrupt the ceremony. Today, her parents were the main stars. During the wedding, she planned to play a piano piece. Meeting her parents, grandparents, and her grandmother and grandfather would be just right. Grandma, wait a little longer. Your granddaughter will see you soon. No need to worry, Nianbao whispered softly, tears filling her eyes. She turned to look at her mother, who was about to wake up, and kissed her face with some reluctance. Tears rolled down her cheeks and fell on her mother's face. Nianbao stood up and unlocked the door. When Grandma Yi pushed the door, Nianbao's figure slowly disappeared, as if she had never been there. Just as Nianbao opened the door, Yi Yinshu had already woken up. She slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was a bit blurry. It seemed she saw her daughter, so she hurriedly rubbed her eyes and looked again. But there was nothing. Could it have been her imagination? Where was she now? Suddenly, the door to the private room was opened. Yi Yunshu looked up and saw her mother's eyes.
Wow.
Yunshu, are you okay? Grandma Yi hurried in, holding her daughter in her arms softly.
Mom.
I'm fine. Where am I? Yi Yunshu asked softly. Grandma Yi was stunned for a moment, then quickly let go of her daughter. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Yunshu, this is the cloakroom. You've recovered. Am I dreaming? Grandma Yi said excitedly.
Mom.
I'm fine now. Yi Yunshu looked at her mother, choking on her words. Her daughter's disappearance had hit her very hard, causing her to fall into a confused state. Although her mind was cloudy, she clearly remembered her mother's unwavering care. She fed her, washed her, talked to her, and told her stories from her childhood. With heartfelt care and attention, something she had never experienced since she was 5 years old.
Oh.
That's wonderful. My Yunshu is finally back to normal, Grandma Yi said, hugging her daughter tightly and sobbing. Her granddaughter's disappearance and her daughter's madness kept her awake all night. The people she sent out kept coming one after another. There was no news about the granddaughter, let alone about that wife of Lu's. She visits her own home every day, holding her daughter and crying, and she cries along with her. The house doesn't cost much, but it uses a lot of paper. Although the granddaughter hasn't been found, the daughter has regained consciousness, which is a huge piece of good news. Dear granddaughter, Grandma hopes you are safe and will return home soon to reunite with us. Your parents are about to have their wedding. It would be so wonderful if you could be there. Old Lady Yi releases her daughter, wipes her tears gently, and softly says, Yunshu, go to the makeup room with Mom and touch up your makeup. Today is your big happy day. Yes. Okay. The mother and daughter walk out of the private room quickly toward the makeup room. Relatives dare not speak, acting as background figures, following closely behind as they leave the cloakroom. Time flies quickly. The grand wedding is about to begin. The host walks to the front of the banquet stage with a microphone. Dear guests and friends, good afternoon. Some say that fate is a gift hidden in time, appearing unexpectedly. It gradually brings two originally parallel people closer, making them understand and love each other. Today, this gift finally reaches the most precious moment. Let's witness together the wedding of Mr. Lu Xianyuan and Ms. Yi Chuyun. The sound of happiness is about to ring out, and the love prelude has already begun to play. Please hold your breath and wait in anticipation. Let's give a warm round of applause as we invite the bride and groom to make their shining entrance. They walk toward their happy stage, full of hope for the future. As the host finishes speaking, Lu Xianyuan holds Yi Chuyun's hand and steps onto the stage. Their faces are without smiles. Both are thinking of their daughter. Although this is their wedding, it is also to fulfill their daughter's dream, to give Nianbao a complete home. They just don't know if their daughter is still alive. They place their hope in her space. But eventually, reality shattered their illusions. Perhaps something really happened to their daughter. Maybe she will never come back. Dear daughter, Mom misses you so much. Dear daughter, Dad misses you so much. Tears fall from Lu Xianyuan and Yi Chuyun's faces, landing on their dresses, but they are unaware. Old Mr. and Mrs. Lu hold hands tightly, their eyes fixed on their son and daughter-in-law. Tears shimmered in her eyes because they knew this wedding was for their granddaughter. Learning that the obedient granddaughter was missing hit Grandma Lu hard, and she suddenly fell ill. If Yi Chun hadn't treated her, she might have passed away along with her granddaughter. She wouldn't be alive today. Then, she immediately withdrew all her strength to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes and began searching for her granddaughter. The entire country of China was searched thoroughly, but there was no news. She seemed to have vanished into thin air. Many children came to visit relatives, but none was her obedient granddaughter. Every time hope was rekindled, it was cruelly shattered again and again. In her midnight dreams, she could hear her granddaughter calling, "Grandma," in her ear. But every time she woke up, it was all an illusion. Her tears had soaked her pillow. Suddenly, Grandma Lu's phone rang loudly, like a warning bell, non-stop. She hurriedly let go of her husband's hand, reached into her pocket, took out her phone, and answered. Hello. Who is this? Grandma Lu asked loudly, covering her left ear. Auntie, we have a lead on your obedient granddaughter, came a man's voice from the phone. Grandma Lu suddenly stood up, her face changing quickly. She hurried to the side and shouted, Tell me now, where is my granddaughter? Boss. Our people found a girl who looks like Mississippi. She's holding a stick. She appeared at the port in North Province. Our team is searching everywhere. We believe we'll find her soon. Good. Hurry up. Speed up. Whoever finds my granddaughter will get a reward of 1 million yuan, Grandma Lu shouted excitedly.
Yes.
Boss. Suddenly, Old Man Lu's phone rang. He quickly went to answer, gesturing as he spoke. Old Mr. and Mrs. Ye's phones also rang unexpectedly. They hurriedly left their seats to answer. They returned to their seats, both looking anxious. After the wedding process was over, they exchanged glances. They quickly grabbed their things and prepared to leave the banquet hall. The lights in the hall dimmed, and the stage curtains slowly closed. Then, a pure, angelic voice of a young girl filled the hall, like heavenly music, echoing throughout the venue. Nianbao's pure and ethereal singing voice was like a perfect sword that instantly pierced through the entire banquet hall. The red-beaked goose flew back, to the reeds swaying in the wind. Is Shilioliatai across the river here today? That year, I rode my horse to your white tent. I saw you playing the dombra and heard you sing. As her beautiful voice filled the air, the curtain slowly opened, and Nianbao stood on the stage. She carried a guitar, tapped her left foot to the beat, and gently swayed her small body, facing the microphone. She sang with all her heart, wanting to share this song from her past life with everyone present. After stepping into the space, she went to the first floor, found the backstage music room, and pushed the door open. Everyone heard the sound and looked toward the door, only to see a little girl about 6 or 7 years old. Hey, little girl, do you need something? The sound engineer asked softly. Big brother, for my parents' wedding, I want to play a piano piece for them. Can I borrow the piano? Nianbao asked softly. Sorry, little sister. The hotel's piano is broken and being repaired, the young sound engineer replied.
Oh.
I see. Then can I sing a song for my parents? Nianbao asked again. Of course. You can. But singing costs $10, the sound engineer said, then explained. Because your song needs band accompaniment. This is a fee for their hard work, little sister. If you agree, you should give the $10 to the band first. Okay? Big brother. But can I arrange the music on the spot? Nianbao asked softly. You want to arrange music live? The sound engineer asked in surprise.
Yes.
Big brother, Nianbao answered confidently, without hesitation. All right. Here's some paper and a pen. Go ahead and compose, the sound engineer said, placing them on her lap. Nianbao quickly spun the pen in her palm a few times and started writing the music. The sound engineer and the band members watched in amazement, their eyes widening as they looked at Nianbao. They looked at her sheet music again, and their jaws nearly dropped. This was no ordinary child. She was a musical genius. Oh my goodness! Whose child is this? She has such incredible musical talent. If she grows up, who knows? Maybe she will have a place in the Chinese music scene someday. The sound engineer hurriedly poured a glass of water and placed it next to Nianbao, eyes fixed on the nearly finished sheet music. He was filled with envy. If he had such talent, he wouldn't be just a small sound engineer. Alas, ambition isn't limited by age, but without it, one just grows old and vain. Nianbao's pen moved swiftly across the paper, quickly completing the sheet music for the song, Apple Fragrance, from her past life. Big brother, the music is ready. Hurry, and let everyone memorize it. This is 100 yuan a gift for the band. Don't let me down, okay? Nianbao took out 10 yuan bills and placed them on the table. All right. Got it. Don't worry, little sister. These guys are all musical geniuses. They won't let you down, the sound engineer said with a smile. Oh my, this little girl is so rich. She's so generous, giving away 100 yuan directly. Nianbao felt a pang of heartache. She didn't want to give it away. But if she didn't give more, they wouldn't take it seriously and memorize it properly. If during the performance, the music faltered, oh my, that would be so embarrassing. At that moment, not only her face but also her parents', grandparents', and elders' faces would be affected. She picked up her water glass and took a few sips to soothe her throat. Soon, she would make a stunning impression. This song was the most popular tune from her past life, sweeping across the internet, widely shared and sung. The band started playing, gradually becoming familiar with the rhythm, getting better and better. Nianbao practiced a few more times with the band. Overall, she was satisfied and nodded with a smile. When the host announced the end of the wedding and preparations for the feast began, Nianbao finally stepped into the spotlight. Her singing continued, with powerful projection, instantly shocking everyone. People stood up, clapping along to the beat. Purely meeting, an ordinary evening. I waited foolishly until dawn. The moon bears witness, your feathers on your white hat, kissed by the evening breeze, floating and floating into my heart, hearing the familiar voice. The four elderly people about to leave suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Their hearts pounded fiercely, gasping for breath. They slowly turned to look at the stage, tears suddenly spilling over. Their bodies trembled slightly, their throats choked. They wanted to call out Nianbao's name, but could only sob. Grandmother Lu sat on the ground, her eyes firm and determined. Although her clothes were soaked with tears, she still held herself up with her hands on the ground. She slowly looked up, staring at her beloved granddaughter with excitement she couldn't hide. She tightly covered her chest with her hands and softly called out to Nianbao again and again. Old Mr. Lu's lips trembled as he spoke in a hoarse, deep voice. Good granddaughter, I knew you were still alive. I knew you wouldn't leave me, this old man. During the days you were gone, I felt like time stopped. Every night, I drank to forget my sadness. Nianbao. Grandpa has been waiting and hoping, and finally, you're back. Mr. Yi wiped his eyes and looked at the familiar small figure, whispering softly. Good granddaughter, you've lost weight. Did you suffer a lot? Your personality is like mine. You're not afraid on stage. Grandpa will help you plan your future. Grandma Ye's eyes filled with tears. She sat slumped in her chair, tears falling uncontrollably. This good granddaughter, so young, wandering outside for so many days, how did she manage to survive? She could hardly imagine how helpless Nianbao must have felt in a strange place. Her daughter and granddaughter are everything to her. She hadn't had the chance to make up for her mistakes. Now, her granddaughter was missing, and her daughter had become wild and crazy. It was like a sharp needle stabbing her heart, making it hard to breathe. Nianbao's singing continued. My mother is there, giving me love that I will never forget. There's a place in my heart with your name, the grassland river valley, the scent of roses. These are my songs. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall was ignited. The applause thundered, and everyone cheered together. Even children as young as a few years old hummed along. The band played with all their might, pouring their energy into this song, keeping the rhythm just right. Nianbao's singing went on. Now the past is far away, blurry, but I still remember the smell of apples. Her ethereal voice echoed through the banquet hall, lingering in the air, long after the song ended. Lu Xianyuan and Yi Yunshu stood below the stage, watching their daughter. Their eyes were blank, as if their spirits had been taken away, losing all vitality and life. Nianbao's small figure stood on the stage, tears shimmering in her eyes, but she forced herself to hold back. She looked around the crowd and saw her grandparents, great-grandparents, parents, and uncles. Finally, her gaze settled on her parents. She picked up the microphone from the stand and sweetly said, Mom and Dad, your daughter wishes you a happy wedding, a long life together, and eternal happiness. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Give Nianbao a home of her own. Good girl. Lu Xianyuan and Yi Yunshu snapped out of their shock and hurried onto the stage, kneeling in front of their daughter. The sound engineer quickly came up, gently took the guitar from Nianbao, and set it aside. He had said she wouldn't need it, but she didn't believe in the band, so he kept it just in case. He couldn't do much about it, so he lent her the band's best guitar. Seeing the bride and groom rush onto the stage scared him quite a bit. His heart was in his throat. If they accidentally broke something, he couldn't afford to pay for it. Still, he thought, she sings so beautifully. I wish she were my daughter, but unfortunately, I am still a single man. But they're quite interesting. Kids are already so grown up, and they only now decide to have a wedding. He wondered what they were thinking. Besides, it's just singing a song, so why cry so much? The sound engineer shook his head, holding the guitar, then quickly left the stage heading toward the music room. Hey, Mom and Dad, why did you rush up? I haven't finished talking yet, Nianbao said, tears falling but trying to stay calm, surprised.
Sniff, sniff.
Good girl, I miss you so much. Yinchu ignored everything and hugged her tightly, sobbing. Finally, her daughter was back with her. Lately, she had been living in a daze. Whenever she closed her eyes, she could see her daughter's smiling face. She didn't want to wake up, preferring to stay lost in her dreams, forever with her daughter. In her mind, there was also a small figure, resembling her daughter.
She didn't know who it was.
The figure kept calling Mom, and seeing her being bullied made her heart ache so much she could hardly breathe. She wanted to break free and save that child, but no matter how she struggled, it was useless. That child slept in a doghouse, eating food even dogs would refuse, yet she regarded her as a treasure. Sniff, sniff. Mom, I miss you so much. The daughter couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Lu Xuanyuan's eyes turned red as he slowly opened his arms and gently hugged the mother and daughter together. On the cruise ship, the daughter's disappearance was like a thunderbolt, shattering his heart completely. He roared like crazy, searching desperately, feeling as if the whole world had lost its light. He kept doing tasks to distract himself, as long as he had free time. His mind kept seeing his daughter's small face, calling out, Dad. He tried to see if it was a dream, but then his daughter's face changed into another child's. That child was also calling, Dad, tears streaming down his face, making his heart ache terribly. That child, in the middle of winter, barefoot, standing in the snow, wiping tears constantly. Old Master Lu, Old Madam Lu, Old Master Yi, Old Madam Yi, Lu Xiangua, Yi Guodong, and others all came to the stage. Relatives and friends who learned the truth gradually gathered around. The stage was quickly surrounded, like a huge beehive. Half an hour later, the banquet hall started serving food. Old Madam Lu held her granddaughter, Nianbao, sitting at the main table, constantly serving her dishes. Old Madam Yi sat nearby, reaching out her hand each time, but Old Madam Lu skillfully avoided her. This made her very angry. She stood up and looked at Old Madam Lu, asking, Older sister, who is Yunchu's mother? Old Madam Lu glanced at her, smiled mischievously, and said, Of course. She's our daughter. What's wrong? Old Madam Yi was speechless. This shameless wife actually claimed her own daughter was hers. With her kind of person, she couldn't possibly have a daughter. She was only meant to have a son. But her words left her unable to argue back. It was so frustrating. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly lowered their heads to eat. Old Master Yi and Old Master Lu also had a drink together. Today was double happiness. They felt happy inside, even though they didn't get to hold their adorable granddaughter. As for the quarrels among the women, they dared not get involved. What if they caused trouble? They always ended up losing out, so it was better to pretend they saw nothing and let them fight it out. Lu Xiangua looked at his niece, tears welling in his eyes, his throat moving as he opened his mouth. It feels like a thorn in my throat, and I don't know what to say. During this time back home, my family didn't say anything. But I feel like each day is a year. At Beihai Dock, I learned everything. My little niece is actually a fairy with incredible skills. She risked everything to save me, even defying fate and bringing me back from the brink of death. I thought a divine doctor had appeared in the world, but it turned out to be my little niece. She saved me, but paid a heavy price. She lost her memory and then disappeared. Grandma Yi sat down angrily, eager to snatch her beloved granddaughter away. Nianbao turned to look at her grandma, smiled softly, and whispered, "Grandma, you must be tired." Nianbao is heavy, like Grandma, hold her for a bit. All right. My good granddaughter is right. She's so lucky. Grandma Lu reluctantly let go of Nianbao. Nianbao went to her grandma, lifted her little face, and said softly, "Grandma, hold me. Oh, my sweet granddaughter." Grandma Yi quickly picked her up and glared fiercely at her late wife. Meanwhile, Yi Guodong was stunned. He froze when Nianbao started singing, thinking she was just a relative's child. What a coincidence. He was planning to ask who Nianbao belonged to after she finished singing. But when he heard her wish her parents a happy wedding, his mind went blank. He never imagined that this child was actually his own niece. She was so young, yet she took the train alone to Kyoto, and what a coincidence, she sat right across from him. He thought she just looked like her sister. But it wasn't just a resemblance. They were clearly blood relatives. After eating the melon her niece gave him, he felt completely refreshed. His severe stomach illness, which caused him to cough blood, was gone. His niece was definitely extraordinary. Her behavior and manners didn't seem like those of a child her age. It seemed he needed to spend more time with her. Maybe he'd discover something unexpected. His mother was really something else. After returning home, she refused to talk about it. Only now did he realize he had a niece. Isn't that frustrating? Suddenly, the door to the banquet burst open, and 40 or 50 well-dressed bodyguards stormed in. 7 or 8 men and women, surrounding an old man, entered the wedding scene and headed straight for the table of Elder Yi. The roar of the engine sounded like an ancient beast's angry growl, harshly tearing through the afternoon sky. Dozens of green police jeeps, specially used by the armed police, sped toward the DUN hotel with sirens blaring. They received orders from inside the Red Wall to protect an important person from the Daogang area. This person is a hero of China and a somewhat special partner, so no mistakes can happen. If anything went wrong, the losses for China would be huge. In a few years, a major event was expected. If this important person had an accident now, the armed police captain would lose his job. Hurry up! Speed up! The armed police captain, with red eyes, shouted loudly.
Yes.
Captain! The driver's face suddenly changed, and he responded loudly. He pressed the accelerator hard, and the jeep roared like a wild lion, making a deafening sound. The wheels squealed against the ground, as if suffering great pain, producing sharp, explosive noises. Suddenly accelerating, the captain felt the push from behind and nodded in satisfaction. What should have taken 40 minutes only took 20, and they reached the main gate of DUN Hotel. Without giving the guards a chance to react, they rushed inside quickly, with dozens of jeeps following closely behind. The guards were so frightened they nearly fainted, hurriedly calling the landline to report to their superiors. The superiors, after hearing the report, instructed them to open the hotel gates wide and not to stop any vehicles. If anything went wrong because of disobedience, the guards would be responsible, not the hotel. The guards quickly obeyed, opening all the gates. Whoever wanted to come in could come in. They were just trying to enjoy some peace, and now such a big event was happening. No one could find a better reason. But even a fool could see that with the armed police involved, this matter was definitely a big deal. The armed police captain, leading a large group of officers, stormed into the wedding hall. He waved his arm, surrounding everyone inside, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The host, Elder Lu, remained calm, wiped his mouth, and slowly stood up. He faced the approaching old man and the reckless young troublemaker, unafraid. Both sides stood firm. The old man looked at Elder Lu with a slight frown and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Yi Chen's grandfather?" Elder Lu was momentarily stunned. His eyes sharpened as he carefully examined the man in front of him. He saw a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with snow-white hair, about 1.78 meters tall, neither fat nor thin. He had a square face, sharp eagle-like eyes that, despite being clouded by age, still held a sense of scrutiny and insight. His thin lips pressed tightly, giving off a commanding presence, without anger.
Yes.
I am his grandfather. What do you want with him? Elder Lu said coldly. Today is my son's wedding. If you don't come, I don't mind. But if you come to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. I can destroy a small group of troublemakers, or even a whole army division if needed. Then I ask you, where is Yichen now? Please tell the truth, the old man asked directly. What do you want with my grandson? Elder Lu asked back.
Humph.
What do I want with him? That brat Yichen ran off with my daughter. What do you think I want with him? The old man snorted angrily. Yichen suddenly stood up quickly and walked over to the old man, speaking in a deep voice. It's not like that. I didn't kidnap her. We agreed on a meeting place. When I went to find her, I didn't see her anywhere. I was so anxious. I started searching everywhere, and I haven't found her yet. I'm very worried. Little brat, if it weren't for your constant calls and tempting my daughter, how could she have crossed the ocean to see you? And dare to lie in front of me. Just wait. Today I will teach you a lesson, the old man said, raising his hand and giving a sharp slap. The sound was crisp and loud. Elder Lu immediately became angry. He quickly drew his gun, chambered a round, and pressed the cold barrel against the old man's head. His voice was icy and piercing, as if squeezed from between his teeth, word by word. I don't care who you are. If you hurt my grandson, you must give me an explanation. He kidnapped my daughter and brought her to China. Even slapping him is a light punishment. As his grandfather, you dare to come and demand an explanation? How dare you have such a big face? Come on, shoot me if you want. Anyway, my daughter can't be found, and living doesn't matter anymore. If you don't shoot, I won't look down on you.
Come on.
Shoot, master. The subordinate beside him was eager to try, but the old man stopped him from drawing his gun. These reckless guys. The person in front is Commander Lu Qingtian of China, a well-known figure from recent news. He almost became an international criminal. None of us are a match for him. Old Mr. Lu's eyes were sharp like knives. He looked coldly at the people behind the old man and said, Old man, do you think I won't dare to shoot? Or is your head made of meteorite? Not afraid of bullets. Your daughter went missing, and I understand your anger, but you shouldn't hit people. Moreover, today is my son's wedding. Are you here to cause trouble on purpose? If you're so eager to die, then I, Lu Qingtian, will send you on your way. As he spoke, he was about to pull the trigger, glancing sideways at Yi Chen, really wanting to kick him. Damn it, kid. Hurry up and stop him. I gave you a chance, but it's useless. Yi Chen was stunned. He had never been hit before, not since he was a child, but now his father-in-law had hit him. But he knew he deserved it, so he didn't dodge and took it directly. If he hadn't called her to come to China, she wouldn't have gone missing. They were both international students. They studied medicine and lived together abroad. Getting married was a bit complicated. Otherwise, they would have registered their marriage long ago. He never expected that Zhirua would get into trouble. He quickly stepped in front of the old man and, looking at old Mr. Lu, spoke in a hoarse, low voice. Grandpa Lu, Xiaoqin knows you mean well for me. Thank you for standing up for me. This is all my fault. Please don't be angry. If you're really upset, just hit me a few times. Zhirua is my partner, and we are already together. She came here this time to get married. Old Mrs. Yi couldn't sit still. She suddenly stood up, came to Yi Chen and said firmly, You little brat, you actually hurt her. Today, Grandma won't let you get away with it. Enough, the old man shouted angrily, pushing Yi Chen aside, and looked at old Mr. Lu with a calm expression. Lu Qingtian, you think because you have a gun, I can't do anything to you. Killing you is as easy as reaching into a bag. As he finished speaking, his body turned into a blur, and suddenly a dagger was pressed against old man Lu's neck. You old guy, you're pretty quick. I didn't even see you move, old man Lu said, surprised. Don't hurt my grandpa, or I'll be mean to you. Nian Bao ran in front of the old man, puffed up her small face, and looked at him fiercely. In that moment, their eyes met. The old man trembled, quickly lowered his dagger, squatted down, looked at Nian Bao, and softly said, Thank you for saving me. I can't believe it's you. Oh, uncle. It's really you. Nian Bao blinked in surprise. The old man was stunned. Didn't she call him grandpa just now? Why is she calling him uncle now? Could she be related to the Yi family? Yi Chen's age seems too young for that. Seeing the old man silent and staring blankly, Nian Bao guessed what he was thinking and explained. Uncle, let me introduce you.
This is my real grandpa.
According to the family hierarchy, you should call him uncle. Yi Chen is your son-in-law and also my mother's nephew, so you need to recognize this uncle. Just now, Grandpa pointed a gun at your head and you had a dagger at his neck. That's settled now. But since Grandpa is an elder, uncle, you should apologize to my grandpa quickly. The island port master was stunned. This little girl was really clever, making him apologize to his own grandpa in all sorts of ways. She was so smart. If she were his granddaughter, he'd spoil her to the sky. Or maybe he could trick her into coming to the island port and make her his real granddaughter.
Sigh.
Better not. If Lu Qingtian found out, he'd probably send troops to level the island port. The old man looked at Nian Bao, his mouth twitching. He reached out a big hand and placed it on her shoulder, softly saying, Child, I can apologize to your grandpa, but I have one condition.
Yes.
I promise you. Hurry up and apologize to my grandpa, Nian Bao urged. The old man stood up, looked at old Master Lu, bowed slightly, and said with some difficulty, I'm sorry, uncle. Old Master Lu was speechless. He felt very happy inside, truly proud of his good granddaughter, who knew how to protect him. Unlike those bratty boys, who just stood there motionless like wooden stakes. Old Master Lu straightened his chest, clasped his hands behind his back, raised an eyebrow, and said calmly, It's a small matter, nephew. Uncle will forgive you this time. The old man got up, didn't look at old Master Lu, but crouched down to look at Nian Bao and whispered, Child, where is the melon you promised me? Hee. Uncle, I finished the melon. Nian Bao smiled happily, sweetly saying, Good job, little clever girl. Daring to lie to uncle. See how I deal with you. The old man pretended to be angry. He truly liked this child and also appreciated her life-saving kindness. On the passenger ship, he had a heart attack, and it was this girl who fed him medicine and gave him a fragrant melon. After eating the melon, his heart condition miraculously returned to normal. At that time, he was rushing to find his daughter, so he hurriedly left the passenger ship and took a warship to China. Later, when he learned the ship was in danger, he was anxious and sent people to search at sea. They found nothing, so he gave up and started investigating his daughter's whereabouts. But he never expected to meet the little girl today, which made him very happy. Old Lady Lu, Yi Yinchu, Lu Xiangua, Yi Guodong, Zhou Hongru, and others all looked at Lu Xianyuan with strange eyes, wanting to hear his explanation. Just now, old Master Lu was threatened with a dagger at his neck, and they were about to draw their guns to shoot. But Lu Xianyuan stopped them. When asked why, he refused to speak, as if his mouth was sewn shut. It was so frustrating. Old Lady Lu suddenly slammed the table and angrily questioned her son. Tell me, why didn't you let them shoot? If you don't explain clearly, I won't let this go today. Mom, please don't ask anymore. This is top secret. Even if you kill me, I won't tell, Lu Xianyuan said helplessly. Old Lady Lu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized and shut her mouth. The others also guessed roughly that the island port master's identity was definitely not simple. Old Master Lu looked at the police captain with a cold, sharp gaze and shouted angrily, Little brat, you better get the people out now, or don't blame me for hitting you.
Oh.
Old Master, to be honest, this is an order from inside the Red Wall. We must protect the safety of the island port master and prevent any accidents. This concerns national security. The subordinate is just following orders. Please, old master, be lenient and spare me.
Oh.
Are you telling the truth? Old Master Lu squinted and asked. Old master, I swear it's true. The subordinate would never lie to you. Besides, I am your soldier, the police captain said firmly. All right, stop looking so sad. Since you're here, write down the bill. Xianyuan is getting married today. Don't make a fuss, or you'll be the one embarrassed, old Master Lu said, glancing at him with a faint smile. Old master. Xian Yuan is getting married. Why didn't you tell me? The police captain looked disappointed and said sadly.
Who are you showing that face to?
I didn't tell anyone. They all came on their own. Old Master Lu explained, glancing at him. Oh, I see.
Old
master, since I came in such a hurry today, could you lend me some money? The police captain asked awkwardly.
Damn.
Little brat, you're using my money to give gifts. Then you're just eating for free and taking advantage of me, huh? No way. Unless you pay back the money you owe me from before, I might lend you some again. Old Master Lu scolded.
Hee.
I promise I'll pay you back when I get my salary. The police captain scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Stop talking nonsense. You promised that 5 years ago, and you still haven't paid me back, Old Master Lu said loudly. Everyone was whispering among themselves. Oh my, this police captain's skin is really thick, almost as thick as my hometown's walls. I think. Not only is he thick-skinned, but he's also a scoundrel who doesn't pay back his debts. Who said otherwise? Borrowing money and paying it back is the right thing to do. I think he's just trying to dodge paying. The commander of the armed police force smiled awkwardly, waved his arm, and loudly shouted. Everyone, sit down and eat. Eat as much as you want. The old man is hosting the meal. Thank you, sir. The soldiers cheered together, then found their seats and started eating. Old Mr. Lu. Just as the soldiers sat down, a sniper rifle peeked out from a corner behind the stage. The dark barrel was aimed directly at the old man holding Nianbao, and the trigger was pulled decisively. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The bullet spun through the air, leaving the barrel and heading straight for the old man's forehead. Bang.
Bang.
Bang. The sniper kept pulling the trigger, aiming at the old man, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. His mission was complete, and now it was his turn. Just as he drew his dagger, intending to finish himself off, he glanced away unintentionally. His pupils shrank in shock, face full of disbelief. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked again. He wasn't mistaken. The Island Gate Master was still alive, smiling at him. He was stunned, panicked, and tried to shoot again, but it was too late. Lu Xianyuan appeared behind him. Suddenly, a swift hand strike knocked the sniper out cold. The sniper was holding his rifle in his right hand. With his left hand, Lu Xianyuan grabbed the sniper's collar and lifted him up, bringing him in front of the armed police commander. He threw the sniper to the ground and stared at the commander, speaking in a deep voice. Take him back immediately. Remove all his clothes and change him into your uniforms. Have the doctor check his mouth for poison or anything similar. Tie him up and interrogate him. Make sure he doesn't die. Otherwise, you won't be able to explain to your superiors. As for the Island Gate Master, you don't need to worry about him. I'll take him back to the Lu family estate. Trust me, it will be fine. The chief definitely won't blame you. All right. Thank you, Xianyuan. The armed police commander led his men and hurried away. Everyone at the banquet was terrified, with no mood to eat. They quickly dispersed. Old Mr. Yi sat there silently from start to finish. Those who knew him well understood that this top leader of China was completely furious. The daughter got married, and the obedient granddaughter returned home. It was supposed to be a double celebration, but it turned into a shooting scene. His face turned pale with anger, burning like a waking dragon. He exuded a commanding presence, slowly reaching into his pocket to take out his phone. He quickly dialed a number. As soon as the phone rang once, it was answered. Hello. Good day, came the middle-aged man's voice from the receiver. This is Yi Bongrong. He informed the authorities and all departments. At 5 o'clock in the meeting room, there will be a discussion on gun control and strict law enforcement. No one is allowed to take leave. Everyone must attend. A few exceptions must report and be recorded inside the red wall. He also conveyed this to other leaders and reported to leader number 1 in writing. Yes, sir. Beep beep. Old Mr. Yi hung up, stood up, and walked to the front of the island port gate. He spoke in a serious tone. My grandson, Yi Chen, has done things improperly. Whatever you need to do to handle it, just do it. Old Shue.
I have a meeting now.
After it ends, I'll talk to you in detail. Grandpa. What meeting are you going to? Asked Nian Bao softly. Of course, an important meeting, sweet granddaughter. Come here, let Grandpa hold you. Old Mr. Yi immediately changed to a smiling face and spoke gently.
Oh.
Okay. Nian Bao stretched out her arms, blinking her big eyes, and said softly, Grandpa, you're such a show-off. Don't you know your own status? And you say it's an important meeting. People who don't know might think you're a national leader. Don't get caught pretending. Grandpa, you're so old now. Work must be very tiring. Maybe you could give some of your savings to Grandpa. Old Mr. Yi, with his white hair, looked pained. It's better to help him out more in the future. Sweet granddaughter, if you want to eat something, just tell Grandpa. After I finish the meeting, I'll cook for you myself, okay? Old Mr. Yi said with a loving smile. Thank you, Grandpa, Nian Bao said softly, then kissed old Mr. Yi on the face. Bold granddaughter, daring to kiss Grandpa. No, that's not allowed. Grandpa must kiss back, then it's fair. Old Mr. Yi said with a smile. The grandparent and grandchild interacted for a while, then Nian Bao was carried away by Grandma Yi. Old Master Yi looked around at everyone, then quickly left the scene with his bodyguards. The island harbor leader was stunned. When the sniper fired earlier, he tried to dodge but couldn't make it in time. He protected Nian Bao in his arms. He could only close his eyes and wait for death, feeling helpless. After the gunshot, he didn't feel any pain, so he slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, he was still alive. He grinned widely and chuckled foolishly. When he saw the 4 bullets in Nian Bao's hand, he realized that this child had saved him. He wondered how she managed to catch the bullets. What kind of incredible strength she must have. Just as his thoughts returned to him, old Master Yi appeared before him. When he saw who it was, he was stunned. He recognized Yi Bongrong, a top leader of China. Why was he here? When he heard that Yi Chun was his grandson, his mind suddenly went blank, as if struck by a heavy hammer. His body trembled slightly, his throat moved as he tried to speak, but no sound came out. His eyes widened as he stared at old Master Yi, even as Nian Bao in his arms was taken away. He stood there in a daze, as if the surrounding air had frozen. He had hit the leader's grandson. He wished he could slap himself several times. His daughter had good judgment. She found such a great son-in-law. It was like stepping into heaven. Uncle Xue, are you okay? Yi Chen asked softly. Xue Shan snapped out of his shock, grabbed Yi Chen, with tears in his eyes, and his voice hoarse and low. Child. Uncle Xue was too impulsive just now. I'm really sorry. Ji Ruo is your girlfriend. Hurry and send someone to find her. Please don't let anything happen. If you find Ji Ruo, I'll agree to let her marry you. I won't stop you anymore. Thank you, Uncle. Don't worry. I will treat Ji Ruo well, Yi Chen said happily and excitedly.
Sigh.
I don't know if Ji Ruo is alive or dead. My heart is all over the place, he added. Time passed quickly. Everyone gathered at the Liu family's old house, looking serious. They called and sent people to find Ji Ruo. But all the results were the same. She seemed to have vanished into thin air. Xue Shan's strength was completely drained, and he slowly sank onto the sofa. He hugged his head with both hands, as if this could stop the pain and despair in his heart. His body trembled slightly, and he let out a low sob, as if he had been holding back for a long time. Finally, he found a way to release his feelings, but he seemed so weak and fragile. His face was already covered with tears, which slid down his wrinkled cheeks. He was an old man who had a daughter, and he thought he could enjoy family happiness in his later years, but now he was devastated because his daughter was missing. He picked up a photo of his daughter, feeling so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe, and choked out, "Daughter, I miss you so much, Dad." Old uncle. Don't cry. Nian Bao came over and softly comforted him. Suddenly, she saw the person in the photo and opened her mouth wide in surprise. Auntie. Maybe she's in her space.
Wow.
Old uncle. Is this your daughter? Nian Bao asked excitedly, smiling. Xue Shan wiped his tears, turned to look at Nian Bao, and his voice was a little hoarse. Yes, this is my daughter, Ji Ruo. Unfortunately, I can't find her now. Old uncle. Can I see the photo? Nian Bao blinked her eyes sweetly. Shueshan held the photo with his left hand, gently wiped it with his right, then handed it to Nian Bao. Nian Bao took the black and white photo, looked at it carefully for a moment, and then said in surprise, Old uncle, your daughter is very beautiful. It's a pity she's had such bad luck. Everyone looked at Nian Bao with disbelief, waiting for her to explain. But Nian Bao kept silent, as if she hadn't just spoken. Old Master Lu was about to ask something, but was stopped by Old Lady Lu, who shot him a sharp look and silenced him. She casually picked up a newspaper and pretended to read, but her eyes kept drifting toward her well-behaved granddaughter. Lu Xianyuan and Yi Yunqiu exchanged glances and turned to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Yi Guodong and Lu Xianhua watched Nian Bao closely, afraid of missing anything. Old Lady Yi was on the phone in the yard, trying to find her granddaughter-in-law as soon as possible. Zhou Hongru sat on the bench on the balcony, holding a white cloth in his right hand, carefully cleaning his gun. He took out the gun, aimed, lowered it, and repeated the actions smoothly and quickly, acting like a person with a strange obsession. The rest of the Yi family had all returned to the old family house, waiting for their younger sister to come home and catch up. Suddenly, Shueshan turned his head sharply, his eyes red and breathing heavily, staring at Nian Bao and softly asking, Child, you say my daughter is destined to face this disaster. What is really going on? Are you good at fortune-telling? Can you tell the old uncle? Oh, old uncle, don't worry. Let me do some calculations first. Nian Bao climbed onto the sofa, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and mumbled like Mao Chio. Roast chicken, roast duck, ribs, big pork knuckles, braised Crucian carp, sweet and sour pork, hairy crab and turtle soup, steamed buns, flour rolls, rice, dumplings, noodles, and a big scallion pancake. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, Nian Bao's stomach growled loudly. He stopped his calculations, raised his little hand to wipe his mouth, and patted his belly.
Oh.
Why are you hungry again? Nian Bao looked around awkwardly and smiled. Hee hee. Old uncle. To find your daughter, we must spend money to avoid disaster. Nian Bao. As long as I can find my daughter, I don't mind losing everything. Tell me, what's the solution? How much money do you need? Old uncle is willing to pay. Old uncle. The solution is simple. It's a reward notice. Whoever finds your daughter, that will get a certain reward, not to be taken back, or there will be backlash. Nian Bao also cares a lot.
Oops.
I mean, it's related to me. You should think carefully. All right. Don't worry, Nian Bao. Old uncle has nothing but a lot of money and is honest. I won't cheat. I, Shueshan, will not be ungrateful. I will issue a reward notice right now. 20 million. If that's not enough, I will sell my assets to find my daughter. Old uncle. How much do you mean? Nian Bao's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered.
Nian Bao.
Uncle is offering 20 million. Do you think that's enough? Shueshan asked anxiously. Gurgle. Nian Bao swallowed her saliva, feeling like she was dreaming. Oh, my goodness. It's 20 million. That means she could be financially free. Investing 2 million in real estate, her wealth would grow many times over in a few years. She could take her family and travel around the world, living a good life. Enough. Big uncle. Hurry up and issue the bounty order. Delay could cause problems, Nian Bao urged. Okay, I'll do it now. Shueshan stood up, took out his phone, and quickly dialed a number. While making the call and walking outside, he looked excited and soon issued the bounty order. Nian Bao, with her short legs, ran to the kitchen, went to her parents, and cheerfully said, Mom and Dad, today is your wedding day, so you can't stay at Grandpa and Grandma's house. How about you take your daughter and go back to the courtyard? Okay. Mom and Dad will take you home. Yi Yunqiu squatted down and gently said to her daughter. Lu Xianyuan and Yi Yunqiu exchanged a glance. Then the three of them went to the living room to say hello. They left the Lu family's old house and returned to the courtyard. Yi Yunqiu prepared a table full of dishes. Nian Bao ate until her mouth was greasy and her belly was full, then went to the west room, locked the door, and pulled the curtain. With a wave of her right hand, Shuejiru suddenly appeared on the bed. She hurriedly took off her shoes and kindly covered her with a blanket. She was her sister-in-law. Nianbao touched her chin with her right hand, thinking about how to exchange her sister-in-law for 20 million. She definitely couldn't do it alone. She needed a helper and couldn't let her sister-in-law find out. Otherwise, the 20 million might be lost. It seemed she could only confront her parents.
Sigh.
She wondered if her dad had already won over her mom. It was so exhausting. Nianbao opened the door and saw her dad lying on the sofa, which told her she was in trouble.
Dad.
Where's Mom? Nianbao crossed her arms and said angrily. Good girl, your mom is sleeping. It's too hot in the room, so Dad came out to cool off, Lu Xianyuan said softly. Nianbao rolled her eyes, took her dad's hand, and led him to the east room, turning on the light. Yi Yinshu was startled and quickly wrapped herself tightly in a blanket. She glared at Lu Xianyuan and then looked at her daughter, reaching out her hands and softly saying, Do you want to sleep with Mom?
Parents. Just do it. Who will regret it in the end?
Ning Bao shows no respect and continues. The old man is offering 2 million yuan to find his daughter. Please help me think. Now, the 2 million yuan is lying in the west room, and it will wake up tomorrow morning. Lu Xianyuan and Yi Yinshu are very surprised. They quickly get dressed and go to the west room. When they see the face clearly, their worried hearts finally relax. Lu Xianyuan quickly kneels down, looks at Ning Bao, and softly says, Good girl. Maybe we should stop trying to make money, okay? She is your mother's niece, your sister-in-law.
All right.
Then give your daughter 2 million yuan. Ning Bao puffs up her cheeks and continues angrily. This is the reward money. If it weren't for my daughter, she wouldn't be alive. Mom can give you money, but this money can be earned by others, not us. Yes. Good girl. Xueshan is a hero of China. To unify China, he left his hometown and went to the island port. Over the years, he has given so much. Now, he only has one family member left. Dad will earn money in the future and give it all to you, okay? Lu Xianyuan softly advises.
Wah wah.
My 2 million is gone. Ning Bao suddenly cries like a tearful person. Ning Bao is heartbroken and crying. She loves money very much, even to the point of obsession because her past life was so hard she had no money even for a popsicle. In the hot summer, she was working in the fields while her uncle's family sat nearby eating popsicles. She could only watch, swallowing saliva, her dirty little hands rummaging through her pockets. But they were empty. After her uncle's family left, she ran to the field, picked up the leftover popsicle, and licked it. That's when she realized what a popsicle tastes like. The ice vendor saw her pitiful and wanted to sell her a popsicle at the original price, but she had no money. She started collecting trash to exchange for money, but her uncle found out and beat her half to death. So, she vowed in her heart to make money and earn a lot of it. In this life, when she was imprisoned, she not only had no money but was also almost killed. If not, who else would know about her existence if she didn't escape desperately? Where are these so-called relatives now? Since Xueshan is a hero of China, she cannot accept this reward money. I hope you won't forget the national humiliation and love our country, or else it won't just be about 20 million. Nian Bao wiped her tears with her hand, then turned and left the west room, going to the sofa and covering her father's blanket. Soon, she fell asleep and started snoring softly. Lu Xianyuan regretted it. He could feel his daughter's sadness and deep loneliness inside her heart. It was clear that his daughter loved money very much and was very sensitive about it. Yi Yinshu cried. Nian Bao understood her suffering better than anyone. Being imprisoned for 7 years, her longing for money seemed like a spiritual support. Her eyes just now were deep and dreamy, as if holding endless stories and experiences. That was not the look an 8-year-old child should have, but the gaze of someone who had experienced hardships and seen through the world. In her daughter's eyes, there were traces of time, showing maturity beyond her age. Xu Zhihua slowly opened her eyes and found herself in a strange room. She was instantly frightened and trembling, tears falling down her cheeks, but she tightly covered her mouth, not daring to make any sound. She remembered a dirty child smashing the iron door with a stick and fighting against 3 bad people. But she couldn't remember what happened after that.
Woo-woo.
Where am I? Yi Chun, you scoundrel, if you don't come to save me again, I will never forgive you in this life. Nian Bao woke up to find herself sleeping in her mother's arms, a small smile on her face. She tiptoed off the bed, and with a flick of her right hand, a set of new clothes appeared in her hand. She quickly dressed and put on her shoes, then tiptoed to the living room, gently waving her right hand. All the gifts she bought for her parents disappeared from the space, then she quickly sorted them. She placed her mother's jewelry box and their couple watches on the coffee table. Using the space, she arranged the refrigerator, washing machine, and TV in their proper places. Then she went to the kitchen to wash pots and cook, wanting to prepare breakfast for her parents. After waking up, she found her father sleeping nearby, but she wasn't sure if they had. Hopefully, she will give me a stronger team, and when there's free time, she can bring them out to practice. Absolutely very impressive. Nian Bao cooked rice, stir-fried 3 dishes, and made a pot of soup. The aroma of food filled the air. After waking up, Yi Yunshu quickly put on her underwear and glared fiercely at Lu Xianyuan. That guy came on strong last night. She wanted to resist, but was worried about disturbing her daughter. So she just went along, but he kept going until dawn.
Wife.
Am I a good husband? Lu Xianyuan joked with a smile. Go away. Yi Yunshu rolled her eyes and slowly started dressing, feeling pain all over her body. Okay, Lu Xianyuan responded and quickly rolled onto the floor to put on his clothes. Yi Yunshu smiled slightly, put on her shoes, and stood up, but her body wobbled. She staggered toward the door. Lu Xianyuan watched her leave, swallowing hard. In the living room, Yi Yunshu saw a gift box on the coffee table and looked toward the kitchen. She quickly opened it and found a gold ring, gold earrings, a gold bracelet, and a couple's watch. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she put the ring and watch on her wrist. They fit perfectly. Thank you, daughter, Yi Yunshu whispered, then started to sob. Lu Xianyuan came into the living room. When he saw the watch and ring, his eyes turned slightly red. He put on the ring and watch. A tear rolled down his cheek as he choked out. Thank you, daughter. The kitchen door opened. Nian Bao, smelling the delicious food, waddled into the living room and softly said, Dad, Mom. Time to eat. Yi Yunshu was stunned. Her daughter had prepared all the food herself. She felt like a bad mother. Lu Xianyuan squatted down and picked up Nian Bao, kissing her little face and choking with emotion. Good girl. Thank you for the gift. Dad really likes it.
Nian Bao.
This is the best gift I've ever received from Mom.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Yi Yunshu wiped her tears and softly said,
Oh.
Mom, Dad, hurry up and eat. The food will get cold. Nian Bao urged. The door to the west room opened and Xue Zhihua ran out, heading straight to the bathroom. The 3 of them were stunned, wide-eyed. They had forgotten about her. Half an hour later, Xue Zhihua changed into Yi Yunshu's clothes and sat at the dining table, starting to eat hungrily. She finally understood everything. She was saved by the child in front of her. Moreover, this child was actually Yi Chen's cousin, which was simply incredible. Around 10 a.m., at the Lu family's old house, the father and daughter met and cried loudly. Yi Chun hurriedly handed them tissues, feeling very excited. When Xue Shan learned that Nian Bao had saved his daughter, he realized they owed her a great debt. He immediately took out a bankbook with 2 million yuan and tried to give it to Nian Bao. But Nian Bao refused. Old uncle, don't forget our national shame. Love our country. You are a hero of our people. Nian Bao can't accept this money. After speaking, Lu Xianyuan and Yi Yunshu left the old house with their daughter. Time passed quickly. Nian Bao was now in school. Her homeroom teacher was an older single woman. Nian Bao wanted to introduce her to a good match every day. The teacher was both amused and helpless. In the end, she agreed to a blind date.
Teacher.
My big uncle is very handsome, and he's a hero from the war. Nian Bao said as she walked along. Nian Bao, maybe. It's better to forget it. The teacher is fine on her own. Teacher Wang paused, looking a bit shy. She was an orphan, adopted by Mrs. Wang in a hut in Beijing since she could remember. She went to school, graduated, and was assigned to Hope Elementary School as a teacher. Because of her good looks, some bullies outside the school harassed her repeatedly. After failed attempts to bother her, they went crazy and kidnapped her, forcing her into a relationship. When her mother found out, she called the police. The police arrived, investigated, and arrested the bullies. They were detained for a few days before being released. Her mother became ill because of this. This incident caused her great pain. She stayed at home all day, afraid to go outside. Her mother kept encouraging her to be more optimistic, saying the future was still long. She then started introducing herself to potential partners and went on blind dates, but her fear remained deep in her heart. In the end, she chose to stay with her mother and not marry. After half a month, she forced herself to be strong, went back to work, and continued teaching at school. 20 years passed quickly. Those bullies seemed to have disappeared from the world and never appeared again. 3 years ago, my mother passed away due to illness, and I was left all alone at home, feeling very lonely. Until this Wednesday, when, after school, some bullies suddenly appeared at the school gate. They tried to forcefully take her away, claiming she was their fiancée, but no one dared to stop them. Nianbao stepped forward, somehow found a rolling pin, and fought the bullies until they ran away, crying and rolling on the ground. That's how she saved herself. Otherwise, the consequences could have been terrible. Nianbao asked what was going on. I felt like I found someone who understood me, so I told her everything from my childhood. Suddenly, Nianbao asked if Madame Wang had ever worked as a nanny at the Su family. I told her that before my mother died, she did work as a nanny for the Su family. But Nianbao started crying very sadly. I comforted her for a long time before she finally calmed down. When I asked why she was crying, she didn't say anything, and then she started to introduce her uncle to me. Since Wednesday, I've been under a lot of pressure, so I agreed to go on a blind date with her. After her grandmother passed away, she also went on a date, but when she heard about my situation, she just left. I paid for the meals, so she was a bit scared and didn't dare to meet her uncle. Nianbao's uncle is a veteran of the war, and I wonder if I am worthy of him. If he knew about my situation, would he also turn around and leave without looking back, like others? I brought the money for this meal, so I can't let Nianbao feel embarrassed. Teacher, you promised, so you can't change your mind now. Nianbao held the teacher's hand, pouted her small face, and said softly, Nianbao, I appreciate your kindness, but I've gotten used to being alone. Teacher Wang said with a bitter smile. Humph. As a teacher, your words should be trustworthy. No taking back what you say, Nianbao said stubbornly, puffing out her chest. Then she took Teacher Wang's hand and walked toward the restaurant across the street. When they arrived at Shunbao Lai restaurant and pushed open the door, they were stopped by the bullies. Inside a private room on the second floor near the window, Lu Xianguo was cutting his short hair, dressed in a military uniform, wearing black leather shoes. He had a chiseled face, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose, and lips pressed tightly, giving a sense of security. Since returning to Beijing, the leader personally met him and promoted him to the rank of Major General. He now serves as the deputy commander of the Beijing Military District and has already taken office. Additionally, the finance department of Huaxia paid back wages and other allowances, totaling over 50,000 yuan. Last night, my young niece called him, saying she was on a blind date and insisted he come immediately. Otherwise, he would never get to see her again in this life. After giving the address, she hung up directly. He couldn't sleep all night. At over 50 years old, what kind of marriage was he still thinking about? It was nonsense. Besides, who would want to marry a man over 50? But his niece's words forced him to listen. His life was partly thanks to her, who helped him recover his memory. He took a day off, drove his jeep, and went to the second floor of a restaurant opposite the school. Lu Xianguo was feeling restless. He adjusted his military uniform, straightened his posture, and looked at himself in the window. He thought there were some flaws, so he quickly stood up, checked his reflection, and fixed his short hair. He stomped his foot in his leather shoes, grabbed a tissue, and wiped his face quickly. At the door of the private room, he pressed his ear to listen outside. He heard Nian Bao's angry voice, which made him furious instantly. He suddenly pushed open the door. He rushed into the private room and saw 4 middle-aged men at the staircase on the second floor. They had Nian Bao and a beautiful woman surrounded in the middle. The boss and waiters looked scared and trembling.
Oh,
Honey, do you miss your husband? You don't understand. After all these years, my husband still remembers that night. That was so exciting. I never thought you would leave your first time for me. Since I went to prison, I haven't wanted to eat or sleep. All I think about is your begging face. Shut up. Get out of here, or I'll call the police. Teacher Wang shouted angrily.
ha ha ha.
Tell your wife to get lost? Sure.
But she has to leave with me.
Brothers, take your sister-in-law away. Tonight, I want her to kneel and beg, said the big man with prominent teeth, looking at his brothers. Yes, big brother. The others responded quickly and rushed forward to grab Teacher Wang. Nian Bao's eyes flashed with killing intent. She was about to use her space power to capture them all and then kill them. Suddenly, a loud shout exploded in everyone's ears, echoing through the first floor of the restaurant. Everyone looked toward the sound. They saw Lu Xiangua, dressed in military uniform, slowly walking down the stairs. A few men approached, their eyes sharp like knives. I looked at them and immediately took a few steps back in fear. I almost fell to the ground. Lu Xiangua ignored them and nodded at the woman. Then he crouched down, looked at Nian Bao, and softly said, "Big niece, are they scaring you?" Sniff. "Uncle, you're finally here." Nian Bao and Anne have been bullied by them, she said, wiping imaginary tears and choking on her words. Teacher Wang. When did I become her aunt? Looking at her uncle's military rank, I knew he held a high position. There's no way I'm a match for him. I shouldn't even dream about it. Hearing this, Big Bucktooth angrily said, "Hey, I'm telling you, you soldier guy, she's my wife. You better stay far away. Who's your wife? Don't be shameless." "She's my wife." Teacher Wang pointed at Lu Xiangua and shouted loudly. Lu Xiangua stood up, walked over to Teacher Wang, and put his arm around her waist. Teacher Wang shivered and instinctively tried to pull away, but he held her tighter. He leaned close to her ear and softly said, "You say I'm your husband, and I fell for you at first sight. You're not allowed to play tricks. You're so shameless." Lu Xiangua looked up at Big Bucktooth with a fierce gaze and shouted angrily, "Before I lose my temper, get lost. Oh my gosh, how dare you try to steal my girl? You're asking for trouble. Brothers, grab your stuff, let's deal with him," Big Bucktooth yelled loudly.
Yes.
"Big brother." A few men responded and rushed forward. Lu Xiangua suddenly drew his gun, aiming the dark barrel at Big Bucktooth's head. The whole place fell silent. Dead silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. "Run!" someone shouted, and the restaurant on the first floor suddenly became chaotic. Big Bucktooth and the men rushed out of the restaurant and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nian Bao took a step back, circled behind Teacher Wang, blinked her big eyes, and stared at her uncle's hand. She smiled mischievously, raised her right hand, and gently poked her uncle's hand. Lu Xiangua slowly turned his head, winked at Nian Bao, and showed a proud smile. Teacher Wang turned her head, looking at the man so close to her, her heart pounding. He was so handsome. If she could marry him, it would be her great luck. But her body had been hurt badly, and she wondered if she truly deserved to like him. Suddenly, she felt a strong urge to kiss him, but she was afraid to, worried that this dream might break. She wished time could stop at this moment, so she could keep him forever. Since she was young, she liked soldiers, those who fought pirates and protected people, even risking their lives. Maybe he was just like other men who might dislike her situation. Teacher Wang suppressed her feelings, hiding all her emotions, and said calmly, "Have you had enough hugging?" Lu Xiangua suddenly turned around, face to face, nose to nose. their lips almost touching. Teacher Wang's mind went blank, her heart stopped, and she stopped breathing. She was actually kissed. Lu Xiangua was stunned. Why didn't she move away? Could she like him too? Should he try something? So Lu Xiangua made a bold decision. He stuck out his tongue and licked her. She didn't pull back. She must like him. It seemed she was destined to be his wife. Lu Xiangua leaned in and kissed her fully, taking the lead. The shop owner and the waitress looked on in shock. Teacher Wang was completely stunned. He dared to kiss her in front of everyone. That meant she really could marry him.
Oh.
Uncle, you're so bold. We just met, and you already made a move, and even kissed her. Nian Bao said angrily. Lu Xiangua and Teacher Wang snapped back to reality, quickly pulling apart, both feeling a bit awkward, glancing around. They saw the shop owner and waitress staring with wide-open mouths and giving thumbs up. Teacher Wang's face turned bright red. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Uncle, my niece is hungry. Nian Bao quickly changed the subject. Haha, my hungry niece. Let's go upstairs to eat, Lu Xiangua said with a silly smile. He squatted down to pick up Nian Bao, then took Teacher Wang's hand and led her to the second-floor private room. He sat her down on a chair, then pushed the menu to her and softly said, Wife, whatever you want to eat, just order.
I'll pay.
Teacher Wang looked up and glared at Lu Xiangua, then lowered her head and pouted. Who do you think you are calling me your wife? Don't be so rude, okay? Oh, wife, you can't cheat now. You said I am your husband. Besides, we've hugged and kissed. I must be responsible for you. You can only marry me because your husband has already approved it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Xiangua. I am 53 years old, and I am the deputy commander of the military district. I'm single with no bad habits. The only flaw is that I love spoiling my wife. Also, the country gives me a subsidy of 500,000 yuan, which I can give all to you. It's not for you to keep but to spend freely. Your husband can still earn money. If you agree, I will immediately file a marriage report and we can get married right away. After marriage, we will discuss big matters together and you can decide small things yourself. Hee. I guess there won't be many big issues in life, so you get to decide. Reporting to my wife. Self-introduction complete. Teacher Wang started crying. He was so excellent, and she wondered what she had to deserve someone like him. She had nothing but the house her mother left her, her only dowry. If he knew she had been forcibly involved with that bully earlier, would he still want her?
Oh.
Wife, why are you crying? Did I say something wrong? If you tell me, I will change, okay? No more tears. Come, let me wipe your tears. Nian Bao watched the scene with a bored look. Big Uncle is really impressive. Naturally beautiful. Definitely a master at charming girls. This guy. He even moved Big Annie to tears. Really wiping her tears. Big Annie, can't you be a little more reserved? It's clear they're not from the same family, not even from the same household. Looks like my matchmaker skills are pretty good this month.
Oh.
Too bad. The little tummy is upset after eating so much dog food, but it's not hungry either. Teacher Wang looked at Lu Xiangua, her lips trembling as she choked out. My name is Wang Shuya. I am 42 years old, unmarried, and I teach at Hope Primary School, Xiangua. Actually, I am not as good as you think. I am an orphan. Wang Shuya briefly told her story. Lu Xianggu suddenly stood up, his eyes red with anger, eager to punish the bully from earlier. At first, he thought they were falsely accusing someone and just looking for trouble. But he never expected that these scoundrels would not learn from their mistakes and would dare to provoke again. He must avenge his wife for this hatred, otherwise, he wouldn't deserve to be her husband. Wife, I must repay this grudge. If I don't, I won't be worthy of you. Wang Shuya smiled bitterly, realizing that he was just like other men. They all disliked their own hardships. Fine, at least he completed the task for Nian Bao. Maybe. In this life, the destined ending is that I will grow old alone. Lu Xianggu gently embraced Wang Shuya, his voice hoarse as he said, Wife, don't worry. I will avenge this for you. Anyone who hurts you, I will make them pay the price. Don't cry. Everything is in the past now. Things will get better. Trust your husband, okay? Wang Shuya was stunned. She thought Lu Xiangu disliked her, but she never expected she had misunderstood him.
Oh.
Uncle, hurry up and eat. Nianbao's stomach is growling. Nianbao took out a melon and started munching loudly. Okay. Eat your food. Lu Xiangu naturally sat beside his wife and began ordering dishes. During the meal, Nianbao couldn't bear to watch anymore, wishing he could cover his eyes. Time flew by quickly. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Kyoto, Lu Xiangu and his wife Wang Shuya held their newly issued marriage certificate, smiling like fools. Suddenly, Wang Shuya looked at her husband with a pleading tone and softly asked, "Xiangu, will you abandon me?" At the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance, "Wife, Lu Xiangu, swear to the heavens that I will never abandon you in this life. If I break this promise, let lightning strike me, let me trip and fall outside, and let all my front teeth be knocked out."
Tuft.
Don't say such nonsense. Xiangu, if there ever comes a day when you no longer like me, I hope you tell me. I will leave on my own and never cling to you stubbornly, Wang Shuya said softly, covering Lu Xiangu's mouth. Lu Xiangu was momentarily stunned. Hastily, he raised his right hand, grabbed his wife's wrist, gently took it away, and said with a firm look, "Because I like you, I chose you. Wife, I didn't share your past, but I will protect your future. When I saw you for the first time, I was deeply attracted to you, but I didn't dare to say anything, because I am over 50 years old and felt I didn't deserve you. Just when I was about to give up, you said I am your husband, which instantly lit up my hope, so I took action. Hee. Isn't your husband so brave? Oh, wife, I forgot to tell you something important about our marriage. I haven't told my parents yet." Wang Shuya was suddenly very surprised. She quickly held Lu Xuanyuan's arm and asked anxiously, "Xiangua, will your parents like me? What if they don't agree?" "Oh, don't worry, wife. They will be so happy they won't know what to do," Lu Xiangua said with a smile. "Really?" Wang Shuya asked carefully. "Of course it's true. Come on. Now I will take you home to meet the parents," Lu Xiangua said softly. Then, holding his wife's hand and smiling broadly, he walked toward the jeep. He wanted to surprise his parents, not knowing that Nian Bao had arrived earlier. "Grandpa, Grandma, your granddaughter is here." Nian Bao pushed open the door, ran toward the house with short legs. Lu Xianyuan and Yi Yunchu smiled and followed closely, entering the old house. Grandma Lu heard her adorable granddaughter's voice and quickly got up to open the door, looking surprised. "Oh, my good granddaughter, I missed you so much, Grandma." "Grandma, your granddaughter misses you too." Nian Bao lifted her little face sweetly. Grandma Lu hurriedly squatted down, picked up Nian Bao, and walked into the living room, smiling. "My good granddaughter, you've finally gained some weight." "Grandma, you don't know. My parents feed me every day, no wonder I'm not fat." Nian Bao patted her little belly softly.
Hee.
"Such a good granddaughter. You're not fat at all. Now is the time for you to grow, so you must eat more." Grandma Lu kissed Nian Bao's little face and said with a smile, "Grandma, if I eat more, I'll turn into a little piggy." Nian Bao gently patted her small face and said softly, "Oh, my good granddaughter is here." Grandpa Lu came out of the study room, smiling happily. "Grandpa, hug your granddaughter quickly. If you wait a few more years, you won't be able to carry her." Nian Bao stretched out her little arms, smiling happily. "All right, come here. Let Grandpa hold you," Grandpa Lu said affectionately. As he spoke, he reached out his big hand to pick up Nian Bao, but Grandma Lu dodged away. She glared at her husband and pointed to the bathroom, giving an order. "Hurry up and wash your hands before holding the good granddaughter, or don't even think about it." "Okay, I'll go wash my hands now." Grandpa Lu smiled and hurried to the bathroom. "Grandma, why are Grandpa's hands all ink-stained?" Nian Bao asked with a curious face. "Your grandpa was upset. Someone said he was just a simple soldier who only knew fighting and couldn't read or write. So, after he came back, he locked himself in the study and started studying hard. What's wrong with being a soldier? If it weren't for Grandpa and the others protecting China, we wouldn't have such peaceful days today. Nian Bao snorted angrily. When Grandpa was young, our family was poor and there were many children, so there was no money for school, Grandma Lu whispered. After washing his hands, Grandpa Lu went to the living room, picked up his obedient granddaughter, and said with a smile, "Good granddaughter. Do you miss Grandpa?" Hee hee. Of course I miss Grandpa. Just thinking about Grandpa makes me eat more. Look, I've gained weight. Nian Bao blinked happily.
Oh.
So that means Grandpa is quite tasty. Grandpa Lu said seriously, looking at his granddaughter. Hee hee. Grandpa, please put me down now. I have something important to tell everyone. Nian Bao hurriedly changed the subject, speaking softly.
Oh.
What's the big news? Can't you tell us while holding you? Grandpa Lu said sternly, seeing his big, obedient granddaughter try to run away. Grandpa,
Please put me down.
I'm afraid you'll get too excited and accidentally drop me. As she finished speaking, Nian Bao broke free from her grandpa's arms, stood on the coffee table, cleared her throat, and loudly announced, Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, and Dad, Nian Bao has a big, exciting announcement for you. Grandpa is about to get married. The bride is Ning Bao's homeroom teacher. Grandma quickly stood up, hugged her well-behaved granddaughter tightly, and asked anxiously, My sweet granddaughter. Grandma's hearing isn't so good anymore. Can you say that again? Oh, Grandma. I said, Grandpa is getting married soon. The bride is Ning Bao's teacher, Wang Shia. Oh, Ning Bao. Is that really true? Grandma was very excited and asked again.
Yes.
Absolutely true. Ning Bao nodded confidently.
Great.
This is such wonderful news. Grandma placed Ning Bao on the sofa and paced back and forth. Oh dear. Stop spacing out. Hurry up and call Dad. Ask him to bring his partner home for a meal. Grandma urged. Okay. Grandpa snapped out of his daze, looked for the phone, and found it in his pocket. He hurried to call Lu Xiangua, but just as he was about to dial, Ning Bao loudly said, Grandpa, don't call now. Quick. Get all the delicious food and drinks ready. Grandpa's wife will probably arrive soon. Mom will cook, Dad will help, and I will bring the fruits and vegetables. Grandpa and Grandma, change into your new clothes and get ready to welcome Grandpa's wife into our home. Hurry up and get busy. This is the first time Grandpa's wife is visiting. We can't embarrass our Lu family, all right. My good granddaughter has grown up and planned everything so well, Grandma said affectionately. Half an hour later, Lu Xiangua's jeep stopped at the gate of the old Lu family house. Wang Shi got out. She looked up at the big gate of the Lu family, feeling a bit nervous and trembling. Lu Xiangua's family is really wealthy, more than 10 times better than she imagined. Will his parents accept her? Seeing his wife standing there in a daze, Lu Xiangua knew she was a little scared. He didn't bother her. Dressed in his military uniform and holding a gift, he quietly stood behind her, acting as her protector. He understood her feelings. She has depended on her adoptive mother since she was young. 3 years ago, her foster mother left her again. She was left all alone, with no one to rely on, carrying the unforgettable pain in her heart. It was very brave of him to muster the courage to get a marriage certificate with her. So, he didn't dare tell her about his family situation, afraid she would refuse to marry him as she knew. All he could do now was wait for her to overcome her mental barriers and step into the Lu family's home. If she refused to come in, he would take his wife back to his new courtyard house. He would also inform his parents to visit, but he wouldn't pressure his wife. That wouldn't be a real man. However, he trusted his judgment. His wife was not only beautiful but also very smart. She was vulnerable, which caused her psychological fears. Basically, she was just scared. Time passed second by second. Wang Shuya slowly closed her eyes, a tear slipping down her cheek as her heart struggled. If the Gua family, her parents, disapproved, would he choose to divorce her? Entering a wealthy family was as deep as the sea. In their eyes, she might not even be considered a humble aunt. But she didn't want to give up. Gua Sengwai was a good man, even though they hadn't known each other long. She had already fallen in love with him and didn't want to part from him. Her heart hurt so much. She was 42 years old and wondered if she could still have children for him. If he married a girl a few years younger, they would surely have a happy family. Maybe she was too stubborn, forcing Gwa Sungwai to stay by her side. Was that a bit much? Oh well. She would see it as a test of herself. She would bury this love deep inside her heart. She would never let Gwa Sungwai be embarrassed. She had to act confident, so she wiped away her tears and looked up. Where's Sungwai? Wang Shaya looked around softly and whispered.
Hey.
Wife, your husband is right here. Lu Sungwai tilted his head and smiled foolishly at her. You scared me. Wang Shaya quickly raised her hand to her chest, scolding. Why are you standing behind me? Like a bodyguard. People might think I'm a boss.
Hee.
If my wife is the boss, then I'm a big boss too, Lu Sungwai said with a silly smile.
Oh.
By the way, wife, this is our home. We don't have many people or servants. Mom, Dad, younger brother Xianyuan, sister-in-law Yunshu, and my big niece Nianbao. Old guard Zhou Hongru, my older brother, plus his wife and me, a total of 8 people. Shuya Wang paused for a moment. In wealthy families, don't they all have servants, chefs, nannies, and drivers? Why is his family different? Never mind. Since we're here, I have to go in, even if I feel nervous. At worst, they'll ask us to leave. Xiangua. Are the gifts a bit too simple? Shuya Wang softly asked. The gifts my wife bought will definitely be liked by Mom and Dad. Don't worry, Lu Xiangua quickly replied. Mom and Dad are not petty. They are kind and understanding elders. If they see their daughter-in-law, they'll be very happy. That's good. Let's go inside. Shuya Wang took 2 gift boxes and entered the Lu family's old house with Lu Xiangua. Knowing they were coming home, Nianbao had already opened the door. Grandma and Grandpa Lu were leaning at the window, watching their daughter-in-law walk in. They were so excited inside. They almost wanted to stick their heads out of the window.
Sigh.
Grandpa and Grandma, acting like children, it's really embarrassing, Nianbao sighed softly. Then she turned around and ran to the kitchen to see if her parents' sweet and sour ribs were ready. Her little stomach was hungry, and since no one was paying attention to her, she decided not to hold back. At the dining table, her eyes widened in surprise, and she kept swallowing saliva, reaching out her chubby little hand. Quickly, she grabbed a rib and put it in her mouth, then hurried behind the door to start chewing loudly.
Oh.
This is so delicious. Nianbao squinted her eyes happily. After finishing a piece of sweet and sour rib, she put the bone away and tiptoed back to the table. She was about to reach for another piece when Lu Xianyuan opened the kitchen door, carrying a braised carp. Nianbao quickly stopped, her movements swift, hands behind her back. With her short legs, she glared at her dad and then turned to the living room, where she saw her uncle and aunt arriving. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Nianbao ran to Shuya Wang and said sweetly. Hee. Nianbao is also good. Shuya Wang squatted down and softly said to her. Where are Grandpa and Grandma? Weren't they just here a moment ago? I just ate a piece of pork rib and accidentally caused a mess. Ningbao looked around and whispered to herself. Big Auntie, please wait for me. Ningbao's face scrunched up like a bun, and she angrily walked toward the east room. Old Master Lu and Old Lady Lu were anxiously searching through boxes, looking for something. That old man. It's all your fault. I told you to leave the jade bracelet out in the open, but you didn't listen, Old Lady Lu complained. What's the use of talking about this now? Just look for it quickly. The daughter-in-law is here. I'm so annoyed about this. I clearly put it in the box myself. Why is it gone? Wife, when you gave the jade bracelet to Xianyuan's wife, didn't you see me put it in the box? Old Master Lu quietly asked. The door opened, and Ningbao, with her short legs, walked in. She saw her grandparents acting strange.
Oh.
Grandpa and Grandma. Big Auntie is here. What are you doing? Ningbao said angrily.
Oh.
Sweet granddaughter. Be quiet. Grandma's jade bracelet is missing. Old Lady Lu made a shushing gesture and whispered. Ningbao was silent. It seems to be in her space. But we can't let Grandpa and Grandma find out or they'll think I stole it. Grandma, I'll help you find it. Ningbao quickly pouted and started searching.
Ah,
Grandma, is this the jade bracelet? Ningbao held the bracelet softly and said, Yes, yes, that's the bracelet. Thank goodness we finally found it. Now let's not look for the other three. Hurry and go see the daughter-in-law. Old Lady Lu quickly got up and went to the living room. Mom and Dad, this is my wife. We are already married, Lu Xianguo introduced. Old Master Lu and Old Lady Lu froze in place, staring at their daughter-in-law. It was like being hit by $1 billion prize, and their faces showed disbelief. Wang Shuya looked on silently. As expected, just as she guessed, his parents wouldn't accept her. She clenched her fists, lifted her head stubbornly, and with a slightly choked voice said, I'm sorry. Sorry to bother you. Oh, daughter-in-law, you really got married. Don't lie to Mom, okay? Old Lady Lu grabbed Wang Shuya's hand excitedly and asked,
Auntie.
Xianguo is right. We just got our marriage certificate, so we are officially married now. Wang Shuya hurriedly took out the marriage certificate and handed it to Grandma Lu. She misunderstood the situation and felt so embarrassed. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Did she embarrass Xianguo? He probably wouldn't be angry, right? Grandma Lu took the certificate, opened it, and finally relaxed her tense heart. At home, there's an extra old bachelor wandering around all day, which is quite annoying to see. She wishes she could marry him off, but unfortunately, he's not interested, so no one wants him. Lately, she's been unable to sleep well and hasn't even gone outside the house. She's worried others might gossip about her, which makes her feel upset. Now, she can finally sleep peacefully. Honestly, her daughter-in-law is very beautiful. She's a bit wasted on her son. It feels like a good piece of cabbage being snatched by a pig. Nian Bao said her teacher is 42, but she doesn't look that old. She probably looks only 35 or 36. Her skin is smooth and delicate, very attractive. Moreover, her eldest son is really lucky. Maybe in a year or so, he'll bring home a chubby granddaughter. If not, a lively little boy will do just fine. Grandma Lu's face lit up with a smile. She returned the marriage certificate to her daughter-in-law, took her hand, and chided gently. Child, don't call me auntie anymore. You should call me Mom.
Mom.
Wang Shuya's eyes shimmered with tears as she softly called out.
Ah.
Grandma Lu responded happily and quickly put a jade bracelet on her daughter-in-law's wrist. Thank you, Mom. Wang Shuya was moved to tears at that moment, feeling like a child who had wandered for years finally found her way home. Shuya, from now on, this is your home, and we will be your strongest support, Grandma Lu said softly, patting her hand. Thank you, Mom. Wang Shuya handed her a gift she bought, voice trembling as she said, Mom, this is our first meeting. I bought this gift for you. I don't know if you like it. Good. I like it, I like it. Grandma Lu took the gift, smiling so broadly her eyes disappeared. Nian Bao. Grandma forgot about her. She felt like her warmth was taken by her aunt. Old fool. Stop standing there foolishly. Come over quickly. Grandma Lu turned to glare at her husband and scolded him. Shuya, this is your dad.
Ah.
Old Mr. Lu responded, took out a thick envelope, and handed it to his daughter-in-law. He softly said, This is the red envelope from Dad for your new name. Also, don't worry. Since you married into the Lu family, you will have everything you need. Once we find a good day, we will hold a wedding. Your mom will handle all the arrangements.
Dad.
No need for a wedding. Xianguo and I have already discussed it. Just a simple family meal is fine.
Yes.
Mom and Dad. Shuya and I don't plan to have a big wedding. We want to keep it simple, Lu Xianguo agreed.
All right.
I'll go along with what you say, old mister. Lu nodded calmly. Lu Xianyuan went to the living room. After introducing everyone, they all sat down in the dining room. Yi Yun-chu opened the kitchen door, carried the last dish, and entered the dining room. When she saw Shuya Wang, her mind suddenly went blank. It was Shuya Wang, the adopted daughter of the housekeeper from the Su family who had passed away when Grandma Wang died. Yi Yun-chu saw Shuya at the funeral. At that time, she was pretending to be Su Wan's lookalike. She left her a large sum of money as a gift from Grandma Wang to help care for her daughter. The Su family had two housekeepers named Wang. One was the dismissed housekeeper, and the other, Grandma Wang, had taken care of Nian Bao for 5 years. Yi Yun-chu had asked Grandma Wang to pretend to be Nian Bao's grandmother to give her daughter some warmth. After that, she never saw her again. But she never expected that she would become her sister-in-law. What a deep connection. Maybe Nian Bao also knew, which is why she introduced her teacher to her eldest uncle.
Zunchu.
This is your sister-in-law, Wang Shuya. She and your eldest brother are now officially married. Shuya. This is your younger sister-in-law, Yi Yun-chu. She is gentle and kind, easy to get along with, Grandma Lu introduced. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, younger sister-in-law. The two women smiled and nodded. Yi Yun-chu sat beside her daughter. The family was just about to start eating. Zhou Hongru opened the door and quickly entered. He went to old Mr. Liu and whispered in his ear. There are differing opinions. We will split into 2 groups to discuss and wait for the final decision from the master. From my point of view, we should prepare for the worst, or things might change suddenly. Scholar. Don't worry. I will be fine. At most I might be demoted. You're starving. Hurry and sit down to eat. Old Master Liu nodded his chin and whispered. Okay. Got it. Zhou Hongru went straight to the kitchen, filled a big bowl with rice, and started eating quickly. Oh my, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, Uncle will finish it all, Nian Bao said loudly. Everyone laughed happily. Then they quickly started eating, stuffing food into their mouths. Nian Bao's cheeks puffed out as he ate. Old Master Yi took a small sip of wine. Today, he was the happiest because his eldest son got married. Even if he became a war hero, so what? His family would still be taken care of. Besides, he's already in his 70s. How much longer can he live? It's not a loss no matter how you look at it. If they become reckless, he will still choose to act the same way. Old man. What did Zhou Hongru just tell you? Old Lady Lu asked hurriedly. Nothing important. He just told me to drink less because I have a weak stomach, Old Master Lu said with a smile. Inside the red walls, the ancient-style courtyard looked like a beautiful painting. An old man sat quietly at a stone table, staring at the newspaper like a sculpture. His face was calm, like a still lake, with no sign of emotion. Cold Feng stood straight behind the old man like a tall pine tree, not daring to make a sound. Near the table, 2 older men waited silently for the old man's final decision. Time flowed like a gentle stream. The old man slowly put down the newspaper, took a sip of hot tea, and looked up at the 2 elders. His deep, steady voice echoed like a bell. Hold a press conference. There are no war criminals, only heroes. Yes, sir. Make sure he is safe. In a few years, he will be very important. Yes, sir, Cold Wind responded and quickly disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the old Lu family house, Lu Xianyuan was under the crooked jujube tree in the yard, making a swing for Nian Bao.
Dad.
Will Grandma hit you? Nian Bao blinked her big eyes and softly asked. Good girl. If Grandma hits me, will you help me ask her to stop? Lu Xianyuan gently asked.
Hee.
I will hold onto Grandma's leg, and then you can run away, Nian Bao said with a smile.
Yes.
That's my girl, Lu Xianyuan said proudly, with a happy smile. Nian Bao felt a chill on her back and quickly turned around. She saw her grandma standing behind her. Grandma, Dad taught me that it has nothing to do with me, Nian Bao said softly. Lu Xianyuan looked back and saw his mother staring at him intently. He felt a shiver and awkwardly said, Mom, Nian Bao wanted a swing, so I made one on your favorite jujube tree. Grandma, don't be mad. I promise I won't play. I just want to see what the swing looks like, Nian Bao said softly, lifting her little face. Grandma hurriedly squatted down and picked up Nian Bao, speaking gently. Good girl. Want to swing? Be sure to stay safe. Thank you, Grandma. I knew you are the best, Nian Bao said sweetly. Suddenly, The encrypted phone of Lu Xianyuan rang loudly, like an alarm, roaring non-stop. He quickly took out the encrypted phone, stepped aside, pressed the answer button, and said in a deep voice, "Hello. Yes, Hunter Wolf. Your superior orders you to lead 50 special soldiers to escort the master back to the island port tomorrow. Make sure he is safe. This task is very difficult and no accidents are allowed. Yes. We will complete the task resolutely." Ding ding ding. Lu Xianyuan hung up the phone, looking at his daughter nearby with a bitter feeling in his heart. "Good girl, sorry. Dad has to carry out a mission and can't stay with you." In the courtyard, before dawn, Lu Xianyuan dressed neatly and went to his daughter's room. He sat on the bed and gently kissed Nian Bao on her forehead. Then, he went to the kitchen and gently hugged Yi Yunchu's waist. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Sweetheart, your husband has to leave now. Take good care of yourself at home while I complete my mission. There are 10 days of leave left. I want to spend more time with you and the kids. Is that okay?" "Yes. I understand. I cooked dumplings for you. Finish eating them before I go. Please stay safe. My daughter and I are waiting for you to come back. If you face any danger, don't try to be brave alone," Yi Yunchu said with a choked voice. "Okay. Your husband is very capable," Lu Xianyuan said softly, kissing his wife's neck.
Oh.
"Hurry up and eat the dumplings." Yi Yunchu glared at Lu Xianyuan, blushing, and quickly turned away. This guy is so energetic. He had been working all night and wasn't tired at all. He still wanted to come over. He really should learn some self-control. Hee. When my wife eats dumplings, nothing tastes better than you. Lu Xianyuan chuckled foolishly. Then, he picked up Yi Yunchu and headed straight to the East Room, where they began again. Half an hour later, Lu Xianyuan finished the dumplings and, feeling a bit reluctant, left the courtyard and got into a jeep. The engine roared like a dull, rusty saw tearing through the darkness before dawn. He stepped on the gas hard, and the tires screeched against the ground, making a loud, sharp noise. The jeep suddenly sped off toward Taoyuan Airport. What Lu Xianyuan didn't know was that a small figure was hiding in the darkness outside the gate. Tears blurred her eyes as they slid down her cheeks. She watched the jeep drive away, heading in that direction. She didn't know how long she stood there. She raised her chubby hand, wiped her tears, and softly whispered, "Daddy, your daughter is waiting for you to come back safely." At Taoyuan Airport in the capital, an armed helicopter took off and circled in the sky a few times before rushing toward Nanhai Port. 3 hours later, at Nanhai Port in China, the island port chief, protected by more than 50 Chinese special forces, boarded a returning island ship. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. Not long after the ship set sail, a passenger ship slowly started at the downstream dock, heading toward the island port. Lu Xianyuan and the island port chief's figures appeared on this passenger ship. After traveling for a day, they spotted the departing large ship ahead. Lost and alone, drifting in the vast ocean, with the giant ship appearing lifeless. A strong smell of blood hits the air, making people feel scared and cold. In sight, a few huge whales are circling around the big ship. Their large bodies create big waves every time they move. They hit the edge of the ship with their big heads, making dull sounds. Lu Xianyuan's whole body radiates a terrifying killing intent, with red eyes like an eagle, staring fiercely at the ship. His anger is like a volcano erupting, fierce and unstoppable, pounding in his mind. On the ship are special soldiers from China who were cruelly killed. He wishes he could destroy the person behind this and make them disappear completely. If he hadn't decided at the last moment to disguise himself and board the passenger ship, he wouldn't have finished the mission, and he might have lost his life with no chance of survival. The island port master looks at the bullet holes on the ship and is suddenly very shocked. He has seen this kind of weapon before, which is used by a mysterious force at sea. Any mission they take on, they always complete it, even if it means chasing someone to the ends of the earth. They must eliminate you, and he fears he won't escape this danger. Luckily, his daughter is still in China. "Brother Xianyuan, they know I am alive, and they definitely won't let me go. If there's a chance, run away quickly. I have a letter for the leader. Also, I can't stop thinking about my daughter Zhirua. Please tell her I'm sorry. Just say I was too busy with work and couldn't attend her wedding. The port master chokes with emotion. Brother, you won't be harmed, and I will never abandon you, Lu Xianyuan whispers. No, you must jump into the sea now, or it will be too late, the port master urges. Lu Xianyuan suddenly narrows his eyes because he sees several large ships nearby. They are quickly approaching the passenger ship. Without hesitation, he pulls the port master's hand. They leap onto the side of the passenger ship and jump into the sea. The roar of the engine sounds like a lion's roar, violently tearing through the South China Sea and the open waters. 5 new ships quickly intercepted the passenger boat with great speed. The captain and passengers suddenly looked very worried, and chaos broke out inside the cabin. At the front ship, there was a middle-aged man wearing camouflage and a mask. He stood tall and firm, with a steady and determined look in his eyes, as if he had been through many hardships, but remained unshaken. This man is the leader of a mysterious mercenary group, a powerful figure in the South China Sea. No one knows who he is or where he comes from, but his command skills are unquestionable. He has never lost a battle. Whenever he takes on a mission, he always completes it. Even if he has to chase across the world, he will finish the task, which is his rule. No one has ever escaped. If they do, it's because they are dead. In just a few decades, he expanded his team from a few dozen to over 1,000 people. His ways of making money are top-notch, far better than most. His net worth is estimated to be over $100 billion. These 5 new ships were bought at a high price from other countries. Now, he has a big appetite and refuses to take jobs under $3 million. One employer paid him $10 million directly, with only one request: the island port master's life. In the morning, they surrounded a large ship but were met with strong resistance, suffering heavy casualties. The mercenary leader was furious and ordered the use of machine guns and armor-piercing bullets. He was willing to do anything to eliminate everyone on board, and within 5 minutes, there was no sign of life on the large ship. After checking the ship and comparing photos, they realized something was wrong. The island port master was not on the ship. They had been busy for a long time but failed to kill the target and lost over 100 comrades. The mercenary leader was so angry, he punched the ship's wall, making a loud thud. He then ordered a retreat, but just an hour later, he quickly commanded the ships to turn around. When they reached near the large ship again, they saw the passenger boat passing by, and everyone suddenly understood. Since the island port master was not on the large ship, he must be on this passenger boat. The mercenary leader stared at the passenger boat, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Small creatures like ants don't deserve to live in this world. I hope you will meet me in your next life. He slowly raised his right hand, as if saying goodbye to the passengers on the passenger ship. He gently waved, and in an instant, he unleashed full firepower, turning the passenger ship into a beehive. 10 mercenaries boarded the ship and immediately began checking if the island port master was on board. If the island port master was on the ship, their mission would be successfully completed. But if not, they would quickly switch to a second plan, waiting patiently for the prey to come to them. They headed to the island port dock, setting a trap, waiting quietly for the target to fall into it. Time passed second by second. The mercenary leader stood on the deck, staring at the passenger ship with a slight frown, whispering, 10 people boarded the ship. Why haven't they come out yet? Did something go wrong? There are still people alive inside the cabin. No, that's impossible. I almost used up all the ammunition I brought. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly out alive. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Lu Xianyuan was furious. He held a military dagger, moving quickly among the mercenaries. Before they could react, he cut their throats with a single strike, their eyes wide open, making muffled sounds.
They all fell to the ground, dead.
He crouched beside one mercenary, picked up a photo, and looked at it. Then he stood up, tore the photo into pieces, and quickly moved to the ship's window. He looked at the masked man on the deck, reached into his pocket, took out a silver mask, and put it on his face. Turning to look at the innocent passengers who had been tragically killed inside the cabin, he clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting, pressing against his forehead, causing the surrounding air to rapidly cool. His throat moved, and his voice was hoarse and deep, as if carved from his chest.
Damn.
How dare you harm innocent lives? I will make you pay with blood. Is that old guy still hanging under the ship? Don't feed him to the whales, Lu Xianyuan exclaimed in shock, rushing toward the side of the ship. He reached the railing, looked down, and finally felt relieved.
Oh.
I say, little brother, you finally remembered your big brother. Hurry up and pull him up. Shueshan looked up, looking pitiful. Okay, big brother, hold the rope tight. I'll pull you up right away, Lu Xianyuan whispered, then made a shushing gesture. Seeing this situation, Shueshan immediately fell silent. Lu Xianyuan pulled him up and sat down heavily on the ground, somewhat annoyed, saying, Hey, brother, can't you eat less? You're turning into a ball. There's no way I gain weight just by drinking water. How am I supposed to lose weight? Right. Xianyuan, what's going on? Wasn't the firepower pretty strong just now? Why is it so quiet now? Did they leave? Shueshan softly asked. Brother, all the passengers in the cabin are dead. I just killed about a dozen mercenaries, Lu Xianyuan briefly explained. Shueshan was shocked, his eyes red, breathing heavily and cursed fiercely. These bastards are utterly heartless. They deserve a terrible death. When I get to the island port, I will show them some color. Otherwise, they think they're soft targets? It's all my fault. Why did I have to show off? I even sent away the people from the sect. If they had stayed, things wouldn't be like this, looking like a stray dog. All right, brother. Quickly find a place to hide. Even if the furnace hook hits your butt, don't come out.
Got it.
Xianyuan, don't worry. Hide and seek is my game. No one will find me. Okay, then hide well. They've probably already come up. Lu Xianyuan stood up and headed into the cabin.
Hey.
Xianyuan, what's a furnace hook? Shueshan stretched his neck and asked. It's food. Lu Xianyuan replied, then turned and disappeared. Shueshan was left speechless. That guy definitely didn't hold in his fart. And he's talking about food? When we get back to the island port, I'll add some dishes with the furnace hook for you. Oh no. I need to hide quickly and save this dog's life first. 2 hours later, Lu Xianyuan, covered in blood, stood on the deck of the passenger ship, emanating a terrifying killing intent. He wore a silver mask, his eyes fixed on the mercenary leader as if he wanted to eat him alive. Are you really the war god of China? The mercenary leader looked at him with disbelief and said calmly, Today, I will act on behalf of heaven to punish evil and kill you, the arrogant one.
Prepare to die. Ha ha ha.
Whoever wants me dead probably hasn't been born yet. Bring the ship closer, the mercenary leader ordered his subordinates. Yes, boss. The subordinates replied. Lu Xianyuan and the mercenary leader engaged in a life-and-death fight. They exchanged dozens of moves, neither gaining the upper hand. Seeing a weakness in Lu Xianyuan, the mercenary leader suddenly threw a punch. If it had hit, it would have been serious. This was the moment Lu Xianyuan had been waiting for. He quickly turned around and drew his gun.
Bang!
The mercenary leader's eyes widened in shock. As he was dying, he muttered, You're not playing fair. The other mercenaries saw this and were terrified. They hurriedly turned to run.
Ha!
Want to escape? Don't you think it's a bit too late? Lu Xianyuan said with a cold smile, raising his gun and starting to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was intense. When the bullets ran out, they picked up guns from the ground and finally used a dagger. Until he killed the last person, Lu Xianyuan couldn't hold on anymore. He collapsed onto the ship with a thud. His pupils dilated, breathing stopped suddenly. Blood stained his hand as he died exhausted. Nianbao, with her pink backpack and ponytail, pushed open the courtyard gate and shouted loudly, Mom, your daughter is back. Then she closed the gate and trotted toward the door. As she moved, her ponytail swung back and forth, looking both cute and rebellious. Good girl. You're back. Are you tired? Yi Yunshu opened the door, took her backpack, and asked softly.
Mom.
I'm so tired. I need to eat something delicious to feel better. Nianbao blinked her big eyes, looking pitiful.
Ha!
You little glutton. Mom already prepared the food. Yi Yunshu gently patted her head and smiled. Mom, did you make meat for me? Nianbao sat on the sofa, tilting her head and asking. Her little legs kept swinging, and her body bounced happily. So adorable. Mom made sweet and sour ribs, and your favorite garlic chive stir-fried pork. Also, I steamed a basket of vegetable buns. Wash your hands and come eat. Mom is the best. I love you so much. Nianbao smiled happily, her eyes curved with joy, and spoke softly. Yi Yunshu smiled affectionately, then walked toward the dining room, picked up a bowl and chopsticks, and prepared to eat. Nianbao went to the bathroom, stepped onto her small stool, washed her hands, and also washed her face. Holding a towel, she looked in the mirror, carefully wiped her face, and made a few funny faces. Then she left the bathroom and went to the dining room, where mother and daughter started eating. Nianbao, are your exams coming up? Yi Yunshu asked as she took a bite of her bun.
Mom.
Don't worry, I promise to get good grades, Nianbao said with her cheeks puffed out, speaking unclearly. Nianbao, eat slowly. There's more food, Yi Yunshu quickly reminded her. She tried her best to make delicious food for her daughter, just to give her good nourishment. Despite her efforts, her daughter hadn't grown taller, but had gained some weight. She had become a little chubby. Oh, what a worry. If she kept eating like this, she definitely wouldn't be able to carry her anymore. And also, her daughter was already 8 years old, but she still looked like 6.
Mom.
You eat quickly. I'm full. Nianbao patted her little belly and said softly. Yi Yunshu snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, Nianbao, wash your hands quickly, play for a while, then do your homework, got it? Mom. What did you say? Can you speak louder? I can't hear you. Nianbao put her left hand on her ear, pretending to listen. A smile appeared on Yi Yunshu's face as she looked at her daughter. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, twirled them lightly in her hand, and softly asked, Nianbao, can't you hear me?
Mom.
I hear you. I'll wash my hands now, rest for a bit, then do my homework. Nianbao trembled slightly and quickly replied. Ha! Such a good act. If I dared to hit you, I'd probably be called out for a big meeting. Yi Yunshu rolled her eyes and muttered softly. Nianbao sat in the bathtub, her chubby little hands rubbing her white body. She hummed a tune from her past life. This is the life she wanted, if only her dad were here. She always felt a hollow emptiness inside, as if something was being pulled away from her. But she didn't dare say anything, afraid her mom would worry, especially since she had to go to the hospital and wait in long lines. Finally, she received a message. Your child is fine. Just keep an eye on them at home. Nianbao muttered to herself. What's going on? Could it be that Dad is in danger again? But why does Dad always get into trouble? Is it because of me? If that's true, what should I do? Should I leave this home? But I can't bear to leave. In this life and the past, this is what I always dreamed of. Dad, please don't get into trouble, or I might leave home and hide away. After taking a shower, Nianbao dried herself, put on her mom's pajamas, and lay in bed. Soon, she fell asleep. Nianbao has her own room. She wants to be independent, so she doesn't let anyone pick her up or drop her off at school. She feels satisfied after experiencing it. She has made up for her past regrets and even secretly bought a baby bottle. Every night, she makes some milk powder, drinks it, and feels very comfortable. Every night, she enters her space to chat and joke with Mauchio. Tonight, she didn't feel well, so she went to bed early. In her dreams, Nianbao dreamed that Dad was covered in blood, lying on a big boat, silent. A strong wind blew, and the boat flipped over. Dad was swept into the sea. Dad, Nianbao suddenly woke up, realizing it was just a dream. But why did the dream feel so real? Dad, please don't get into trouble. I'm still waiting for you to come home, she whispered. She slowly closed her eyes and fell back into the dream, where Dad was covered in blood, lying on the big boat. Next to him was a silver mask. Nian Bao reached out her hand, trying to put Dad into her space. She wanted Mao to heal Dad, but she couldn't reach him. She cried loudly in panic. She forced herself to wake up from crying, only to find it was the same dream again. Nian Bao got out of bed. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she went to the kitchen and reheated the leftover buns from last night. After breakfast, she packed her school bag, gently opened the door, and noticed that Mom seemed a bit off. Not wanting to disturb her, she quietly pushed the door open and then gently closed it again. With her short legs, she left the courtyard and ran towards school. Not long after Nian Bao left, Old Mr. and Mrs. Liu and Old Mr. and Mrs. Yi all arrived at the courtyard. For elderly people, their eyes red, clearly have been crying. Sniff, sniff. Yun Shu. Xianyuan is in danger. He fought against the mysterious mercenary leader. He killed over 400 people but died from exhaustion. Xue Shan has checked this. Just when he wanted to bring Xianyuan back to China, a strong wind suddenly blew and the big ship capsized. Xue Shan climbed onto another ship, luckily survived, and quickly sailed away. After returning to the harbor, he called us immediately. Grandma Yi choked out. Yi Yunshu was stunned. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he tried hard not to cry.
Xianyuan,
Didn't you promise me you'd come back safely? You big liar. Why don't your words count? When you lost your memory and forgot everything about us, I decided to trust you again. Is this the answer you gave me? The courtyard was filled with crying. Time passed quickly. Nian Bao finished school and pushed open the door, shouting loudly, "Mom, Nian Bao is back." When Nian Bao entered the living room, he sensed something was wrong. Why are Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom all crying?
child.
Your dad has sacrificed. Grandma Yi hugged her granddaughter and cried loudly. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Sniff, sniff. Nian Bao no longer has a dad. The little one burst into tears. With a wave of her right hand, a rolling pin instantly appeared. She swung it twice and shouted, "Furball, come out right now." A flash of white light shot toward her at great speed and stopped in front of Nian Bao.
Oh,
Little master, who made you so angry? You look furious. Tell me who it is, and I'll go knock on their door tonight and give them a good scare. Little master, maybe you should put the rolling pin down. It looks a bit scary. Furball blinked its big eyes and instinctively stepped back a few paces, trembling slightly. It could feel its master's anger and the powerful energy around her. Oh no! From the look of her, could she really be thinking of roasting me for dinner? Please, little master. I know I was wrong. Don't hurt me, please. The little white fox instantly gave in, crying pitifully. Nian Bao. Did she ever say she was going to hurt it? This creature had clearly imagined too much and scared itself. It was such a drama queen. Little master, I've truly changed. I'll be a good fox from now on. The white fox said between sobs, wiping its tears with its tiny paws, its belly trembling as it cried. Enough. Stop crying. Nian Bao's eyes turned cold as she stared at the fox. She waved the rolling pin again, making the little fox shiver and fall silent at once. Furball, answer me. Before my father left, I told you to cast a spell to protect him and keep him safe. Why didn't it work? If you can't give me a good reason, I'll roast you for real. Do you believe me? Little master, my magic never fails. The white fox said firmly, patting its chest with one paw. But my father. Something happened to him. Nian Bao dropped the rolling pin, sat on the ground, and began to sob. Little master, are you saying our father's gone? The white fox asked in shock.
yes.
Father met with an accident. He was escorting the island gate master in the South Sea when they were attacked by mercenaries. He collapsed from exhaustion. What doctors call sudden death. That's impossible. My magic should have protected him completely unless I made a mistake. Oh no, that's not a protective spell, but a technique to awaken memories of past lives. If the young master finds out, I might get scolded badly. No, I must find a way to fix this, or I will feel uneasy inside. Young master. Please wait a moment, I will be back soon, said the little white fox. It turned into a streak of light and disappeared instantly.
Dad.
I miss you so much. Nian Bao's eyes filled with tears, silently falling. She hugged her knees, buried her small face between her legs, and her ponytail trembled from crying. Nian Bao drifted into a dazed sleep, dreaming again of her father covered in blood, lying on a big boat. She kept calling out, reaching out her chubby hand, trying to break through the dream barrier to bring her father into her space. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break the chains and reach her father. She could only watch helplessly as her father was swallowed by the raging waves.
Ugh.
Dad. Nian Bao suddenly woke up, wiped her tears, and stood up. She went into the thatched hut, climbed onto the bed, curled up where her father used to sleep, feeling heartbroken.
Dad.
If you can get through this crisis safely from now on, you must take me wherever you go, she said, drawing circles on the bed with her finger. The little white fox turned into a streak of light again and appeared inside the hut, sitting on the bed. It crossed its paws over its chest, blinked its big eyes, and looked at the young master with a cute voice. Young master, this great master. I just learned a new spell called divination. Maybe it can help you find your dad. Nian Bao suddenly sat up, wiped her tears, and asked eagerly. Furry ball, can you really help me find my dad? Young master, this great master. The new divination spell I learned has some flaws, but it still works. If nothing unexpected happens, finding someone should be easy. Furry ball. Can divination still go wrong? Nian Bao asked angrily. Young master.
Well.
I just learned it, so please understand. The little white fox touched its nose, looking a bit embarrassed. All right. Hurry up and do the divination. If you dare to fool me, you'll regret it, Nian Bao said, waving her small fist fiercely. I would never dare to deceive you, little white fox, she said shyly with a sweet voice. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and tell me. If we find Dad, I'll give you plenty of roasted chicken and duck, promised Nian Bao. Oh, little master, are you serious? You must not lie. Be cute, sensible, and well-behaved, Fluffy Ball, said the little white fox brightly, speaking softly. Don't worry. I keep my promises. If I lie to you, I am just a shameless fox spirit, quickly said Nian Bao. The little white fox was speechless. The little master actually swore by a fox spirit. Huh. Fox spirits are the worst. Fluffy Ball. Hurry up, Nian Bao was anxious and urged. Oh, little master, don't worry. I will do a divination for you right now. 8 dragons, 8 tigers, 8 golden warriors, 2 tiger dragons guarding the 4 directions, the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, the 5 gods of the 5 directions. All are powerful. Heaven and earth are watching. The Jade Emperor, please show your signs. The little white fox mumbled for half an hour. Nian Bao was speechless. What kind of divination is this? It sounds like a scammer pretending to be a fortune teller. It's all nonsense. I can't understand a thing. Fluffy Ball. You better not lie to me, or I'll use a stick. The little white fox closed its eyes tightly, its paws glowing faintly, muttering words. Great Lord Lao, grant me strength quickly. The little white fox opened its eyes, jumped far away, and looked at the little master with a wandering gaze. Fluffy Ball. Where's my dad? Nian Bao shook a rolling pin in his hand, looking angry.
Woo.
Little master. I'm sorry, Fluffy Ball. I only got that your dad is still alive, but I don't know exactly where he is, she said softly, hiding in the corner of the bed. Fluffy Ball. You say my dad is still alive? Nian Bao's eyes widened with excitement, asking eagerly. Yes, little master, your dad is indeed still alive. He seems to be trying to find his way home, said the little white fox softly, hiding in the corner.
Woo-woo.
Dad is still alive. Nian Bao was so excited that tears and snot mixed as he started to sob. Fluffy Ball. You say Dad is looking for his way home. Has he lost his memory? Nian Bao asked. According to the pattern of the hexagram, your father should be on his way home from a past life. Little White Fox said thoughtfully.
Nian Bao Pao said.
Could it be that Dad has also awakened memories from a past life? If so, he must miss home a lot. Unfortunately, I don't have a home. I wish I could be like Dad, with loved ones to care for. In her past life, she suffered too much and never wanted to go back. Here, she has family to accompany her. Although the journey has been a bit difficult, her family loves her very much and treats her like a precious treasure. Young master. Mao Qiao needs to go to the bathroom, so I'll leave first, Little White Fox said softly. Mao Qiao. Thank you. Nian Bao wiped her tears and runny nose, softly saying.
Ugh.
Little White Fox turned into a streak of light and disappeared instantly. Oh no. This is too disgusting. It's a very clean fox spirit. I really can't stand it, she muttered as she stole a fragrant melon and walked away. Nian Bao paused. She thought she heard someone vomiting just now. Could it be that Mao Qiao finds her too dirty? She looked down at her tears and snot, then focused her mind and suddenly appeared by the small river. Quickly stripping herself naked, she jumped into the river with a splash and started washing herself. Half an hour later, Nian Bao finished her bath, feeling refreshed. She waved her hand, and a new set of clothes appeared. She hurriedly put them on, then washed her old clothes in the river, humming a little tune. Nian Bao's wish was simple, just to have her father alive. She firmly believed that her father would return to the capital soon. After washing her clothes, she walked on short legs to the thatched hut and hung her clothes on the drying line. With a thought, she disappeared instantly and reappeared inside the western room. She opened the door and went to the living room, where she saw her grandmother and mother sitting on the sofa, their eyes red. Turning to the door, she saw her grandfather and grandmother making phone calls, giving orders. It must be related to Dad. How should she tell her family not to worry? Would her grandparents and mother believe her? Good granddaughter. Are you hungry? Your grandma and auntie are cooking in the kitchen, said Grandma Yi in a hoarse voice. Grandma. Auntie is here too. Nian Bao looked away shyly, feeling a bit guilty. Your great-aunt has already arrived. And your third uncle and others have also come, but Grandma sent them back home. Grandma said. Grandma. Mom. Dad is not dead. He will return to the capital soon. Nian Bao said directly. Grandma was stunned for a moment, quickly stood up, crouched beside Nian Bao, and choked with emotion. Good granddaughter, are you telling the truth? Are you sure you're not lying to Grandma? Grandma, your granddaughter wouldn't lie to you. Dad is still alive, and everything is fine. Nian Bao said softly, helping her mom wipe her tears.
Good.
As long as he's alive. Yi Yunshu knew her daughter's way of speaking and believed her without doubt. Good granddaughter. Can you tell Grandma how you know this? Grandma asked. Grandma wanted to know, but unfortunately, Nian Bao couldn't say about the little ball, so she shook her head and said, Grandma, ask Mom instead. Nian Bao smiled and ran quickly to the kitchen.
Oh.
Look at this child. Grandma was curious and looked at her daughter. Yi Yunshu shook her head, got up, washed her face, and then went to the kitchen. Grandma muttered, Who do these kids follow? Grandma. Dad is fine. He will return to the capital soon. Nian Bao showed her small face, soft and sweet. Grandma Lu was happy inside, quickly crouched down, looked at her obedient granddaughter, and asked, Nian Bao, are you telling the truth? Grandma, it's absolutely true. Nian Bao blinked her big eyes, looking determined. She believed the little ball because it never lied to her about important things. That's why she confidently said Dad is alive, just not wanting them to worry. If they didn't believe her and got upset, she wouldn't know what to do.
Great.
You really are Grandma's little lucky star. As long as Dad is alive, Grandma will make you delicious food. Just tell Grandma what you want to eat. Grandma Lu was very happy, smiling brightly and asking. She is a well-behaved granddaughter, but also a reincarnation of a celestial child with extraordinary abilities. Her words are like imperial edicts, authoritative and unquestionable. Whether others believe it or not, she is completely convinced. Nian Bao, that grandma believes it now without even asking how she knows. Haha. Even if she asked, I wouldn't say I predicted it with a pet ball's fortune-telling. I would just say I dreamed about it. Also, when Grandma heard that Dad was safe, she immediately started preparing delicious food for herself. My grandma is truly amazing. Well done. Should I thank you or thank Dad? Grandma, I want to eat braised pork ribs. Is that okay? Nian Bao whispered. Of course. Absolutely. Grandma Lu quickly started preparing, moving efficiently.
Wow.
Auntie, when did you arrive? Nian Bao tilted her head and asked.
Oh.
I just saw Auntie. Wang Shi rolled her eyes and scolded playfully. Seeing her mother happy, she knew her younger brother was fine, and her worries eased. Xian Guotai was busy, so no one dared to tell him. If he found out his brother had an accident, he wouldn't be able to handle it.
Ha.
Auntie, your eye rolling is so funny. Nian Bao chuckled softly, speaking gently. She didn't dare to praise more. During school, she once told Annie that her big but must be good for having children, which almost got her scolded.
Wow.
Niece, your little mouth is as sweet as honey, Wang Xia said with a half smile. Hee hee. Auntie, is the older girl doing her homework now? After speaking, Nian Bao hurriedly ran out of the kitchen. Her heart was pounding. Oh my goodness. She's fearless, except when it comes to teachers, like a deep fear that suppresses her spirit. Terrifying. So scary. In a thatched hut at the easternmost tip of Fisherman's Village, in southern China, Lu Xianyuan lay on a wooden bed. His eyes were wide open, and his mind kept sorting through memories from his past and present lives. In his previous life, he was involved in scientific research and died in a base explosion. His wife died with him. Both father and mother are buried underground, but their strong feelings remain. I still want to see you once more. Perhaps it was fate that made father appear at your uncle's house and witness a scene of regret. They threw your small body into a dog's den, not giving any food and often hitting or scolding you. Father rushed over, wanting to fight them, but then he realized his body was slowly fading away. He watched helplessly as you were beaten and hurt all over. His heart ached terribly, but he could do nothing. Your aunt, with red eyes, looked at you as if you were a terrible sinner. Damn unlucky star, if it weren't for you. How could your parents have died? Your monthly salary plus the compensation money is enough for everything. Crying won't help. Today, I won't hold back and will teach you a lesson. Please, Auntie, don't hit me. Yao Yao knows she was wrong. I can help you with chores, washing clothes, cooking fire. Yao Yao won't eat if you hit her. Clap. Li Shuqin swung the broom wildly, hitting and scolding harshly. You little brat, you make me sick just looking at you. If it weren't for your parents sending money, I wouldn't bother with you. Sniff, please don't. Hit me anymore. Yao Yao curled up, blood flowing from her nose, begging weakly. Her eyes were confused, softly muttering as if a gentle breeze or soft silk.
Dad. Mom.
Where are you? Come save your daughter. Auntie. It hurts so much, I'm so hungry. You beasts. You animals. I, Lu Tianchen, have treated you well. Why are you hurting my daughter? Sniff Yao Yao. Sorry, it's all my fault. I sent you into a dangerous place because I couldn't see through people. If there's a next life, I will make you pay dearly for what you did to my daughter, Lu Tianchen said fiercely, shouting repeatedly.
Spit.
You worthless thing. Get up quickly, wash the dishes, and don't steal food meant for dogs. Otherwise, my broom won't let you go. With that, he waved the broom in his hand. Yao Yao trembled with fear, enduring the pain, and struggled to stand up. Her small body, as if her soul had been taken away, staggered into the house. With great effort, he lifted his dirty little hand and wiped the blood from his nose, smudging his face. His shoes, with toes exposed, were soaked with blood from his lower leg, and his vision blurred as darkness crept in. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground, like a broken rag doll, and lost consciousness completely. Seeing this, his uncle hurried forward, grabbed Yao Yao by the collar, and threw her into the dog's den.
Wah! Daughter!
Lu Tianchen shouted, his body slowly fading away and his mind slipping into chaos. Lu Xianyuan regained his senses, tears blurring his eyes. His gaze was full of anger as he muttered to himself. Lu Tiangang, you and I are siblings by blood. Why can't you accept your niece? You ungrateful fool, I hope I never find my way back. If I do, I will kill your whole family. Yao Yao is an orphan of a hero. Don't you fear the law of the country? A creaking sound. The door opened, and a simple-dressed girl with a very beautiful face entered the room. She was about 15 or 16, tall, with a ponytail, and approached the wooden bed. She gently placed a bowl of medicine on the old wooden table, releasing a strong herbal smell that filled the room. She tidied her bangs and looked at Lu Xianyuan softly, saying, Uncle, it's time to take your medicine. To find your family, you need to get better first. If I hadn't gone out to find you, maybe you would have died outside. This medicine was hard to gather. Drink it quickly. Lu Xuanyuan's eyes moved slightly. He slowly sat up and finished the medicine in one gulp. He looked at the girl, his throat moving as he spoke in a hoarse, rough voice, as if sandpaper had been used on his voice. Qingxiu, thank you for saving me twice. Otherwise, I would be dead for sure. Lu Xianyuan had fought in the South Sea public waters against mercenaries and died exhausted. But at the moment the ship was capsizing in a fierce storm, his heart, which had stopped beating, suddenly reactivated with a rush of fresh blood. It began to beat vigorously again. His dead brain was also called back to life, and blood started flowing through his body. A flood of unfamiliar memories poured into his mind, rapidly assembling and merging into his consciousness. The seawater whipped up huge waves, forcefully knocking him into the air. His consciousness, just waking up, sank into chaos again. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the beach. In his mind, memories from his past life appeared. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was gasping for breath. He wanted to find a way home and eliminate the family of the man who had mistreated Yao Yao. He staggered to his feet. After taking a few steps, he suddenly fell onto the sand with a thud. His body was covered in wounds, and he was starving. If no one had found him, he would surely have died. Luckily, there was a glimmer of hope. Qingxiu carried a bamboo basket and came to the seaside. She saved him and brought him back home. After eating, he felt his body recover quite a bit. While Qingxiu was away, he hurriedly tried to find his way home but accidentally fell into a water pond behind the village. If Qingxiu hadn't come looking for him, he probably would have drowned.
Oh, Uncle, don't be polite.
Just help me with a small favor and we'll call it even. Qingxiu blinked and whispered. Okay. Lu Xianyuan looked at Qingxiu with a hoarse voice. Thank you, Uncle. Qingxiu was happy inside but quickly hid her feelings and turned to leave the room. In the small courtyard, she was washing pots to prepare dinner. She wanted to eat well and then run away with Uncle. She couldn't stay in this fishing village anymore. Since her grandfather died, only she was left at home. But then, some troublemakers from the village started to bother her. They came often, trying to court her, but she repeatedly chased them off with a kitchen knife. Recently, she had a bad feeling, very strong, that something might happen to her. So she had to leave. But she didn't know anyone here and didn't know where to go. Moreover, the village was so remote that even dozens of kilometers outside, there were no other residents. If she left alone, she would definitely fall into the troublemakers' hands, and the consequences would be terrible. While Qingxiu was washing dishes in the yard, suddenly, a loud bang sounded as the door was forcefully kicked open. Splinters flew everywhere, and the door let out a painful creak before crashing to the ground, kicking up dust. Qingxiu quickly turned her head and, under the faint light of a candle, looked toward the door. At the entrance of the courtyard, 4 or 5 men barged in. The leader was Wang Chong, a troublemaker from the village. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and she trembled all over. She quickly gripped a kitchen knife. She stared at the intruders, slowly backing away, trying to run back into her house. Hee hee. Pretty girl, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I promise you'll never have to worry about food or clothes. Everything others have, you'll have the same. I will take good care of you. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Chong, you're shameless. Even if I die, I won't marry you, Qingxiu shouted loudly. Qingxiu, I'll give you one last chance. Just nod, and I'll tell them to leave immediately. Otherwise, tonight will be the start of your nightmare. Be smart and give up resisting, Wang Chong said, playing with a dagger and threatening her. Being my girlfriend is fine, but you must leave my house tonight. Come back tomorrow, and we can talk properly, Qingxiu said, her voice trembling as her eyes flickered.
Oh.
Qingxiu, you agreed so quickly. Are you trying to trick me? All right. But you have to spend an hour with me first, then we'll leave. You're talking nonsense. I'm only 15. I won't be your mom's toy, Qingxiu snapped, turning to run into her room. Just as she was about to close the door, Wang Chong forcefully pulled it open, causing Qingxiu's hand to hurt badly. She hurriedly let go of the doorknob and accidentally fell to the ground. Wang Chong saw this and felt happy inside. Without hesitation, he pounced on her, snatched the kitchen knife from her hand, and threw it aside. He started tearing at Qingxiu's clothes. Wang Chong, you bastard. How dare you attack me? You won't have a good death. Ugh. Uncle, help. Qingxiu desperately protected her chest and shouted towards the west room. But her voice was hoarse, and she saw no sign of Lu Xianyuan. Qingxiu suddenly felt hopeless. She had placed her hope in a stranger, but now she realized she was too foolish. If she had known he was a coward, she wouldn't have saved him. She had gathered herbs for him and taken care of him carefully. Now she saw she was not only foolish but also a big fool. Uncle, I hate you, Qingxiu cried, giving up her struggle. Maybe this is just her fate. Little girl, are you really angry with me? Lu Xianyuan leaned against the door and spoke softly. Suddenly, a loud voice exploded in his ears, like a beautiful melody, and he hurriedly shouted, Uncle, help me. Wang Chong suddenly turned his head and looked at the door, his eyes full of hatred. He stared fiercely at Lu Xianyuan, like a hungry wolf, growling like a beast. No matter who you are, get out of here now. Don't delay my work, or you'll regret it. Oh, well then. I'll give you 3 numbers. Leave immediately, or you'll see what happens. Lu Xianyuan played with a dagger, speaking coldly. Ha ha ha. What kind of person are you, daring to interfere in my business? You're asking for trouble. 3rd, hurry up and come in. Tie him up for me. After I finish my work, I'll deal with him.
GSE.
Wang Chong shouted desperately, but no one responded, as if they didn't exist. His heart started pounding faster, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. 3rd, Jia Si, Huang Chu, they are his close friends. They always listened to him and never dared to go against his decisions. But now, they were completely unresponsive. What was going on? He was full of doubt and unease. Had they been scared away by this guy? No, that couldn't be. They would never abandon him and run away at such a critical moment. The more Wang Chong thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Suddenly, he felt a cold chill on his back, as if death itself was surrounding him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body shivered. He clenched his teeth. He quickly stood up, trying to run out the door, but Lu Xianyuan blocked his way and said in a deep voice, Remember, in your next life, be a good person. As he finished speaking, the dagger turned into a streak of light and instantly cut Wang Chong's throat. How dare you? Wang Chong's eyes widened as he desperately covered his neck. Blood seeped through his fingers. His body slowly collapsed, his head hitting the ground with a dull thud, and he died. Seeing this, the handsome young man shouted loudly, then quickly covered his mouth and stared at Lu Xianyuan. His eyes were full of fear. He hurriedly sat up and instinctively backed away. He made a woo-woo sound, tears streaming down his face onto his hands. Qingxiu was so frightened that she cried. Lu Xuanyuan's lips curled slightly, then he walked into the west room, only to find there was nothing to tidy up. He smiled bitterly, squatted down, tied his shoelaces, and tidied his clothes. He wiped the dagger on his pant leg, stood up, and tucked it into his waistband. Then he left the room, glanced at Qingxiu, and did not stay any longer, walking away from the thatched hut. He took a quick look at the yard, where 3 men had already died, and then stepped out of the gate. He checked his direction and headed toward Baiyun City, 30 miles away. He needed to return to Kyoto. Because he missed Bao, he also wanted to see his wife and find a way back to the modern world. He planned to bring Yao Yao along, so they could live together and not let her be lonely and helpless. However, as he walked, he felt a small tail following behind him. A slight smile appeared on his face. He didn't look back and kept walking forward. "Old uncle, why are you walking so fast?"
I am exhausted.
Qingxiu jogged behind him, muttering.
Hey,
"Uncle, wait for me," Qingxiu shouted, feeling something behind her. She was so scared she ran quickly, like a fairy in the dark, and soon caught up with Lu Xianyuan. "Uncle, you promised to take me away, so why did you leave so quietly?" Qingxiu asked. "What did I promise you?" Lu Xianyuan asked casually. "Uncle, you're so mean," Qingxiu pouted, looking upset. "Stay away from me. Why are you so close?" Lu Xianyuan reminded her. "I'm scared. Uncle, thank you for saving me. Otherwise, next year on this day would be my Memorial Day," Qingxiu choked out. "You saved me twice. I only saved you once, and I still need to save you one more time. Tell me," Lu Xianyuan said calmly.
oh,
"Uncle, do you need a daughter? Why don't I be your daughter?"
Qingxiu said.
"Your gratitude should be repaid with a fountain of kindness. Don't refuse me," she added.
Dad.
Qingxiu blinked her big eyes, looking a bit like Nian Bao. Lu Xianyuan was speechless. "Perhaps she has nowhere to go and wants to stay with me, looking for a safe place. Just say it directly, no need to call me Dad." That call of Dad made me feel uneasy, as if a hungry wolf was watching me. Because she saved me twice, I must help her find a job no matter what.
Don't call me that.
I'm not your dad. Besides, I already have a daughter. If she finds out you call me Dad, she might get very upset. She is very obedient and sensible. If my daughter knew you called me Dad, she might be very angry with you tomorrow," Lu Xianyuan said lightly, glancing at her delicate face. A faint smile appeared, and I immediately remembered her cute, bossy face. Qingxiu was suddenly surprised. Under the moonlight, she looked at Lu Xuanyuan's face and quickly changed her words. "Uncle, how old is your daughter? You're so brave. If she finds out I call you Dad, she might really get mad at me." "She's 8 years old," Lu Xianyuan said briefly before quickening his pace toward Baiyun City. Qingxiu was speechless. So he's just a little kid. That rude uncle is lying. Qingxiu, want to stay with you." "Hey, uncle, wait for me." Qingxiu quickly chased after him with her bag. Soon, their figures disappeared into the moonlight. At the old Lu family house in Beijing, old Master Lu sat on the sofa, holding a cooled teacup but not drinking a sip. His eyes were fixed on the landline phone on the coffee table, as if it was the most precious treasure. Since returning to the courtyard, he had been sitting here without leaving even a step. "Hey, old man, hurry up and wash up and go to bed. Don't keep waiting by the phone," Grandma Lu said helplessly, softly persuading him. Even her obedient granddaughter said Lu Xianyuan was fine, so she was completely convinced. But this stubborn old man, she didn't know what was wrong. He was just half believing and half doubting. He kept watching the phone after returning, not blinking once. She had told him many times, but it didn't work. "Go to sleep first. I'll wait a little longer. Xianyuan might call back tonight," old Master Lu said calmly. "All right. Don't wait too late. I'm really too tired and can't stay awake anymore." "Okay," old Master Lu replied softly, continuing to wait for the call. After washing up, Grandma Lu returned to the east room and lay on the bed, drifting into a light sleep. The phone in the living room suddenly rang loudly. Old Mr. Liu quickly picked up the receiver and asked, "Hello? Who is this?" A crackling sound of electricity came from the receiver, like thousands of ants biting at someone's ear. But no one spoke, and the atmosphere became very strange and creepy, making people feel scared and cold. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. "Are you Xian Yuan?" Old Mr. Liu asked nervously, voice trembling with emotion. A deep, sinister laugh came from the phone, like a demon from hell, dark and frightening. Then, a hoarse voice sounded, like a machine that had been silent for many years, making a grinding noise. "Lu Qingtian, you're really lucky. I can't seem to kill you no matter how many times. Now your son is dead. How does that feel? Is it hard for you? Surprisingly, he was the wolf we wanted to catch. Now, it's a perfect solution, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The leader of the South Sea mercenaries was killed by your son, saving me a lot of money. By the way, I should thank your son. I will burn paper offerings for him on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, and on the 23rd. But I can't afford to buy paper, so I have plenty of newspapers. Let him deal with those below. Don't worry, soon I will personally reunite your family. Oh, and by the way, your eldest son is already useless, won't amount to anything, so leave him last." Old Mr. Liu's mind was roaring like thunder, his face turning pale as if an ancient beast had awakened. His anger seemed about to burst out, with bulging blue veins on his forehead. He clenched the phone tightly, so hard that it squeaked loudly. If he squeezed any harder, the receiver might break into pieces and become useless. His throat moved as he spoke in a rough, powerful voice, like a mountain of corpses and blood, word by word. "Old fool. You rat in the gutter, not only did you dare to kill my son, but you also dared to call and provoke me. I, Lu Qingtian, swear that even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will tear you into pieces. Lu Qingtian, I really look down on you, such a stupid pig. There's no way you'll ever find me. Even if you know who I am, so what? All right. Recently, I have been feeling very lonely, so I wanted to talk to you and share some news. Don't you have a granddaughter? Remember to burn more paper money for her tomorrow. Please don't get too busy. Are you brave enough?" Old Mr. Liu suddenly stood up and shouted angrily at the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected, and the beeping sound came from the phone. Old Mr. Liu was so angry, he almost threw the phone. Without thinking much, he quickly went to the east room, put on his pistol, and rushed out of the house toward the door. He pushed the door open and stepped into the yard, only to be blocked by Zhou Hongru. "Old sir, it's late at night. My young niece told her servants that you are not allowed to go out at night. Otherwise, I might have to see the king of hell. So you should go back inside and sleep. Move aside. My good granddaughter is in danger, old mister." Lu stared fiercely at Zhou Hongru and shouted, "Not allowed. My young niece said so. If you answer a call at night and go out, it might be a trap to lure you away, so you absolutely cannot leave the old house, unless you kill the servant." Zhou Hongru looked ready to face death, which made old Mr. Liu furious. He almost wanted to shoot him. But his granddaughter's words made sense. Maybe the recent call was meant to lure him away. They might have wanted to harm his wife or kill her. Old Mr. Liu glared at Zhou Hongru and turned to walk toward the house. He needed to call the guards. His wife and granddaughter must be safe. He had to protect them, including their school runs and pickups. This sneaky rat could attack his family at any time. He cursed himself. Who was this person? Why was he making such a big plan? What was his real goal? Since his wife donated her property, this behind-the-scenes troublemaker disappeared. But why did he come back? Did he have some new scheme? At the entrance of the courtyard, at the southwest corner of the small crossroad, Nian Bao sat on a small stool. In front of him was a peach blossom iron basin with burning paper money inside. The flames burned brightly, driving away the darkness around. He held a yellow piece of burning paper, tossing it into the fire one after another, voice choked with emotion. "Ugh. Grandma, your granddaughter has brought you some paper money. Remember to go to the bank and withdraw some." Nian Bao introduced a match for Annie, which is my great-uncle, even though he's a bit older, but he knows how to care for others. "Grandma, You don't know. When they just met, they hugged and kissed right away. It's almost too much to watch. Grandma. Don't worry, my granddaughter will take good care of Auntie. I promise she won't have any worries about food or clothing in the future. Grandma, you need to help me out. Maybe give her some dreams to guide her. Let Annie stop just watching me study. I don't even get time to play anymore. Sniff, sniff. Grandma, I miss you so much. I just wonder if you're doing okay down there. If you're missing anything, send Annie a dream and she can mail you some things. If she can't, just tell me and I promise to help you. I've been a bit short on money lately. I plan to buy a few courtyard houses, send Annie a dream, and ask her to borrow some money from me. The more, the better. Otherwise, Annie is so stingy, saving all that money. She could buy a lot of things with it. Grandma, you really need to do something about this. Nianbao looked at the fire pit, feeling wronged.
Oh.
I almost forgot. Annie has a stick. Tell her to put it away quickly and not scare me anymore. During class, I was resting my head on the desk for a little while, but Annie took the stick and knocked on the desk loudly, scaring me half to death. Grandma, I'm not joking. I scored first in the whole grade on my exam. Isn't that amazing? Nianbao mumbled a lot, tears rolling down her cheeks. She missed her grandma. If it weren't for Grandma coming at night to bring her food, taking care of her through thick and thin, she might have died 8 years ago and wouldn't be alive tonight. Nianbao threw the last piece of burning paper into the fire, and the flames suddenly flared up. The light reflected on her tear-streaked face, making her look like an orphan abandoned by the world. So heartbreaking. Ye Yunshu, hiding in the darkness at the gate, sighed softly and whispered, Madam Wang, thank you for taking care of Nianbao. This child is very grateful, even if she doesn't say it. However, she always remembers you deep in her heart. She often calls out for you in her dreams. Yi Yunshu suddenly looked up and glanced to the right side of the road, instantly feeling like she was in great danger. She quickly pulled out her pistol from her waist, hid behind a tree, held her breath, and quietly observed. She saw more than 10 people in black clothes approaching quickly from a distance. They didn't even look at Nianbao burning paper. They headed straight for the courtyard. When they reached the gate, they looked at each other. Someone stepped forward, took out a piece of wire and a dagger, and prepared to open the door. When they reached the door, they saw it was already open, which made them suspicious. They all turned to look at the small figure burning paper nearby, then shook their heads. Like ghosts, the group tiptoed and gently pushed open the door, making no sound at all, as if a feather was falling. It was as if a gentle breeze brushed the ground without stirring any dust. Once everyone was inside the yard, Yi Yunshu stepped out from behind the tree just in time to see her daughter walking toward her. Without thinking much, she hurried to meet her. Before she could speak, Nianbao waved her right hand. She quickly pulled her mother into her space, then, with small steps, approached the gate with a fierce look in her eyes. When she was burning paper earlier, she felt a strong killing intent and thought it was just passing by. So she didn't pay much attention, but she didn't expect these people to be coming for her and her mother. Nianbao instantly became angry. She waved her right hand, took the peach blossom iron basin into her space, and a rolling pin appeared in her hand. With small steps, holding the rolling pin, she marched toward the courtyard with a murderous look. Suddenly, she saw her mother running toward her, and her tense heart finally relaxed. For safety, she had just pulled her mother into her space. Tonight, she was going to fight fiercely. Nianbao entered the courtyard, stuck the rolling pin at her waist, and instantly appeared with an 88-style assault rifle in her right hand. With 2 clicks, she chambered a round, a bloodthirsty smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Since you're looking for death, everyone stay here, she whispered softly. Then, holding the 88-style rifle, she stood at the gate, waiting quietly for them to come out. She was determined to fight back decisively and use the gunfire to warn those lurking in the dark to be careful. Perhaps one day she will find out where their hideout is and come to destroy it completely. More than 10 people in black clothes came out of the house quickly toward the gate. When they reached the middle of the yard, they suddenly stopped, using the house's lights and the moonlight to see. They saw a small child standing at the gate, holding something in her hand. It was a bit unclear what it was, but it was certain that she was pointing it at them. The leader of the black-clad group frowned and immediately felt a deadly aura surrounding him. He was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Quick! Lie down! Shoot her!" Everyone was surprised. Before they could react, Nian Bao decisively pulled the trigger.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The gunfire sounded suddenly like a loud thunderclap, deafening and tearing through the night sky. The 88-style assault rifle roared like a fiery dragon, spewing flames. It also looked like the Grim Reaper, swinging a sickle mercilessly to take their lives.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
In an instant, more than 10 black-clad men were shot and fell to the ground, dead. Only 3 remained, lying on the ground and desperately fighting back, trying to kill Nian Bao.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In a flash, gunfire erupted again, tearing through the night and alerting armed police and security forces. Nearby residents were awakened by the gunfire and called the police in panic. The police station's landline kept ringing loudly, almost overwhelmed. Nian Bao moved her mind and quickly stored the assault rifle into her space. Suddenly, a pistol appeared in her hand. With short steps, she approached the remaining 3 and grinned confidently, pulling the trigger without hesitation.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The 3 black-clad men were instantly killed, blood pouring out of their bodies, eyes wide open. Even in death, they couldn't understand why their bullets, exhausted as they were, failed to kill her. The strong smell of blood and gunpowder filled the entire courtyard.
Nian Bao Frauen Tai Li.
She gently raised her right hand, and the bodies and guns instantly disappeared into her space, but she still felt something was wrong. She moved her mind again, and the river water inside her space surged like a flood, flooding the small courtyard. The river water was then pulled back into her space, leaving the yard free of blood and gunpowder smell. Nian Bao walked to the front gate, forcefully closed and locked it, then finally relaxed. With light steps, she approached the door, her small face expressionless. She opened the door and entered the hall. Suddenly, the rolling pin began to shake violently. Before she could react, a cold gun was pressed against her head. The roar of the engine sounded like an ancient beast, fiercely breaking the quiet of the night. Motorcycles and jeeps, flashing police lights, sped down the road like sharp swords. In Kyoto's security district, they received orders from higher authorities to immediately go into full alert and be ready to act at any moment. In the entire North District, families got up, dressed quickly, and held their trusted tools. Old people and children at their doors looked like they were facing a big danger, trembling with fear. On the street, some drunken men heard the heavy gunfire, looked up suddenly, and their drunkenness disappeared instantly. They rushed to the side of the road, jumped into ditches, and hid. Every household seemed to have received an order, turning off their lights and not daring to breathe loudly. Children who were noisy and didn't want to sleep quietly closed their mouths, their hearts pounding. Tears welled up in their eyes, wanting to cry but holding back, looking very sad. "Zhou Hongru, I order you to move aside immediately, or don't blame me for killing you," Old Master Lu said with wide eyes and a fierce look. "Not allowed. My niece said so. You must stay home tonight and not go anywhere or she'll kill me. If you leave the old house and something happens, I'll have to be buried with you. Besides, you're so old. It's not worth it. I want to live a few more years," Zhou Hongru muttered softly. He dared not let the old master hear him. If he lost his temper, he might really shoot. Even if the old master regretted it later, what good would that do? He couldn't save himself. So, no matter what, he couldn't let the old master step out of the door. "Good job, Zhou Hongru. You don't listen to me anymore, do you?" Old Master Lu was furious, puffing his cheeks and glaring, teeth clenched. "Sir, please don't blame my subordinates. They only betrayed your granddaughter, but that doesn't count. Unless Nian Bao isn't your granddaughter. If that's the case, I will listen to you immediately. What do you think?" Zhou Hongru smiled slightly, took a step back, and spoke calmly. "Nonsense. Nianbao is the only bloodline of my Lu family and my grandson, Lu Qingtian's granddaughter. This is a solid fact. Old Mr. Lu trembled with anger and scolded loudly. That's all I need to hear. Go back and sleep now. Your big niece has incredible skills and won't get into trouble. Zhou Hongru puffed out his chest and said loudly.
Wow.
You're really a blockhead. Didn't you hear the gunfire in Beichin? Old Mr. Lu cursed. Old sir, I know you're worried about your granddaughter, but do you know? Your granddaughter is also worried about you. If I, Zhou Hongru, show mercy and let you walk out that door, you might never see your big niece again. The mastermind behind the scenes can't be underestimated. Would you go save your granddaughter? He might be aiming for 2 or even 3 targets at once. If you fall into an ambush, I will definitely go to save you. And your wife might also be in danger. Can you bear such consequences? But no matter how many plans they make, they overlooked one person. That person is your granddaughter, Nianbao. She will also become their nightmare. Trust me, your obedient granddaughter is not an ordinary girl. She has incredible skills. As long as you protect yourself and stay safe, you will lighten Nianbao's burden. Old sir, do you remember the medicine train and the plane crash? I don't need to say more, right? If it weren't for Nianbao, the Lu family would have been gone long ago. Without her, you, your wife, and I, Zhou Hongru, wouldn't be alive today. Old Mr. Lu froze in place. Yes. Without his obedient granddaughter, the Lu family would no longer exist. All that followed wouldn't have happened. But he couldn't help but feel uneasy. His obedient granddaughter was still so young. No matter how talented she was just a child.
Sigh.
It's all my fault for being useless. He still couldn't find out who the mastermind behind the scenes was, which put his obedient granddaughter in danger. Damn rats. They are too cruel, too cruel. Old Mr. Lu clenched his fists and cursed angrily. Sir, it's late at night. You should go back to your room, Zhou Hongru said softly. Yes, honored scholar. Thank you for your hard work. After speaking, Old Master Lu turned and walked toward the door. Zhou Hongru suddenly looked up, stared at the roof of the side room, and without hesitation, drew his gun and decisively pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. The bullet spun through the air, accurately piercing the assassin's forehead, and both the person and the gun fell down. It hit the ground behind the side room with a dull thud, and the assassin's eyes widened in shock. Blood gushed from his forehead, and his body twitched once, losing all signs of life. Old Master Lu quickly turned around, feeling a wave of fear. It seemed Hongru was right. The person behind the scenes was indeed calculating. They wanted to completely eliminate the Lu family. Nianbao opened the door, trembling violently with a rolling pin in hand, only to be met with a gun pressed against her head. Her heart pounded loudly, and she raised her chubby little hands, her mind racing furiously. She used all her clever ideas to figure out how to deal with this escapee. She realized she was careless, only counting a few people, which led to her ending up with a gun pointed at the back of her head. Don't move. Otherwise, I'll shoot you dead, the assassin said fiercely.
Oh.
Uncle, I'm just a little kid. I can't fight you. You don't need to press that gun against my head. Are you afraid of me? How about we play a game and see? I'm quite rich. I have tens of thousands of dollars. If you win one game, I'll give it to you. Deal? Nianbao sat on the ground softly and sweetly said.
Really?
Are you sure you have tens of thousands of dollars? The assassin asked quickly, pointing his gun at Nianbao. Of course. Just play a game with me. If I lose, I'll tell you where the money is. Otherwise, just kill me now. Nianbao turned to look at the masked man in black.
Quick. Tell me.
What game are we playing? The black-clad assassin asked anxiously. He had just searched around and found only a few hundred yuan, then hurriedly left the room and went to the door. He saw this little girl walk in from outside, but her accomplice was nowhere to be seen. He guessed they had gone to the meeting point, waiting for him. But why didn't he kill her? Could it be that the boss wanted to take the credit himself? That's possible. Once he finds out where the girl hid the tens of thousands of dollars, killing her can wait. You stand in place and I wave my right hand, trying to see if I can make you disappear. If I can't make you vanish, I will give you 56,000, and you will spare my life. Could this girl be a fool? She's talking nonsense late at night. Does she really think she's a fairy? She waves her hand and believes she can disappear. Why doesn't she just fly to the sky? Okay. You only get one chance. The black-clad assassin straightens up and says calmly.
Got it.
Uncle. Nian Bao stands up, waves her right hand, and the assassin is pulled into the space. TC. With such low intelligence, you dare to be a killer? You should just find a rock and bump yourself to death. Nian Bao mutters softly, pouting. Later, she moves to the east room, takes her mother out of the space, places her on the bed, and covers her with a small blanket. In a flash, her figure disappears from the spot and reappears inside the space, holding an axe in her right hand. She walks up to the black-clad man and, without hesitation, slashes his throat with an axe, ending the killer's life herself. Not daring to delay, she quickly steps out of the space. Just then, she hears someone smashing the door and stomps out of the room. At the door, she unlocks it, pushes open the bright red painted door, and softly says, "Oh, hello, police officer. I don't know why you're knocking on my door in the middle of the night." The deputy police chief sees it's a young girl and immediately feels suspicious. He asks, "Little girl, where are your parents?" "Mom is sick and sleeping now. Dad hasn't come back from his mission yet." "Your dad's on a mission. What's his name?" The police officer asks again. "I'm called Lu Xianyuan. My grandpa is Lu Qingtian, and my maternal grandpa is Yi Bongrong." The deputy police chief gasps and stands stiffly, his face suddenly pale, as if struck by a heavy hammer. His chest rises and falls rapidly, feeling like a heavy weight pressing on his heart. He swallows hard and cautiously says, "Big niece, you should go inside and sleep now. Let's pretend we never came here, okay?"
All right.
"Good night, police uncle." Nian Bao gently closes the door, a mischievous smile on her face. "Stinky uncle. I don't believe mentioning dad and grandpa won't scare you away. And I'll bring my maternal grandpa along too. He works hard, but he can't be left out."
Sigh.
"I still need to earn money and secretly give some to my grandfather. Even at his age, he still wants to see the world. Mom doesn't seem to care. This daughter was born for nothing. She's useless." Outside the gate, police lights kept flashing. The deputy director stood there, looking scared. The other officers were also stunned. Everyone knew the names of the top leaders. They were famous. Unexpectedly, this girl is the granddaughter of Leader Yi. Her background is so strong.
Sigh.
If only we had such a grandfather. How great that would be. Oh no.
Wait. Lu
Qingtian, isn't he a military leader? Oh my. This girl can walk freely in the capital. Anyone who dares to bother her will face serious consequences, ruined future, or even a quick slap to shut them up. The engine roared as a motorcycle and a jeep left the courtyard gate. They started visiting homes to find out where the gunshots came from. They worked all night, but found nothing. They could only leave some police to keep investigating, but no one dared to disturb the courtyard. At 6:30 a.m., Yi Chuyan woke up and saw her daughter lying beside her, sleeping sprawled out. She was drooling and kept smacking her lips, as if dreaming of delicious food. Gently, she kissed her daughter's small face. She sighed and said with some worry, "Always taking mom's space, your courage is growing. You really need to be disciplined. If something happens to you, how can mom live?" She looked at her watch, hurriedly got up, put on her shoes, and left the room. In the bathroom, after washing up, she went to the kitchen to cook for her daughter. She steamed some rice and cooked 2 dishes before going to wake her daughter in the east room. After brushing her teeth, Nianbao sat at the table and suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts. Looks so delicious, I'm drooling." "Yes. Don't you love to eat that?" Yi Yunchu smiled gently and continued, "Eat well, then you'll have enough strength to help mom in the space. Isn't that right?"
Mom.
"You stay outside. I'm worried about you. What if you get hurt?" Nianbao grinned widely and said softly, "Then you stay outside, and I won't worry anymore." If there's a next time, your auntie will deal with you, Yi Yunchu said sharply, glaring at Nianbao and threatening.
Wow. No, no.
Mom, I know I was wrong. Nianbao quickly admitted defeat, looking sad.
Good.
It's good to know you're sorry. Without Mom's permission, you're not allowed to go into my space again. Mom will invite your auntie over to help you with your homework, Yi Yunchu said coldly, standing up and going to the west room to pack her daughter's bag. Nianbao thought to herself. Mom's move was too harsh. Inviting Annie back was like inviting a strict teacher. Oh my. Just thinking about it is scary. Annie is very strict and clever, almost perfect. But compared to herself, she's just a little behind. There's still time to catch up. She must hide her strength for now, or she could even teach Auntie a thing or two.
Sigh.
Being a good girl is so hard. After dinner, Nianbao, carrying her school bag, was about to leave the courtyard when she saw 4 soldier uncles standing at the gate. Uncles. Why are you standing here? Nianbao tilted her head and asked softly. Little niece, we are here to protect you, sent by your grandpa. We'll take you to school and pick you up, the squad leader whispered as he crouched down. Thank you, uncles. You should go back now, Nianbao said softly, not wanting to be different. Sorry, little niece. It's your grandpa's order. We can't disobey or we'll face serious punishment. Nianbao looked at the squad leader, her eyes darting around. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she sweetly said, Uncles, how about this? Stay a little farther from me, pretend you don't know me. Otherwise, I won't go to school. Okay, fine, the squad leader replied helplessly. Nianbao carried her bag, skipped ahead with her short legs, her ponytail swinging side to side. Both cute and mischievous, she headed toward Hope Elementary School, with the 4 guards about 100 meters behind, watching carefully. If anything was wrong, they would act quickly. Lu Xianyuan, with his handsome appearance, and his companions safely arrived in Kyoto by train. As soon as they got off the train, they took a taxi, heading straight to the courtyard. I arrived at the gate of the courtyard and pushed open the big door, walking quickly into the yard. Qingxiu followed closely behind. Lu Xianyuan reached the door of the house, tidied up his torn clothes briefly, and then opened the door to go inside. Yi Yunchu heard the noise, wiped the water off her hands, and hurried out of the kitchen. In the living room, she saw her messy husband standing at the door. She thought she was imagining things. She rubbed her eyes with her hand and looked again. It was indeed her husband, Lu Xianyuan. Sniff, Xianyuan. You're finally back. Yi Yunchu's tears fell as she spoke in a choked voice. Honey, I'm back. Lu Xianyuan's voice was hoarse but gentle. Yi Yunchu quickly ran out and threw herself into Lu Xianyuan's arms, crying loudly. Lu Xianyuan held his wife tightly. Tears also started to fall naturally. Qingxiu secretly slipped into the west room, lying on Nianbao's bed, and fell into a dazed sleep. When Nianbao came home from school, she heard sounds from the east room. She hurried to the door of the east room, listened carefully, and her eyes widened in surprise. She quickly covered her mouth. Carrying her school bag, she gently stepped out of the room and went to the yard, her small face scrunched up like a bun. She sat on the ground, propping her chin with her hands, looking upset, and muttered to herself, Humph. Just came back and you're so impatient. Can't you be quieter during the day? The yard gate was pushed open. Old Mr. Liu, old Mrs. Liu, old Mr. Yi, old Mrs. Yi, Lu Xiangua, Yi Chen, and Shueji Ruo arrived. They saw Nianbao sitting on the steps not far from the door. Old Mrs. Liu hurried forward, picked up her well-behaved granddaughter, and asked softly, Why is my good granddaughter sitting on the ground? Where are your parents? Grandma, Dad, and Mom are fighting in the room. Nianbao blinked her big eyes, looking aggrieved. Everyone was surprised. They quickly broke down the door and rushed toward the east room. Wang Shuya and Xue Zhiruo were both startled and didn't dare to delay. They hurried into the living room. In front of the door, Old Master Liu, Old Master Yi, Lu Xiangua, and Yi Chen looked very unhappy. Everyone reached the door of the east room. Old Lady Lu lifted her foot, about to kick the door open. Suddenly she stopped. She quickly retracted her foot, moving smoothly and cleanly, without any hesitation. She pressed her ear to the door. Husband, be gentle. It hurts. Why are you using so much strength? Yes, yes.
Just like that.
I didn't expect you to understand so much. From now on, only do this with me. If I find out you're doing this with someone else, you'll never sleep in my bed again. Hee hee. Wife, your skin is so white, I don't dare to press too hard. I'm afraid I might hurt you accidentally. Old Lady Lu's face turned bright red, reaching her ears. She suddenly turned around and was startled. She saw several heads leaning over, some taller than Old Lady Lu. Shuh. Little sister. Soon, we might have a grandson. Old Lady Yi made a shushing gesture softly.
Oh.
That's great. Let's go. Don't disturb them, she whispered, finally feeling relieved. They tiptoed away, pulling Wang Shuya and Xue Zhiruo along. Outside the door, everyone acted like thieves, gently closing the door. Old Lady Lu brought a small stool and sat at the door, acting as a guardian. Old wife. Weren't you going to stop them? Old Master Lu asked softly. It's fine. They're just sparring a bit. It should be over soon. Old Lady Lu smiled awkwardly and shot a glance at her obedient granddaughter. Spare? Sparring? Old Master Lu and Old Master Yi exchanged glances, their faces twitching. Yi Xiangua and Yi Chen hurriedly pulled their wives aside to whisper.
Ni An Bao. Oh.
Why is this little old lady glaring at me? It's not like I told them to go in. She immediately turned her face away. She didn't want to see her grandma. She knew she was bullying children.
Oh.
Mom and Dad. Hurry up. My stomach is so hungry I could faint. Inside the East Room, Yi Yunchu was lying on the bed, her back exposed, humming softly. Lu Xianyuan sat by the bed, his strong, knuckle-dusted hand massaging his wife. Carefully finding the acupoints and applying a little pressure, Yi Yunchu started to beg for mercy. It hurts. Honey, be gentle. You're killing me. Oh no. My daughter has already finished school, and I haven't cooked dinner yet. It's all your fault. You insisted on giving me a massage. Otherwise, dinner would have been ready already. Wife, you can lie down for a bit. I'll go cook dinner. I just called my parents after I got off the train. They're probably almost here. Tonight, I must cook a special meal for us to enjoy together, Lu Xianyuan said softly, kissing his wife. Okay, you go ahead first. I'll rest for a bit and then help you out. Honestly, with your skills, opening a massage shop would be no problem, Yi Yunchu praised.
All right.
Sounds good. Wife, if I open a massage shop, I will only give you massages. You wish. That would be impossible, she replied with a smile. Hurry up and cook. If our daughter comes back and there's no dinner, what will you do? Also, shave your beard quickly. After taking a shower, you still haven't shaved. It's all over my face now, making a mess at the vanity. Got it, wife. Lu Xianyuan finished dressing and kissed his wife again before rushing out of the room. Oh, you rascal.
Ye Yunchu similet softe.
Lu Xianyuan left the room and went to the living room, but suddenly froze in place. He saw a row of people outside the window, all staring at him. They kept glancing behind him, their expressions full of curiosity. Mom, Dad, when did you arrive? Lu Xianyuan snapped out of a shock, hurriedly opened the door, and asked with a slightly choked voice. He almost missed seeing his family, lost at sea in the South China Sea, separated by great distances. Seeing his parents, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and daughter, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Tears welled up as he walked toward Grandpa Lu, his eyes fixed on his daughter's face. When did we arrive? Just when you and your wife were practicing martial arts, Grandpa Lu said coldly, annoyed. Martial arts practice? Lu Xianyuan paused, then quickly realized what he meant. He looked at his father and hurriedly explained, It's not what you think. I was giving Yin Chu a massage. Hug me. Nian Bao stretched out her little hand, sniffling as she spoke. Good girl. Daddy misses you so much. Lu Xianyuan reached out and pulled his daughter into his arms, kissing her a few times. Daddy, I miss you too. Nian Bao hugged her father's neck, sobbing softly. Good girl. Don't cry. Isn't Daddy back now? Lu Xuanyuan's eyes were red, and he comforted her softly.
Daddy.
If you go on missions in the future, take me with you. Otherwise, I won't let you go anywhere. Nian Bao wiped her tears and said stubbornly. Okay. Taking my good girl on missions will definitely be very cool. Lu Xianyuan agreed, without hesitation. He and his daughter would never be separated again, to prevent the tragedies of the past from happening again. If he found a way home, he would bring Yao Yao over too, so they could live together. He wanted to make up for the guilt in his heart. Every time he thought of Yao Yao's sad face, his heart felt like it was being torn apart.
Nian Bao, wow.
Daddy actually agreed so easily. I thought I would have to persuade him a lot. It really is a father-daughter bond. If only my parents from the past knew that their daughter was doing well, they would be so happy. I just wonder if my parents have experienced the same fate and reincarnation as I have. Half an hour later, everyone sat at the dining table, ready to eat. Nian Bao, with her short legs, poured wine for Grandpa and Grandma.
Grandpa.
Don't drink too much. Grandma, you work so hard. You must take care of your health. If it gets too much, we won't do it anymore. Your granddaughter will take care of you, making sure you're well fed and clothed, Nian Bao said softly. Ha ha.
Good.
Good. The two elders laughed happily, their faces full of affection. Yi Chun, what does my little cousin mean? Is she treating herself as a decoration? Grandpa is taking care of me, and I don't need this little kid. If it weren't for the fact that she saved my wife, I wouldn't bother arguing with her. This kid is so annoying. Believe it or not, I could knock him down with just one finger. Qing Xiu came out of the west room, rubbed her eyes, and smiled as she entered the dining room. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt. Hello. My name is Lu Qingxiu, and I am Lu Xuanyuan's daughter. No need to be formal. Just call me Qingxiu, Dad. You guys are eating. Why didn't you call me beautiful and delicate? Surprisingly, she is the blood relative of my younger brother. Everyone's eyes focused on Qingxiu, carefully examining the girl with a big smile on her face. Yi Yunchu was momentarily stunned.
He shook his head randomly.
He knew better than anyone who Lu Xianyuan was. This girl could not be his daughter. There must be something she didn't know. He decided to just watch and not get involved. Old Lady Yu was furious. She suddenly slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Qingxiu with cold eyes, her voice icy. Little girl, whose child are you? Why do you call Lu Xianyuan Dad? If you can't explain today, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, Grandma, why are you so angry? It's bad for your health. I see from your face that you've been worried lately and can't sleep at night. It's better to stay calm. If not, you might need to go to the hospital and rest for a while, Qingxiu said softly, touching her chin.
You.
How dare you curse my wife? What are your intentions? Old Lady Ye's chest rose and fell, feeling uncomfortable all over. Seeing this, Nian Bao hurried into the kitchen, took out a fragrant melon from the space, and cut it into small pieces. She placed the pieces on a plate and brought it to the dining room. She went to her grandmother, raised her small face, and said softly, Grandma, don't be angry. She looks so pretty. How could she be Dad's daughter? Besides, even if she is Dad's daughter, that's just a leftover issue from the past. It has nothing to do with her. It's just a matter of sharing a pair of chopsticks. In a few years, when we marry her off, maybe we'll get a generous bride price. That's a win for us. No loss at all. Don't you think so, Grandma? After dinner, you can investigate her. If necessary, you can even catch her and interrogate her harshly. Maybe she's a spy or something. Then hand her over to the court for life imprisonment or even execution. There's no need to get so angry over someone unrelated. It's not worth it, Grandma.
Sit down.
Your granddaughter is feeding you some sweet melon. It's very tasty, Nian Bao said cheerfully, holding the plate. All right. Good girl. Grandma's clever granddaughter really understands. Old Lady felt a tightness in her chest and sat on a stool, feeling uncomfortable. Grandma is eating melon. Nian Bao blinked her big eyes and said softly and sweetly. Then, she used a spoon to feed Grandma, and soon the melon was finished. Old Lady Yi still felt a little unsatisfied. Her granddaughter's melon was so delicious. Qingxiu stood still, twitching her mouth, silently counting in her mind. As long as she counted to 30, the old lady would fall to the ground, and she would step in to help. She just wants to settle peacefully in this family, otherwise, she might end up on the streets. Since entering the courtyard, she has deeply liked this place. When she has money, she plans to open a clinic and develop the skills her grandfather taught her. These days have been the hardest for her. If Uncle Lu is willing to help her, she will definitely repay him someday. She has no relatives left in this world. Grandpa said he had relatives in the capital, but he passed away before telling her.
Sigh.
Relying on oneself is the best. If they don't take her in, she will have to leave. She can't do anything against her conscience. Just now, she saw that Grandma's blood was very weak and might faint at any moment. She kindly reminded her, if Grandma didn't believe her, there was nothing she could do. There's also her little sister, only 8 years old. She is Uncle Lu's biological daughter, truly extraordinary. She calls him Dad because she wants to see if this little girl is as impressive as Uncle Lu said. From their recent confrontation, she knows she's definitely not her match. But when it comes to medical skills, little sister, you might not be my match, but let me show you a trick. Otherwise, she might not get her share of this meal. The old uncle is still smiling. You're so white and pretty. Nothing special. Qingxiu rolled her eyes at Lu Xianyuan. Old Lady Yi felt warm all over. Her body's exhaustion disappeared, and she even felt her heart relax. Her eyes widened suddenly in surprise. She quickly hugged Nianbao into her arms and whispered in her ear, "Good granddaughter. Can this melon cure illness? Grandma will tell you, don't give food to others easily. If someone with bad intentions finds out, you'll have big trouble." "Got it, Grandma," Nianbao whispered back. "Good girl. My granddaughter is so clever." Old Lady Yi and Nianbao sat together, whispering softly. Qingxiu counted up to 300. She still hadn't fallen down. How could that be possible? She quickly looked up at Grandma Yi and suddenly froze in surprise. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. She had studied traditional Chinese medicine for many years and couldn't have been mistaken. Could it be that the young girl had healed her? But she didn't see her make a move. What exactly was going on? Grandma Yi hadn't even taken her medicine, yet she was completely cured. It seemed she had lost again to the young girl. Qingxiu bowed deeply and looked at Nianbao with admiration and envy in her eyes. If only she had a family like that. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling with emotion. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry just now. Uncle Lu is not my father. I am an orphan. I just happened to save Uncle. He felt sorry for me and took me out of the fishing village. Sorry to bother you all. I truly apologize. Uncle Lu, thank you for bringing me to Kyoto. Please return my fare and meal money. Let's settle everything between us." Old Uncle Lu stood up and carefully looked at Qingxiu, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This girl's appearance was somewhat similar to his younger sister-in-law, even though they hadn't seen each other in decades. But from her eyebrows and eyes, he could still see some resemblance. Also, her surname was Lu. Could she really be his brother's granddaughter? How could such a coincidence happen? "Qingxiu,
Sit down and eat.
I promise to find you a job, and I won't forget my word," Lu Xianyuan said softly as he stood up. He had completely forgotten about her. He blamed himself for being too happy and losing focus. Fortunately, this girl was sensible. If she weren't, she might have asked for a lot in return for saving her life. But she only wanted her fare and meal money back.
No.
"You don't have to. Please just give me 25 yuan, Qingxiu said sadly. Old Uncle Lu stood up and looked at Qingxiu with a hoarse voice. "Child, what is your grandfather's name?" Qingxiu looked at old Uncle Lu, tears shining in her eyes, and her voice choked with emotion. "My grandfather's name is Lu Qingshan?" Old Uncle Lu's mind suddenly felt like a thunderclap, like a loud drum hitting him hard. He froze in place, stunned. My throat felt tight, my voice hoarse, as if an invisible hand was squeezing my throat, forcing out a few words. Qingxiu. It turns out to be my brother's bloodline. Grandma Lu suddenly stood up, her eyes slightly red, staring tightly at Qingxiu, as if her thoughts traveled through time. She remembered decades ago, in a rural area of Nanxing province, in front of a shabby courtyard gate. She and her husband, with 5-year-old Xiangua, were driven out of their home. The head of the Lu family, Lu Huayuan, favored the second household and treated the main and third households harshly. While working outside, the main and third households shared the autumn harvest, but the second household took half of it. The remaining grain was to be shared with their married daughter, which made her husband angry. He argued with Grandma Lu, got beaten, and was cut off from the family, being expelled from the Lu estate. Lu Qingshan, who was gathering herbs and heard about this, stormed into Grandma Lu's room and argued loudly. Later, he took his wife and went to the gate, stuffing the last 5 yuan they had into his hand. Big sister-in-law, please take these 5 yuan. Lu Qingshan's eyes reddened as he choked on his words.
No.
Third brother, this is the money you saved up for seeing a doctor. Sister-in-law can't take it. Grandma Lu wiped her tears and refused. Big sister-in-law, just take it. Little uncle is so young, if anything happens, he won't be helpless. Yes. Big sister-in-law, just take it. We have more money and Qingshan knows medicine, the third sister-in-law agreed. Thank you. Thank you all. Grandma Lu's eyes blurred with tears as she accepted the 5 yuan.
Oh.
Big sister-in-law, we're all family, no need to be polite. Lu Qingshan rubbed his hands and whispered.
Oh.
By the way, big brother, big sister-in-law, we won't be going with you. Lon and I have discussed it. We'll go back to my mother-in-law's house and stay for a while. We'll plan for the future, and I believe life will get better. Lu Qingshan added. Good. Once my older brother and I settle down, I'll send you a message. Grandma Lu choked out.
Qingshan.
Sister-in-law, take good care of yourselves. When gathering herbs, be sure to stay safe. Grandpa Lu warned worriedly.
Yes.
Got it, big brother. Lu Qingshan and Lanny answered together. The two brothers hugged briefly without even glancing at the courtyard, then went their separate ways in different directions. But who knew that hug would be their forever farewell? They left South Province with their husband and wife. They endured many hardships before settling in North Province, working day and night. Writing to them was like throwing stones into the sea, no news at all. Until the war broke out, and her husband joined the army. Still no information about them. Later, someone was sent to find out, and they learned that they had returned to their mother-in-law's house, but it was less than a week. Soon after, they left with a fleeing group, and their destination was unknown. Unexpectedly, the elegant young woman in front of her was actually her third brother's granddaughter. How could she not be excited? If only, back then, she had that 5 yuan, maybe they wouldn't have made it to North Province, and they wouldn't be where they are now. Uncle's kindness. Qingxiu will lead the way. Please give me the 25 yuan. Don't cheat. I have relatives in the capital, Qingxiu said seriously, puffing out her chest. Grandpa, if only you had told me earlier who my relatives were, how wonderful that would have been. Then my granddaughter wouldn't be wandering the streets now. Last year, when you were lying in bed and saw the newspaper, you were so excited. When I asked why you were happy, you only said there was a relative in the capital and wouldn't say anything else. Before you passed away, you wanted to tell your granddaughter who the relative in the capital was. But what you said, I didn't hear a word clearly.
Ah.
Maybe this is fate. Although our family name is the same as theirs, Lu family, it doesn't mean they are truly our relatives. We can't just cling on and refuse to leave. Lu Xianyuan paused, looking at Qingxiu's stubborn expression, then at his daughter. He felt that his obedient daughter looked somewhat like Qingxiu. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his voice, a bit low and teasing, said, Qingxiu, are you threatening uncle? Since you have relatives in the capital, why not tell me who they are? Let me make a call and ask them to come pick you up.
How about that?
No need. If I can find them myself, I won't trouble uncle anymore. Qingxiu's eyes flickered, and she said angrily. Beautiful older sister's eyes darted around nervously. She was clearly lying. I could tell. Nian Bao blinked big eyes and softly said, "Handsome, oh my gosh. This little kid, can he speak more politely? He just said it so openly. Doesn't he care about his reputation?" I glared at Nian Bao fiercely, waved my small fist, and looked threatening. Nian Bao quickly covered his mouth, his eyes darting around, looking scared, acting very naturally. "Uncle, are you going to pay back the money? Just give me a clear answer," Qingxiu said, hands on her hips, sounding fierce. "After dinner, I want the money back immediately." "No excuses," Lu Xuanyuan said, raising his chin and speaking in a serious tone. "Okay, I get it. You just don't want to pay back the money, right? Uncle Lu, I don't want the money anymore. Just consider it the cost of helping me get out of trouble," Qingxiu said, turning to leave the restaurant to get her bag from the west room. She was leaving a home that wasn't really hers. Lu Lao Tai snapped out of her shock and hurried over to Qingxiu, grabbing her hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Qingxiu, is your grandma called Lan Ni? Wow. How did you know that so early?" Qingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief.
Child.
"I am your great-grandmother. This is your great-grandfather, also your grandfather's older brother," Lu Qingtian, Lu Lao Tai said, her eyes red and voice a little excited. Qingxiu's mind was pounding like thunder, frozen in place. Her heart was pounding wildly, as if pierced by a sharp sword, making it hard to breathe. She never imagined she would come to her great-grandfather's house. The name her grandfather kept mentioning in his dreams was her great-grandfather, Lu Qingtian. Now she finally knew who her grandfather wanted her to find. It was her great-grandfather. Woohoo! Great-grandpa, great-grandma, your granddaughter finally has a home. Qingxiu hugged Lu Lao Tai, tears streaming down her face. "Don't cry, child. From now on, stay close to great-grandpa and great-grandma. Okay?" Lu Lao Tai gently comforted her.
Yes.
"Okay." Qingxiu wiped her tears, voice trembling. Everyone stepped forward to greet her and introduce themselves. Lu Lao Tai held Qingxiu's arm and apologized awkwardly for what had just happened. Lu Xianyuan felt a bit amused and helpless. He had actually brought his niece home. Only Nian Bao was unhappy. She felt like her love was taken away, but she still went over. She puffed out her small face, looked at her pretty older sister, and softly said, "Big sister, join me. I'll protect you from everything. In Kyoto, you can do whatever you want." "Sure. Little sister, I'm a bit poor. Can you give me some money to spend?" Qingxiu blinked her big eyes seriously. "No money, and I wouldn't give my life for it either," Nian Bao said angrily. "Qingxiu, so stingy, so tight with her money. If I stay with you, I'll probably starve." Everyone laughed loudly. Time quickly passed. The next afternoon, Nian Bao came home from school looking unhappy, her small face puckered like a bun. She said with tears in her eyes, feeling wronged, "My daughter got into a fight with older students and was expelled from Hope Elementary." "Nian Bao, tell Mom what really happened." Yi Yun-chu squatted down, wiped her sweat, and softly asked, "Good girl, did you get hurt?" "Let Dad check." Lu Xianyuan took Nian Bao's school bag and carefully examined her. Then he sighed in relief.
Yeyun Cheheu.
"Your daughter is so brave. You don't even know. Why pretend to be so indifferent? Luckily, she's your own daughter. Otherwise, what might she be thinking?" She shot a sharp look at Lu Xianyuan and continued asking her daughter, "Nian Bao, speak up. Tell Mom, did you hurt someone?" A 6th grade boy said Uncle's wife was sleeping with someone and was talking badly about her everywhere. My daughter just overheard and went to argue with them. But they not only didn't listen, they got even more arrogant. They even said Uncle's wife was secretly doing something embarrassing with the gym teacher in the classroom. They saw my daughter was pretty, so they surrounded her. One boy kicked her directly. It hurt so much. My daughter was so angry, she grabbed a rolling pin and beat them all down. The boy who kicked her was taken care of by me and fainted right away. At that moment, the sports teacher ran over without saying a word, raised his hand, and shouted at my daughter. If he hit her, her front teeth would be knocked out. He also cursed at my daughter, calling her a spoiled brat with no manners, and threatened to beat her to death. So, my daughter couldn't hold back and fought back, knocking the sports teacher down. Probably, he won't get out of bed for at least 10 days or so. Later, the principal and a group of teachers rushed over. The situation was intense. Seeing this, my aunt quickly protected my daughter, worried I might be bullied. After understanding what happened, the principal called the police, and my daughter was taken to the station. My aunt was worried and went with her. Some police officers knew me. They released my daughter, saying they would handle the matter properly, and told me to go back to school and focus on my classes. When my daughter and aunt arrived at the school gate, they were turned away. They said my daughter was expelled. My aunt went inside to talk to the principal, but she was also dismissed. Mom and Dad. My daughter wants to go to school and doesn't want to be expelled. My daughter didn't want to fight, but she couldn't help herself. Ningbao sobbed and kept crying. Don't cry, Ningbao. This isn't your fault. But you hit too hard. What if you hurt someone badly? Besides, they aren't really bad people. Just a lesson is enough. But that sports teacher is truly hateful. Still, he shouldn't have hit you. Yi Yunchu gently hugged his daughter, feeling heartbroken. Lu Xianyuan radiated a terrifying aura, and the temperature in the living room dropped rapidly, reaching freezing point. His fists clenched tightly, eyes flashing with killing intent, voice hoarse and deep, like a demon from hell. Is the principal of the elementary school hoping for that? Fine, Lu Xianyuan wants to see how you explain expelling my daughter. Oh no. Dad. Hurry and go to the school. Aunt is crying and calling Uncle. The voice from the phone was loud, and my daughter heard everything clearly. Uncle is bringing soldiers to surround the school, claiming to protect their safety. I'm afraid Uncle might get angry, and then we won't have any reason to argue. Dad. Hurry and go. If you wait too long, it might be too late. Nianbao quickly said. All right. I'll go now. You and Mom stay home and eat first. Don't wait for me. Lu Xianyuan gently ruffled his daughter's hair and spoke softly. Back in the East Room, dressed in military uniform and carrying a gun, he headed toward Hope Primary School. At the school gate, parents and onlookers crowded tightly, talking loudly and arguing. The head of the discipline office stood on a table at the gate, holding a newspaper and shouting, Parents, your children have been taken to the hospital, except for one who is seriously hurt. Most of the other students are fine. Please rest assured. The person who hit them has been taken away by the police. Although she is only 8 years old, Li Haolong promise everyone that she will be punished severely. Right now, the attacker and her teacher have been expelled from the school. As for compensation, we support the victim, but for details, please ask at the police station. Lee Director, I am the family of Coach Wang Hao. He was hit the hardest. He won't be able to get out of bed for a year or more. Please, the school must help my husband. We will not let the attacker go easily. It's so hateful. She hit him so hard. It's like trying to hurt him for good. We must get paid. Without at least 80,000 yuan, I won't let this go. Yes. Lee Director, our children were hurt at school. You have to stand up for us. A parent agreed. Exactly. We need to unite and make her pay. How dare she hit someone? She must pay. The roar of engines sounded like a fierce lion's growl, tearing through the air violently. Dozens of trucks, filled with armed soldiers, formed a long line rushing down the main road. They moved very fast, arriving at the school gate in the blink of an eye. Everyone got out and surrounded the school. On the lead military jeep, a senior officer stepped out. It's Lu Yuangua. He received an emergency drill order that morning. They had to quickly organize a drill at a suitable location. It could be inside the city or outside. The goal was to handle emergencies and test the response of the military district. Until the afternoon, the location still hadn't been found. Just when he was feeling anxious, his wife called. When he answered the phone, he heard her crying and was immediately startled. Hearing her story, he became very angry and wanted to rush over alone. He took a few steps, then suddenly remembered the drill, had a quick idea, and ordered everyone to gather. That's how the scene of surrounding the school earlier happened. Lu Xiangua was wearing shiny leather shoes, carrying a gun at his waist, and walking toward the school gate. Parents and spectators hurriedly made way, trembling with fear. Time seemed to have paused. The whole school suddenly became eerily silent. Li Haolong's eyes widened, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his hand holding the newspaper microphone dropped to the ground. He jumped down from his desk, landing hard on his backside, hurting so much he grimaced, but he dared not make a sound. Seeing this, the security guard stepped forward and opened the school gate. Lu Xiangui didn't even look at Li Haolong and went straight to the principal's office. Sitting upright in a window-side office chair was a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, about 40 years old. He had a square face, wore thick glasses, pursed his lips, and had a pen tucked into his left chest pocket. He exuded a refined aura, a trait only long-time educators possess. He was Li Lin, the principal of Hope Elementary School, a highly respected teacher. Li Lin also had another identity. He was a distant relative of old Master Li from the Li family in Kyoto. Principal, the military district has already surrounded the school. You should come up with a plan. Teacher Zhao sweat profusely and panted as he spoke. He had just seen dozens of military trucks suddenly appear at the school gate. Everyone was armed, moving quickly to surround the school, which was very frightening. Without thinking much, he ran to the principal's office and reported everything to him. But he didn't expect that after hearing this, the principal only looked up at him briefly, then lowered his gaze back to the newspaper. His calmness was impressive, something he could only dream of. But this matter was extremely serious. It was probably a parent of a child who had been beaten and, in anger, brought soldiers to surround the school. As the principal, he didn't seem worried at all, or perhaps he had a powerful backing. Teacher Zhao, it's none of your business. Hurry up and go home after work, Li Lin said, without looking up. Okay then, Teacher Zhao said helplessly, packing up his things and preparing to leave. Seeing Teacher Zhao leave, Li Lin took a deep breath, his eyes cold as he looked at the door. His anger was boiling inside, and he desperately wanted to see the person who took away his beloved. After Shuya got married, he felt heartbroken and couldn't sleep at night. Whenever he closed his eyes, he saw images of Shuya with someone else. He hated himself for liking her for so long but never daring to tell her, afraid of rejection. But when he finally gathered the courage to confess, she was already someone else's wife. Damn it. The hatred of losing her is unbearable. I want to see how capable you really are. Li Lin suddenly picked up the phone on his desk, quickly dialed a number, and made a call. The phone rang twice and was answered. An old voice came through the receiver. Hello. Who is this? Uncle. It's Xiaolin. Li Lin stood up, holding the receiver tightly, respectful as he spoke. Oh? Xiaolin. What's the matter? Old Li's voice sounded gentle, showing he cared about Li Lin. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask or would hang up immediately without saying a word. He might also pretend to be busy and give a brief, dismissive reply, ending the call quickly, seeming cold and impatient. Uncle. The people from the security zone, for some reason, have surrounded the school with soldiers, Li Lin exaggerated, almost saying they opened fire. Old Li's angry voice came from the phone, followed by the sound of things breaking. Silence. Dead silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. Only the crackling of electricity in the receiver. Li Lin didn't dare breathe loudly, sweat cold on his forehead sliding down his face. Old Li's voice sounded like he was holding back his anger, speaking slowly and carefully. Don't get into a conflict with them.
Try to cooperate with them.
I'll check on the situation. Okay, uncle. The nephew understands, Li Lin quickly replied. Old Li hung up the phone and immediately called old Master Lu to ask about the situation. Beep beep beep. Li Lin heard the busy signal from the receiver, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and smiled slightly. His uncle is a high-ranking official. No one dares to offend him. Doing so would be asking for trouble. Shuya, I want to see if the man you're looking for has a strong backing like mine. Don't let me down. If you find a soldier from the reserve forces, I will give up willingly. But if the man you choose is too afraid to come, I will look down on him. I will do everything I can to bring you back to me, ensuring you have food and clothing. Moreover, I will use my connections to help you advance further into a position at the Education Bureau. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door was kicked open forcefully. The door hit the wall behind it with a loud thud, causing the paint to peel and scatter on the floor. The connection between the door and the frames squeaked loudly, and the door swung back and forth a few times. The sudden noise startled Li Lin, who had just sat down, and he stood up abruptly. Looking up, he saw a man in military uniform standing at the office door. He was over 1.8 meters tall, with a chiseled face and a waist belt with a gun, which made people feel awe. Li Lin muttered to himself, "This man looks so impressive. If someone could marry him, it would be a blessing for many generations. If Shuya married him, I would step back immediately. There's no comparison."
Wait.
Why did he kick my office door? Does he think I'm an easy target? Li Lin's face turned serious. He stared fixedly at Lu Xiangua, raising his voice sharply and angrily. Is this the standard of a leader in the reserve forces? Coming into someone's office and kicking the door? Or is it that your hands are too clumsy? Leave my office immediately. Otherwise, I will report you to the reserve forces and make sure you regret it. Your behavior is damaging public property and you must pay for it. Also, withdraw your soldiers immediately. School teachers are finishing work. If you scare them, you will face serious consequences. Are you trying to make Principal Li Lin of the school afraid? Lu Xiangua's eyes were cold, filled with intense anger. It was this guy who fired his wife, causing her to cry loudly. He didn't care about the job, but his wife did. It was her favorite position. As a man, if he didn't stand up for his wife, he wouldn't deserve to be her husband. So, let's see if my fist is stronger, or your bones are tougher. As part of a training exercise, the principal stepped forward to protect the children and fought with the attacker. Because of his poor health, he was eventually knocked down. That's a good reason. Lu Xiangua grinned widely, locking his eyes on Li Lin, and slowly moved closer. What are you trying to do? Are you going to hit me again? I advise you to disappear right now. Get out of here immediately. Li Lin puffed out his chest, eyes wide, shouting. Principal Li, this is just a drill. We hope you can cooperate and just endure it, Lu Xiangua said playfully, moving his wrist. What drill? Li Lin was confused. Before he could react, Lu Xiangua suddenly appeared in front of him. He slapped him hard across the face with a loud slap. Oh my gosh, you dare to hit me? I won't back down, Li Lin said without hesitation and rushed forward. Lu Xiangua smiled. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch, ouch. Li Lin covered his head with both hands, curled up under the desk, and kept crying out. He had learned self-defense, and at first, he could fight evenly with Lu Xiangua, but he was running out of strength. This guy was flexible and gave up immediately. Lu Xiangua acted as if he didn't see, punching him repeatedly, making Li Lin scream. He kept shouting tough words, even bringing up old Mr. Li, but it didn't stop him from being beaten. Lu Xiangua sat in a chair, while Li Lin stood in front of the desk, like a scolded schoolboy. He looked down, pitiful, even breathing cautiously and trembling. Tell me, why did you fire my wife? Lu Xiangua asked coldly.
Who?
Who is your wife? Li Lin trembled and asked carefully. Oh my goodness. You don't even know who my wife is. Lu Xiangua blurted out harshly, questioning.
No.
I don't know. Li Lin glanced at Lu Xiangua quietly. My wife is Wang Shuya, the one you just fired, Lu Xiangua said directly. Li Lin's mind suddenly went blank, like being struck by lightning, and he froze in place. His body stiffened, as if his soul had been taken out, and everything around him seemed dull and dark. His chest rose and fell, hurting like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, he looked up with red eyes, like a waking lion, staring fiercely at Lu Xiangua.
Wow.
What kind of look is that? Lu Xiangua sat up straight and asked in a deep voice. Li Lin clenched his fists and suddenly slammed them on the table, supporting himself, and said angrily, Jerk. If you dare to hurt Shuya, I won't let you go. Tomorrow, Wang Shuya will come to work. I didn't fire her. I haven't even processed the paperwork, so how could I? Enough.
Get out now.
I don't want to see you again. Leave. Lu Xiangua was stunned. Why is this guy reacting so strongly after hearing that my wife is Wang Shiya? Could it be that this fool has inappropriate thoughts about his wife? That shouldn't be. If he did, he would have married her long ago, and she wouldn't be with me. From what I know, his wife has been at school for many years without any rumors, except for those bullies. But now they've been dealt with, and they're probably going to spend their lives in prison. Lu Xianyuan entered the office, looked around quickly, and understood what was happening. He said in a deep voice, "Big brother, you should get the people out of here quickly. I need to talk to Principal Li about compensation." "Okay, I'll go first." Lu Xiangua stood up and headed toward the office door. Suddenly, he stopped, turned his head to look at Lu Xianyuan and softly said, "Tell those sports teachers and the student who defamed your sister-in-law to come and apologize. Otherwise, leave this matter to me. I will handle them personally, and I won't let any of them go." "Got it? I understand, big brother." Lu Xianyuan nodded softly. Lu Xiangua then left immediately, gathered his team, and drove off on a large truck. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Lu Xianyuan sat in a chair, gesturing for Li Lin to sit down. He wanted to handle things politely first. It is clear that someone should compensate for causing harm, but there are reasons behind the incident involving the school teacher and the person who acted violently. The person must also apologize to their daughter, otherwise, they will not receive any compensation. "Principal Li, I won't beat around the bush. Lu Nian is my daughter. I have 2 requests for coming to the school. First, to cover the medical expenses. Second, that the school, the physical education teacher, and the students who defamed my sister-in-law must come to apologize. Otherwise, there will be no compensation at all. Think about it. Before 10 a.m. tomorrow, go to this address." Lu Xianyuan wrote down an address and handed it to Li Lin, then left without looking back. He initially wanted to ask the principal why his daughter was expelled, but decided against it. It's better that his daughter leaves the school, as the environment there is not good, and there's no need to argue further. Around 8 o'clock, Li Lin, along with students, parents, and the physical education teacher's family, arrived at the courtyard. They all apologized. Li Lin asked for Nian Bao to return to school, but Lu Xianyuan refused. He simply paid the compensation and sent everyone away. Seeing his daughter's sad eyes, Lu Xianyuan quickly pushed open the door and went outside. He took out his phone, quickly dialed a number, and made a call. It rang once before being answered. "Hello," came a deep, steady voice from the other end. "I am Wolf Hunter. Please help my daughter enroll at the central school tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Go directly to the central school and report to Principal Shang." Beep beep beep. Lu Xianyuan hung up the phone and then walked to the door of the house, opening it and entering the living room. He saw his daughter sitting on the sofa, holding her small backpack, with tears in her eyes. When she saw him come in, she quickly wiped away her tears and softly said, "Dad, can my daughter still go to school?" "Of course she can. Tomorrow, Mom and Dad will take you to register at the school, okay?" Lu Xianyuan sat on the sofa and spoke gently.
"Dad,
"If the school doesn't want me, I won't go to school anymore. I'll do business with Mom and make money." Nian Bao blinked her big eyes and said softly, "Good girl. You're so good at studying. Your future is very bright." Lu Xianyuan gently rubbed her little head and praised her. In her past life, her daughter probably never went to school, and I don't know how she's doing now. "Yao Yao, Dad will find a way to go back and bring you here so we can live together."
Dad.
"Can I really go to school?" Nian Bao tilted her little head and asked again.
Haha.
"Good girl. Dad won't lie to you. Don't worry."
Thank you, Dad.
"I promise I won't fight anymore this time," Nian Bao said softly. "Girl, remember, we don't cause trouble, but we also don't back down if someone bullies you. If someone bullies you, fight back hard. Don't be soft. Make sure they are afraid of you. If something happens, Dad will support you." "You did a great job this time." Nian Bao stood up, hugged her dad's neck, kissed his face, and choked up as she said, "Dad, you're so good." Time flew by quickly. The next morning at 8 a.m., Lu Xianyuan and Yi Yinshu took their daughter to the principal's office at the school. "Hello, Principal Grandpa Nian Bao blinked her big eyes sweetly. Hello. Good girl. Principal Shang smiled and nodded, then took out 3 test papers and handed them to Nian Bao. Nian Bao. These are 3 test papers from 1st to 3rd grade. If you want to take an advanced exam, you can try the 3rd grade paper directly. If you score 90 points or above, it means you pass the advanced test and can go to 3rd grade. Grandpa Principal, does Nian Bao want to take the advanced exam? She forcefully took the test paper with her wrist, hurriedly sat on the nearby chair, and opened her backpack. She took out a pencil, looked at the questions, and twitched her mouth. This was way too easy. Without hesitation, she started answering, occasionally pretending to think to hide her confidence. In less than 10 minutes, she finished all the questions and carefully checked her answers. Then she put down her pen. When she looked up, she saw the principal's old face very close to hers. She was startled and quickly stood up, took a step back, and smiled sweetly. Grandpa Principal, I've finished my test. Can I go to 3rd grade now?
Oh.
Yes. You can start class now, the principal replied, holding the test paper, looking excited. There wasn't a single mistake. Even the best 3rd grade students couldn't do that. She felt like she had found a treasure. With some training, her future could be very bright. Mom and Dad, you can go home now. I want to go to class. I don't need you to pick me up after school. I can take a taxi home myself, Nian Bao said softly, with a cute face. Good girl. I'll come pick you up anyway, because Dad has to leave the team tomorrow, Lu Xianyuan said gently, kneeling down.
Dad.
Are you leaving again? Nian Bao's eyes turned red, and she looked very reluctant, asking softly. Dad has to go back to the team. When summer vacation starts, you can go to Beiping with Mom, okay? Okay. Nian Bao lowered her head, clutching her clothes, speaking softly. Let's go.
Nian Bao.
I'll personally take you to 3rd grade, Principal Shang said kindly. Okay. Thank you, Principal. Nian Bao smiled brightly, her voice soft. Principal, my daughter is bothering you, Yi Yunshu said quietly. No trouble at all. I like this child. You can go now. The principal waved his hand quickly, taking Nian Bao out of the office. Nian Bao looked back at her parents, her eyes twinkling, and quickly added, Mom and Dad, hurry back and work hard. Try to have a little brother or sister for me.
Lu Yuanxian was speechless. Wow.
My daughter is really bold. She dares to say anything. Since she came back, he felt like she wasn't really a child from this era. Her words sounded just like those from her past life, except for her different appearance. He thought Yao Yao was her reincarnation. Yi Yunshu was speechless. Her face suddenly turned bright red. She raised her hand to her forehead, wishing she could disappear into a hole. She turned to look out the window, feeling extremely hot. Her daughter was like a little oven, roasting her. She couldn't believe she was arguing with her parents in front of outsiders, telling them to go home and fight, and to have more children.
Oh my.
Someone please strike her down. Why did she have to have such a lively daughter? The principal paused, then looked at the couple in the office with a half-smile and said, Kids are right. For the future of our country, go home and settle your family issues. Let's aim for a double celebration next year, and then everyone can come to our primary school. After speaking, the principal left with Nian Bao, leaving the couple stunned. At 10 a.m., across from the central primary school, a small courtyard was bought by Lu Xianyuan. It was to make it easier for his daughter to go to school. The total price was 5,800 yuan. The house inside was fully equipped. The original residents had already moved out of the city to join their son elsewhere. He was eager to sell, or it might have been more expensive. But in Lu Xuanyuan's eyes, it was very cheap. He pulled his wife and bought 2 more small houses nearby. Although they were small, in a few years, they could sell for a huge price. The couple started moving. They took everything from the old courtyard and brought it over. By the time Nian Bao was about to finish school, they had finished moving everything. Lu Xianyuan still remembered his daughter's request. He had a deep talk with his wife, feeling a bit reluctant, and put on his clothes. They arrived at the school gate. Before Nian Bao came out, she saw her father standing nearby, waving at her. She immediately smiled brightly, tidied her backpack, and shouted, "Dad, your daughter is here." Nian Bao ran quickly, her red checkered shirt fluttering in the wind and her stationery rattling inside her bag. She held the straps of her denim shorts tightly, staring straight at her dad. Her look was like a little kid who had been away from home for days and was finally returning. Her ponytail swung as she ran, as if dancing a graceful dance. "Good girl. Walk slowly." Lu Xianyuan slightly smiled and quickly squatted down. Nian Bao, like a small cannonball, threw herself into her dad's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Like a pendant, it tightly clings to Dad's chest, full of happiness. Nian Bao. Bye-bye. Some female classmates pass by and greet her. Bye-bye. Dong Mei. Xiaojie. Nian Bao releases her dad's neck and responds one by one. Good girl. Mom has cooked dinner. Let's go home to eat. Lu Xuanyuan softly says. Okay.
Dad.
I'm so hungry my tummy is growling. Nian Bao habitually pats her belly and says softly. Let's go. Time to go home and eat. Lu Xuanyuan picks up his daughter and walks home, envied by classmates. A chubby boy stares at Nian Bao with determined eyes, clutching his small fists and muttering.
Humph.
Nian Bao. Just wait and see. I'll get back at you for calling me second senior brother. I must avenge this. Oh, my grandson. What's wrong? Tell Grandma who bullied you, Li Lao Tai Tai softly asks. Grandma. I want a hug too. The chubby boy stretches his big arm and says loudly. Li Lao Tai Tai. Oh, my grandson, he's exhausting. Don't even talk about hugging him. Even if he falls to the ground, whether I can lift him or not is uncertain. Grandsons are great in every way, but with this body, growing geometrically, what can I do? Nian Bao walks into the newly bought courtyard, eyes wide open looking around.
Dad.
Did you just buy this house? Nian Bao tilts her head and asks.
Yes.
To make it easier for you to go to school, Dad spent all his savings. Lu Xuanyuan looks pitiful.
Oh, Dad.
Don't pretend to be poor in front of your daughter. Nian Bao rolls her eyes and walks toward the door with short legs. Lu Xuanyuan. Good girl, she knows everything. Could it be that she saw that letter of inheritance? Thinking of her extraordinary abilities, his heart suddenly thumped. Could it be that his daughter isn't from this era? Has she awakened memories of her past life?
Dad.
Remember to eat melons. I brought you a sack, don't share with others. Nian Bao chokes up and says. Got it, good girl. Lu Xuanyuan hugs Nian Bao and then hugs his wife. He turns to the front door, opens the car door, sits in the passenger seat, and the engine roars. Like a beast's low growl, a deafening roar was heard, and the jeep suddenly sped away. Lu Xianyuan returned to the team and left the capital city. Nian Bao sat cross-legged in front of the gate, tears shimmering in her eyes.
Dad.
Be careful. Mom and I are waiting at home for you, Nian Bao whispered softly, tears sliding down her cheeks. In her past life, she was a soldier king, so she understood her father's helplessness, and her mother did too. A soldier's duty is to obey orders, follow commands, and complete missions. For the sake of the country's territory, even if it means sacrifice, they will move forward bravely. She knew her father's pain, but she couldn't help feeling reluctant. This happiness was so late. Yi Yunqiu stood at the window, watching her daughter sitting on the ground at the gate, feeling heartbroken. She knew that Xuanyuan's position in her daughter's heart was irreplaceable. She had almost been killed while searching for her father, but she never gave up. Similarly, her daughter's place in Xuanyuan's heart was also unquestionably high, even higher than everything else. She slowly raised her hand to touch her belly, a gentle smile of maternal love appearing on her face. She hoped she could get pregnant this time. She had used protection the previous times, not wanting to get pregnant, but seeing her daughter's lonely figure, she felt a bit sad. If she and Xianyuan grew older, her daughter would have no family left in this world. So, she decided to have a child, just to keep her company. Yi Yunqiu looked at her watch, then went to the living room, picked up Nian Bao's school bag. At the gate, she squatted beside her daughter, looking at her tear-streaked face, and softly said, Nian Bao. It's time for school. If not, you'll be late, Mom. Dad left, and it hurts so much in my heart. Nian Bao lifted her little head, voice choked with emotion. Study hard, Nian Bao. Maybe when summer vacation comes, Mom and you can go see Dad together, okay? Yi Yunshu comforted softly.
Yes.
Okay. Nian Bao wiped her tears with her hand, speaking softly. Let's go. Mom will take you to school. Yi Yunshu was about to stand up when a sentence from Nian Bao stopped her.
Mom.
Is the red mark on your neck from Dad biting it? I don't understand why you don't cherish and appreciate beauty. You're really a big fool. I might as well just enjoy some fruit. Nian Bao's eyes show a sly smile. With a flick of her right hand, a melon instantly appears, and she hands it directly to Yi Yunshu, sweetly saying, Mom, eat the melon. I promise the red mark on your neck will disappear right away. No need, Mom has something to do. You go to school by yourself. Yi Yunshu quickly covers her neck, feeling a bit embarrassed. Damn Lu Xuanyuan, it's all your fault for making me lose face in front of my daughter. Just a kiss. Why leave a mark? Now it's seen by my daughter. She hurriedly stuffs her backpack into her daughter's arms and runs toward the door.
Mom.
Here's a melon for you. Nian Bao holds the melon in her right hand, raised in the air, with a big smile on her face. Keep it for yourself to eat. Yi Yunshu stops and turns around annoyed. Mom, if you can't bear to erase the red mark on your neck, are you keeping it as a memory? After speaking, Nian Bao slings her backpack over her shoulder and runs away quickly on her short legs. Stinky girl. Stop right there. Yi Yunshu grabs a broom and heads to the door, but her daughter is nowhere to be seen. Nian Bao runs far ahead, still able to hear her mother's loving voice. She looks lonely and murmurs, Mom, your daughter is helping distract you. I just don't want to see you sad. After school, you can't hold me responsible. Otherwise, I'll tell Grandma. Nian Bao arrives at school, walks into class 3-1, and sits in her seat. She begins to review her lessons properly, but her mind is full of memories with her dad. After lunch and during rest time, Nian Bao goes to the flower bed at the big playground. She carefully observes the tiny bees on the flower buds, watching intently. Feeling danger, she quickly dodges aside. Suddenly, there's a loud thud, and the ground trembles. Li Depengzi falls flat on the ground, his big face making close contact with the ground. Nian Bao quickly turns around and sees Li Jiada Suanzi lying on the ground, groaning non-stop. She smiles slightly, then walks toward her classroom on her short legs. She doesn't cause trouble, but she's not afraid of trouble either. If it happens again, she won't go easy. On Saturday morning, Yi Yunshu took Nian Bao to the old Lu family house. As they entered the yard, they saw Grandpa Li coming out of the house, wiping sweat from his forehead. Hello, Grandpa Li, Nian Bao cheerfully said with a bright face. Hello. Nian Bao is back. Grandpa Li forced a small smile. Then he nodded at Yi Yunshu and quickly headed toward the gate.
Mom.
Why is Grandpa Li so hurried? Did he get scolded by Grandpa? Nian Bao softly asked. I don't know. Maybe something urgent happened. Yi Yunshu replied with a frown. Grandma, our big granddaughter is back. Nian Bao shouted loudly. Grandma Lu heard her sweet voice and quickly stood up, opening the door to come out.
Oh.
My good granddaughter is here. I missed you so much. Grandma Lu squatted down, smiling kindly. Grandma, I missed you too. Nian Bao ran into her grandma's arms and kissed her face. Grandma Lu smiled happily and hugged her beloved granddaughter, sharing a warm moment. Then they went into the living room. Nian Bao looked around but didn't see her elegant older sister. She softly asked, Grandma, where is Sister Qingxiu? Your sister Qingxiu has been sent to the army by your grandpa. Grandma Lu sighed helplessly. He said it was for early training, and when she turns 18, she will join the army, she added. Grandma, did Qingxiu do it voluntarily? Nian Bao asked while sitting on the sofa. Your grandpa and I didn't agree, but we couldn't refuse her. So we agreed. Grandma Lu said softly. That's good, Nian Bao said happily. She didn't want her sister to be forced into the army. Qingxiu was not only part of the Liu family, but also saved her father. Without her, her father might not be alive now. Even if her sister did nothing, Nianbao would make sure she was well-fed and protected from anyone bullying her. Grandma, why did Grandpa Li come just now? Nianbao continued to ask. He came to apologize for his distant relatives and grandson. I told him off a few words, Grandma Lu said a little angrily. Thank you, Grandma. Nianbao hugged Grandma Lu's neck softly.
Oh.
My good granddaughter, remember what Grandma said. If anyone dares to bully you, just call Grandma, okay? I am Nianbao's grandma. No one is allowed to bully her. If they do, they will face my anger. Grandma, you are so kind. Time flies quickly.
Nianbao.
Finally, summer vacation is here. We came back to the old family house in the Liu family to stay for a few days before flying with my pregnant mom to the northern province. I want to surprise Dad and tell him the good news about Mom being pregnant. A double celebration. Nianbao was awakened by the phone ringing. She rubbed her eyes and went to the living room, then answered the call. Before she could speak, a machine-like voice, like a ghost from hell, came from the phone. Lu Qingtian, I have news for you. Your second son is secretly working on nuclear research in the far northwest. Come back to Kyoto immediately. I've sent people to find him and see if he's tough enough. Oh, by the way, he's married now and has a cute little son. I will take care of everything for you. Ding, ding, ding. Nianbao's mind was struck like lightning. She froze in place, softly whispering, Second uncle is still alive. That's wonderful. Behind the scenes, the mastermind, your nose is really sharp. You've made me unsure whether you're friend or foe. Since you sent this message, I can't ignore your kindness. But Grandpa and Grandma are old, Mom is pregnant, and Dad isn't here. I am all alone now. Second uncle. Wait for the big niece. Nianbao didn't dare delay. She quickly got dressed and tidied up. She planned to go alone to the far northwest to rescue second uncle and bring him home. She asked Uncle Zhou to arrange a helicopter, left a letter, and then left the old family house. Nianbao left the old house, stood beside the jeep, and looked back at Zhou Hongru. She softly said, Uncle, thank you. When my big niece earns money, I will pay you. After I leave, you must gather all the guards and move from the open area to the hidden spots. I think it won't be long before the mastermind behind the scenes targets Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom. While protecting yourself, you must also protect them. No accidents allowed. Don't worry, my dear niece. With Uncle here, no one will get close to the old house. Zhou Hongru patted his chest confidently and said, What if there are missiles, explosives, or snipers? Does Uncle have a plan? Nianbao raised her small face and asked. No? Zhou Hongru answered straightforwardly, then looked at Nianbao and asked back, Dear niece, do you have a plan? Hurry and tell Uncle. I don't have one either. Why would I ask you otherwise? Nianbao rolled her eyes, opened the car door, and climbed into the jeep. Zhou Hongru, is my niece joking with him? Or is she warning him that danger is everywhere? He shouldn't take it lightly. Anything could happen. He should be prepared for the worst. I left over 20 melons and 5 big watermelons in your room. If anyone gets hurt, just feed them the melons and they'll be fine. You must not sneak and eat them.
All right.
I will do that. Don't worry, dear niece. I will follow your instructions exactly.
But
if you go to the northwest and the old master and the lady ask about it, what should Uncle do? If I don't tell them, Uncle might be subjected to harsh interrogation again, right? Zhou Hongru looked sad. Uncle,
just say.
I was taken away by an old man with a white beard, and I left a letter. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandma, Grandpa, and Mom will believe me. After saying this, Nianbao closed the car door. Yes. The driver responded and turned the key to start the engine. The engine roared to life. The jeep, like a wild lion breaking free, sped toward Taoyuan Airport. The driver was a guard from the Liu family, carefully chosen by Zhou Hongru, so he was trustworthy. Around 8 o'clock, the jeep arrived at the airport and stopped steadily beside an armed helicopter. Nian Bao opened the car door, holding a rolling pin in her hand, jumped out and looked around. Nothing seemed unusual. She then went to the helicopter door, turned to the driver, and said loudly, "Uncle,
Thank you.
drive safely on the way back and be careful. Tell Uncle Zhou not to let my mom leave the Liu family old house even a step. Okay, dear niece," the driver replied, got into the cockpit, and drove away from Taoyuan Airport. Two airport staff pushed a ladder over. Nian Bao no longer hesitated and directly boarded the helicopter. Two staff members hurriedly removed the boarding ladder and quickly drove away from the armed helicopter's area. The cabin door slowly closed, and the engine's roar sounded like a beast's growl, deafening and loud. The propellers began to turn slowly, then faster and faster, creating streaks of motion blur. The armed helicopter lifted off the ground, soaring higher and higher. After circling twice in the sky, it tilted its body and sped toward the northwest, quickly disappearing into the horizon. In the southern district of Kyoto, there was an old-fashioned courtyard surrounded by mist, filled with the scent of tea. An elderly man sat calmly in a chair, holding a brush, carefully writing a name. Then he put down the brush, picked up a piece of paper to look at it for a moment, his eyes full of anger. He set the paper down again, picked up the brush, and seemed to use all his strength to write the name again. He drew a cross over the name, but was still dissatisfied. Suddenly, he grabbed the paper and crumpled it into a ball. He threw it into the trash can and took out a new sheet of paper, placing it on the desk, and wrote the same name again. He repeated this many times, filling the trash can with crumpled papers. Despite this, he kept writing carefully, his eyes sharp as knives, staring at the name. It was as if this name was a heinous criminal, and he wanted to tear it apart, crush it, and knead it. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang sharply, like a sword stabbing the elderly man's heart. He trembled suddenly, and the brush in his hand fell onto the desk with a crisp snap. He extended his wrinkled right hand, grasped the receiver, and slowly picked it up. His left hand grabbed a mold on the desk and pressed it to his throat. The receiver was pressed to his ear, and a mechanical voice sounded. "Hello. Who is this?" "Master. This is Ma Yang. The armed helicopter from the Liu family has taken off and is heading northwest," said a middle-aged man's voice from the phone. "Understood. Good." The elderly man hung up, then took out a mobile phone, quickly dialed a number, and made a call. The phone rang once, then was answered. Before the other side could speak, the old man spoke first. "Wait until the armed helicopter reaches the northwest airport, then shoot it down immediately. No mistakes allowed. If you can't complete the task, stay in the northwest and never come back." "Yes, master." The young man on the phone spoke respectfully. "Liu Xianming, haven't you found him yet?" the old man asked mechanically. "Return to the master." "Not yet. We've expanded the search. It won't be long before we find him." "Useless. All of you are useless. Sending so many people, and you can't even catch a cripple. What's the use of you?" the old man scolded angrily.
Yes.
"It's our fault. Please punish us, Lord." The young man on the other end trembled. "The high officials in the capital have sent a special train to welcome Liu Xianming and his family. They're expected to arrive tomorrow. Before dawn, you must find and eliminate them. If not, all of you will die." After speaking, the old man hung up. On the armed helicopter, Nian Bao sat inside, holding a rolling pin, feeling a strong bad premonition. It was very intense, so he suddenly disappeared in a flash, vanishing from the cabin and appearing inside a thatched hut in space. Little White Fox turned into a streak of light and instantly appeared on the bed, blinking big eyes and cheerfully saying, "Wow, little master, why are you unhappy? Did you get fired again?" Nian Bao glared at Little White Fox fiercely, waving his rolling pin and angrily saying, "Furry ball, can you speak properly?" "I haven't been fired, little master. I just guessed you were upset because I saw you unhappy. Don't take it seriously." Little White Fox jumped far away, looking scared. "Furry ball, here's what happened." Nian Bao briefly explained the situation. "Oh, little master, don't worry. With this great master here, I guarantee you and the big plane will be safe and sound. Little White Fox patted his chest confidently. Thank you, Furry Ball. I'll go out first, Nian Bao said, then disappeared from the bed. He reappeared inside the cabin, holding the rolling pin, and fell into a dazed sleep. The roar of the engine sounded like an ancient beast, ruthlessly tearing through the northwest night sky. The armed helicopter, with its lights on, sped toward the Jean Tan nuclear test base. The radar sensors emitted sharp alarms. The pilot glanced sideways and was instantly terrified. On the radar screen, missile icons are rushing toward the helicopter at a very fast speed. The pilot doesn't have time to think much and hurriedly pulls up the control stick. It feels like his last hope, trying to lift the helicopter higher. He pushes the throttle to maximum with his right hand. The helicopter screams loudly, like a wounded beast suddenly lifting off. It's already too late. The pilot slowly closes his eyes, like a prisoner awaiting judgment, waiting for death. Suddenly, Nianbao wakes up sharply. With a thought, he pulls the helicopter into space. Just as the helicopter disappears, the 4 missiles with white tails roar past. Without a target, they seem like headless flies, plunging straight toward the ground. When the missiles hit the ground, they explode with a deafening boom, like thunder.
Boom. Boom.
Boom. The ground within several miles trembles. Luckily, it's not a residential area, or there would be huge casualties. Mao Qiu lies on the ground, trembling in fear, with a dazed look in his eyes. He stares at the rolling pin in Nianbao's hand, tears filling his big eyes, looking very pitiful. Mao Qiu, tell me, where were you just now? Didn't you promise there wouldn't be any problems? If I had woken up just now, I would have been blown to pieces. This broken rolling pin didn't even shake. Did you do something sneaky? Or are you secretly hoping I die early so you can find a new owner? Ha! Fine. Not speaking means you agree. Well, then don't blame me for being rude. Nianbao sneers coldly, holding the rolling pin in his right hand, tapping it in his left palm, stepping closer to the little white fox. Ugh ugh ugh, little master. I ate too much earlier. I had to go potty so I didn't come in time. Please, little master. Spare me this time. I promise it won't happen again. The little white fox hugs Nianbao's leg, crying so sadly, with tears and snot streaking down his face.
Nianbao.
This guy is such a good actor. If this were modern times, he would definitely win an Oscar. This guy is definitely not just squatting. He's probably trying to look foolish himself and then pretend to rescue others. The broken rolling pin is likely to protect itself at critical moments, which is why it feels so confident. If that's the case, then the plane and the pilot might be in danger. What a sneaky little fox, completely heartless. If it can't be controlled, it probably would have eaten them already. It looks pitiful, but inside it's full of mischief. Maybe it's planning something again. Wah wah. Little master. If you don't believe me, come and see the hole. Mao Qiu wouldn't lie to you. Please, just let me go this time. Mao Qiu promises to change and be a good fox again. The little white fox cried so hard it was gasping, its belly twitching.
Damn.
Let go of my leg now. I have a cleanliness obsession. Nianbao snapped angrily. The little white fox. It feels like it's heard that line somewhere before. Maybe it's familiar. The little master has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. It's just scaring itself a little. It definitely wouldn't hit itself. After all, this great master's position in her heart is irreplaceable. It needs to act pitiful and cry, or it won't escape a beating. It got so absorbed in the story it forgot about the little master. When it sensed danger, it was already too late, and now it looks like this. Oh my gosh. This guy is crying so hard, tears, and snot everywhere. Enough. Stop crying. That's enough. No need to keep acting. Do you believe I'll really hit you? Nianbao waved the rolling pin fiercely. Hee hee. Little master. This great master. I knew you're the best. The little white fox hurriedly let go of Nianbao's leg and jumped far away, purring happily. Mao Qiu. Uncle Second's family is in danger. I must find them and bring them back to Kyoto. You have to help me. Be extra careful, and don't do what you did just now. Nianbao looked at Machio softly. Don't worry, little master. The little white fox spun around happily. Good. I'll go out first, Nianbao said, then disappeared into the cabin. With a thought, the helicopter vanished into space and reappeared in the air. Nianbao quickly reached the cockpit, operated swiftly and skillfully, and the helicopter returned to normal. It slowly descended toward the nuclear test site, disappearing into the sky as if nothing had happened. The young man on the ground froze in shock. He had just launched a missile and watched the helicopter almost get shot down. Then, a strange thing happened. The helicopter suddenly vanished into thin air. The missile hit the ground and exploded, pulling him out of his shock. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked up at the night sky. It was pitch black, nothing was visible. Just as he felt confused and helpless, the helicopter reappeared unexpectedly. It was truly unbelievable. He didn't dare delay any longer. If he stayed in this spot, he might be caught in a trap very soon. The young man made a quick decision. He dropped the missile launcher, took about a dozen people, and rushed toward the nuclear base's residential area. Because Nianbao was very small, it took a lot of effort, but they finally managed to land the helicopter on a flat, grassy field. They turned off the engine and power, and everything around went completely dark. Nothing could be seen. Nianbao took out a flashlight, turned it on, and shined it on the pilot's face. He grabbed the pilot's arm with his left hand and shook him hard, shouting repeatedly.
Time passed second by second.
The pilot slowly opened his eyes, and he was so startled he almost shouted out loud. Uncle, it's okay now. The helicopter has landed safely. This is all thanks to you. Nianbao made up a story. The pilot was half convinced and didn't hesitate. He quickly started the helicopter again. The engine roared, tearing through the night sky. The helicopter lifted off and headed toward the nuclear test site. At the nuclear test site's residential area, inside a cellar made of half brick and half earth, Lu Xianming held his son tightly, with his wife Lin Wan, sitting in the corner of the cellar. They were dressed in rags, their faces dirty, like prisoners trapped there. Their lips were cracked, and they kept swallowing saliva to soothe their dry throats. They wanted to return to Beijing but were chased and attacked. They returned home with their child and hid in the cellar. It had been 3 days. They dared not go outside because killers were everywhere. Going out meant death. Staying in the cellar was better than dying outside, and at least they could keep some dignity. Dad, Mom, is Dodo going to die? A 5-year-old child, weak and barely breathing, whispered a plea. Lin Wan heard her son's question and felt her heart ache deeply. Tears silently rolled down her face. She hugged Dodo tightly and leaned closer to her husband, as if that was the only way to find safety. This wasn't the first time her son asked questions. Every time, she told him to wait a little longer, that the soldiers from the base would come to save them. Her son then stopped asking and quietly fell asleep to ease the pain of hunger. But she knew deep down that no one was coming to rescue them. They had left the base, completed the procedures, and were even sent to the train station. They encountered pursuers, and under the cover of night, they returned to the family compound and hid in the cellar. All their belongings were lost, except for a water bottle and a few biscuits in her son's bag. If her son hadn't been so understanding and shared the biscuits with her, she might have fainted from hunger long ago. Now, the killers had surrounded the house. If they dared to go outside, they would face death. She didn't know who they had offended or why they wanted to kill them all. It's simply heartless. Xianming, injured and unable to work, had left the nuclear testing base. 2 nights ago, he was shot in the thigh while escaping and couldn't get proper treatment, so he developed a high fever. He had fainted several times, and if not treated in time, he might not hold on much longer. Dodo, be good, Lin Wan whispered. Sleep a little longer. When you wake up, someone will come to save us. Her lips were dry and cracked, her voice hoarse as she comforted him.
Mom.
Don't cry. I'll sleep for a little while. Dodo's voice grew softer, as light as a feather. Wanner, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for dragging you into this, Lu Xianming said weakly, struggling to speak. Husband, don't say that. As long as our family is together, we have nothing to fear. Even death, Linwan replied hoarsely, her voice rough like torn cloth. The roar of engines sounded like ancient beasts, savage, and tearing through the quiet before dawn. An armed helicopter, J-301, with its lights on, circled above the nuclear testing base's family compound. It made deafening noise as it swooped away swiftly toward the southwest, carried by a fierce wind. At the residential compound, 2 kilometers away, the lights suddenly went out, and a J-301 armed helicopter slowly landed. Immediately, it shut down, turned off the power, and the rotor blades stopped spinning. The cabin door opened. Nian Bao carried a rolling pin and jumped out of the helicopter, balancing herself in a squat. She winced in pain, grimacing, and took a moment before standing up, muttering, "That's how it's always shown in TV dramas." The cabin door opens and you leap out coolly, but why does it feel like I'm falling into a big pile of mud, splashing everywhere? Oh, my butt hurts. Nian Bao rubbed her butt with her left hand, holding the rolling pin in her right, awkwardly walking toward the residential compound. She stopped the fence, her mind racing quickly. The layout of the residential area was clear in her mind. Earlier, the armed helicopter circled above, and she was trying to observe. She wondered if the person behind everything was inside the compound. If not, Uncle Air might be in trouble. If they were inside, it meant they were safe, and she had to rescue them immediately. Sure enough, she noticed something suspicious at the very west end of the compound, in an asbestos shingle house. A few people in black looked out from a house, staring at the helicopter, which was where she was now. If she crossed the fence, she'd be behind that asbestos house, which could very well be Uncle Air's home. Little black hands, you sent your little helper and I'll take care of them. Don't thank me, okay? She wondered why the compound was so deserted, as if no one lived there. Oh no! The pilot arranged by Uncle Zhou probably never came here. What if I got it wrong? No, I must get into the compound quickly and listen at the wall or something, she muttered, starting to look for a gap in the fence. She didn't want to climb over the fence and fall again, embarrassing herself. She raised her chubby little hand and touched the fence. The darkness before dawn was really dark. She couldn't see anything. After feeling around for a while, she still couldn't find a way in. Suddenly, footsteps and the faint glow of a flashlight came from inside the compound. This allowed Nian Bao to spot a gap in the fence nearby. Without thinking much, she hurried forward on her short legs. Moving toward the gap, she lowered her head, holding a rolling pin in her right hand, with a small pout. She quickly slipped into the residential area, sneaking quietly to the back wall covered with asbestos tiles. Nian Bao kept walking forward without stopping, went around the back wall, and appeared outside the west side of the large mountain wall. She stopped there, thinking that if she took one more step forward, she would reach Uncle Air's door. She wanted to confirm whether this was Uncle Air's house, and whether these men in black were sent by the Little Black Hand gang.
Dongzi,
Come out here. A young man with more than 10 others arrived at the gate, shouting angrily. Suddenly, the door opened. 4 men in black, holding guns, rushed out. They hurried to the gate, bowed respectfully, and said, "Brother Huaqiang, you're back? Stop the nonsense. I ask you, have you seen Lu Xianming and the others?" Brother Huaqiang asked angrily. "We searched everywhere inside and out, but couldn't find them," Dongzi replied carefully. "We've been chasing from the train station to here. It's like they've vanished into thin air," Dongzi added cautiously. Huaqiang exuded a strong killing intent. His eyes were cold and sharp as ice, and he shouted, "Damn it, this is unbelievable. Even a cripple can run so fast." The family head gave a strict order. "We must kill Lu Xianming and his family. Otherwise, none of us will survive. If I'm right, they're probably still in the residential area. Let's split up and look for them immediately. People must be seen alive. Bodies must be seen dead. We need to find and kill them before dawn." Brother Huaqiang, this residential area is empty, and I feel a bit scared. Can you send someone to help me? Dongzi shivered and looked around, feeling a cold chill behind his back.
And you.
You stay with Dongzi. Huaqiang turned to a big man beside him and ordered. Yes, Brother Huaqiang. Who responded and stood behind Dongzi. Hurry up and find someone for me. Quickly. Huaqiang urged urgently. Yes, Brother Huaqiang. Everyone responded in unison, ready to leave the small yard. Nian Bao was furious, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Without thinking much, she waved her right hand. Suddenly, she sealed them all inside her space, and her voice stopped abruptly. The small yard fell into complete darkness. Everything around was eerily silent, as if they had never appeared at all. 1 minute. 2 minutes. With a gentle wave of her right hand, Nian Bao removed Brother Huaqiang, Dongzi, and Arrow from the space. She moved her mind, and a hatchet appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she began to kill.
Poof. Poof.
Poof. All were cut across the throat with the axe, giving no chance for survival. This is Nian Bao, a killer. She knows she must be ready to be killed herself. Without space, she wouldn't be alive now. So, she must be ruthless and steady. Nian Bao was covered in blood, like a demon child from hell, and she pulled them back into the space. She took out a flashlight, looked around, but saw nothing unusual. Suddenly, her rolling pin started shaking violently. Nian Bao's face changed suddenly. A gunshot came from nearby. The bullet shattered the void and shot toward her. Nian Bao didn't expect that, even in the dark, there was a terrifying sniper hiding. Nian Bao didn't have time to dodge. Instinctively, she held her rolling pin in front of her, hoping Mao Qiao wouldn't deceive her. The bullet spun and accurately shot toward her forehead. If hit, she would surely die. When the bullet was 50 centimeters away, the rolling pin emitted a bright golden light, blocking the bullet. It couldn't go any further, and then fell to the ground with a crisp ding. Nian Bao blinked, tilted her head, looked at the rolling pin, and grinned widely. She gave the rolling pin a big kiss, then looked up at the roof nearby. Her aura suddenly changed. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. She quickly inserted the rolling pin into her waist. She turned off the flashlight, then with a flick of her right hand, a modified Type 88 sniper rifle appeared in her hand. In a flash, she quickly hid inside a house, moved to the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed, and placed the sniper rifle on the bed. She supported herself with both hands, climbed onto the bed, and picked up the sniper rifle. She reached the windowsill, opened a window, and placed the rifle on the window frame. She pulled the bolt, loaded the bullet, and performed the action smoothly and quickly. She aimed carefully at a small black on the opposite roof and decisively pulled the trigger. A loud bang sounded. The bullet spun out of the barrel and shot straight toward the small black. The small black, it was hit instantly, but it didn't cause any disturbance. Nimble quickly retracted the gun. He moved swiftly to another window, opened it, and aimed his sniper rifle outside. Holding his breath, he waited like a leopard for the prey to appear. On the roof diagonally opposite, a man in black held a hat with a hole in it. He smiled playfully and softly muttered, "Little one, was it you who fired the shot or someone else? If it was you, that would be interesting. Let's see who dies first. If I die, no one will know your secret. On the other hand, if you die, then your secret won't be a secret anymore. Old buddy. We've been together for many years, through life and death, inseparable. Today, I want to see if I can shoot you while you're inside, and take out that little kid." The man in black lit a cigarette behind the roof, carefully watching the wind speed. His mind started calculating his chances of killing the kid. The cigarette was quickly finished, and he suddenly raised his hat, but no gunshot came. He held his arm up for a long time until it ached, then lowered the hat and shook his head. It seemed he overestimated her.
She was just a child.
If he were an experienced sniper, he would have shot without hesitation, giving the enemy no chance to survive.
Child.
After all, she's just a child. Maybe she's asleep now. Since I can't kill her, I will personally end her life. To avenge my brothers, the man in black whispered softly with a slight smile. He looked up at the dawn sky, then placed his sniper rifle on the roof and stuck his head out. Using an 88-style rifle, the bullet shattered the air and sped straight toward the man in black. With a poof, the bullet precisely hit his forehead, and blood immediately gushed out. The man in black trembled violently, his eyes wide open, gradually losing focus. His face showed reluctance as he clutched his old buddy, slowly falling down, lifeless. He rolled off the roof and landed heavily among the weeds behind the house with a dull thud. Nianbao stored the Model 88 sniper rifle in her space. She left the house and went to the house diagonally opposite. She pushed aside the weeds, crouched beside the man in black, and forcefully opened his hand to take the sniper rifle. She stood up, aimed the gun into the distance, and nodded with satisfaction. The rifle was quite good. Compared to the rifles in her space, this one was more advanced. But compared to her past life, it was not much different. She waved her right hand, putting the corpse and the gun into her space. Then she walked with small steps. She arrived at her second uncle's house. She took out a rolling pin from her waist and held it in her hand. At critical moments, a rolling pin was quite reliable. Mao Qiu really hadn't lied to her. When she entered the space, she rewarded Mao Qiu with 5 roasted chickens. She thought she should at least give it a slap or a sweet treat. Otherwise, Mao Qiu would start crying again, which was really annoying. Nianbao entered the small yard, reached the door, and opened it directly, walking inside. She started looking for her second uncle, hoping to find something new. But after searching for a while, she found nothing. Feeling disappointed, she left the room and sat on the steps of the small yard. Such a big family compound, yet no one lived here. Why did her second uncle stay here? Could it be because he never married? Or was it that he could only enjoy this kind of treatment? She remembered her grandmother saying that several uncles died fighting in the northern province. Why was her second uncle in the northwest? Nianbao shook her head, stood up, and headed toward the main gate, beginning to look from house to house. She almost checked the entire family compound, but still couldn't find her second uncle's family. The sun was high in the sky. Nianbao returned to her second uncle's small yard, which had a stone-paved path in the middle. It led straight to the door, with vegetable gardens on both sides. A few beans and cucumbers hung lonely on the plants. It looked a bit lonely. Nianbao stepped into the vegetable garden and reached out with her chubby hand. She plucked a cucumber from the trellis, wiped it on her clothes, and took a bite. She started chewing, wanting to see if her second aunt's cucumbers were tasty. But compared to the cucumbers in her space, they were not as good. Still, she decided not to waste it. After finishing the cucumber, she squatted down and picked up a handful of white sand, rubbing it in her palm. Then she slowly released her hand. The white sand slipped through her fingers and a gentle breeze blew, carrying the fine sand to one side. Nianbao watched the direction where the fine sand was blown away. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she hurriedly ran over. On top of the cucumber trellis, she picked up a small black cloth shoe and examined it carefully. She was sure that this shoe was not thrown but dropped in a hurry. This meant that Uncle Air's family was definitely still in the yard, probably hiding in a cellar or somewhere similar. Nianbao didn't dare delay. She started searching in the vegetable garden, her short legs running very fast. As she passed the bean trellis and the persimmon trellis, her foot stepped on a wooden board about the size of a pot lid. Suddenly, her body lost control, and she involuntarily leaned forward, like a little penguin. Nianbao let out a surprised cry and fell into the cellar. With a loud splash, a cloud of dust was instantly kicked up. The pain hit her, making her grimace and grit her teeth. Her small face showed a painful expression. Oh no! Oh no! It hurts so much! Nianbao squatted down suddenly, groaning in pain. She endured the sharp pain, lay on the ground, and raised her chubby little hand, rubbing her bottom non-stop. Tears welled up, her small mouth pouted, looking like she wanted to cry but couldn't. Very pitiful. Why is she so unlucky? She keeps falling on her bottom. Luckily, I eat more or I'd probably fall apart. Who dug the cellar in the middle of the vegetable garden? I don't know what they were thinking. That's Just too mean, Nianbao muttered as she rubbed her bottom. A bright beam of light shone down the cellar entrance, illuminating her like a performer on stage. She was acting out a scene of rubbing her bottom, which looked both funny and amusing. Nianbao waved her right hand, and a fragrant melon appeared. She rubbed it on her clothes and took a big bite. Crack, crack, she started eating quickly. Soon, she finished the melon, and her pain disappeared. She supported herself with her hands, stood up, and looked around. When her eyes landed on the corner of the wall, her body suddenly trembled. She hurriedly raised her small hand, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. In the corner of the wall on the left, a man and woman dressed in torn clothes had their eyes closed and leaned against each other. The woman was holding a child, and the child's right foot was missing one shoe. Nianbao's mind was struck like a hammer, and she froze in place, stunned. My chest rises and falls like a sharp sword passing through, and my heart aches deeply. My eyes are red, and I stare at them. My voice trembles as I ask carefully, "Second uncle, is that you?" I call out several times, but they seem not to hear me at all, with no response. I am very shocked inside. I don't dare delay, so I quickly walk on my short legs and squat beside them. I lift my chubby little hand to check their breathing, then I breathe a sigh of relief. Although their breath is weak, they are still alive. It seems that this squat was worth it. Falling down here was not in vain. I ended up right in front of second uncle. What a coincidence. I gently lay them on the ground and check their pulses. In my past life, I studied traditional Chinese medicine. I even paid 2 months tuition, but I didn't finish learning. Then I was sent on a mission and sacrificed. I wonder if Huang Yaoshi will burn my money as ghost money for me. If not, when I return to the capital, I will ask my grandmother to send him a dream to remind him. Just burn the ghost money directly for my grandmother. I can't use it, and I won't let him get it cheaply. He didn't teach me real skills, only made me check others' pulses every day. Humph. I hold a grudge. With a flick of my right hand, a dining table appears out of nowhere, fully set. There are 4 bowls and chopsticks, 5 roast chickens, a kitchen knife, a spoon, and a basin of water. There are 4 fragrant melons, 2 big watermelons, and some pastries I don't want to eat. It's not my fault. After all, this little baby is my annoying little brother. Seeing how thin he is, I think of how I was locked in the firewood room. It feels like we share the same fate, but he is much happier than I am. At least he has parents with him, but I haven't even seen mine before I was 5. I quickly prepare the melon into mashed fruit and put it in a bowl. I hold my brother in my arms, leaning on my left arm, and scoop a spoonful of mashed melon. I put it near his mouth, gently hold his chin with my left hand, and apply a little force. His dry, cracked little mouth slowly opens, and I quickly feed him a spoonful of mashed melon. As the melon enters his mouth, he instinctively swallows, like a young bird waiting to be fed. A bowl of melon puree was quickly fed to him, and the sweet melon went into his stomach, like rain after a long drought. His previously silent stomach suddenly became active, beginning to absorb nutrients eagerly. Then, energy spread quickly through his limbs and body, making him feel lively and full of life, as if spring had come to decayed wood. Nianbao put down the spoon, set her brother aside, and took out a pillow from the space. She placed the pillow under his head, then continued feeding melon to her second uncle, and finally to her second uncle. The older men, with tough skin and thick flesh, are served last. That's how her second uncle is treated. Second uncle. When you wake up, you better not hold a grudge later. Nianbao smiled mischievously. Looking at her second uncle's face, which resembled her father's, Nianbao suddenly felt a bit homesick for her dad. She wanted to go back quickly, especially during summer vacation, so she could stay at the Northern Province Military District for a while. Before school started, she didn't want to come back. She wondered if her singing could become popular in the military camp. That way, she would be one step closer to her dream of music. Nianbao kept moving her hands quickly, feeding her second uncle a piece of melon. Then she laid him flat, resting his head on the ground, smiled mischievously, and covered her mouth to giggle. She saw blood flowing from her second uncle's thigh, with the wound reopening and tearing again. It was clear he had a gunshot wound, and the bullet needed to be removed. She tilted her head thoughtfully, then pretended she saw nothing, waving her right hand. A small stool appeared instantly, and Nianbao sat on it, picked up a water basin, and took a big sip, holding the water in her mouth before placing the basin back on the table. She moved the stool back slightly, looked at her second uncle and others, lowered her head, and spilled the water from her mouth onto her chubby hands, rubbing them back and forth. She was washing her hands with saliva. After washing her hands, she wiped herself and returned to the table, picking up a roasted chicken. She started tearing it apart. Then she took out an aluminum basin from the space and placed the torn chicken inside. Daodu opened his eyes. He felt full of strength. The previous weakness was gone. He quickly sat up and saw a young lady sitting in front of him, opening her mouth wide in shock. But he dared not make a sound. He hurriedly crawled to his mother, pressing his little head against her face. Feeling her mother's breath, my worried heart finally relaxed, and I moved back to my father's side. After hearing my father's breathing, I climbed to the dining table and lifted my small head. I looked at the beautiful young lady. Nianbao's lips curled into a faint smile as she looked at him, while tearing the chicken without stopping. Our eyes met, and the smell of roasted chicken made Dodo keep swallowing his saliva. Gurgle, gurgle, his little stomach made a loud protest, and in a soft voice he asked, "Pretty sister, can Dodo eat?" "Of course you can." Nianbao held out a chicken leg and handed it to Dodo. Carefully, Dodo took the chicken leg, took a big bite, and started eating quickly. "Hey, eat slowly. There's still roasted chicken here," Nianbao hurriedly reminded him. "Sister, this roasted chicken is so delicious," Dodo chewed loudly, happily saying. "Even if it's tasty, you should eat slowly," Nianbao said sweetly as she looked at her thin little brother. "Pretty sister, are you a fairy?" Dodo asked unclearly with his mouth full. "Sister is not a fairy." "Why do you ask that?" Nianbao smiled and asked back. "Because the pretty sister appeared in the cellar and the table is so big, she couldn't come in," Dodo said while eating, clearly enunciating, and finished the chicken leg quickly. He stared at the roasted chicken without blinking, licking his lips constantly. He really wanted to eat, but he didn't know the pretty sister, so just getting one chicken leg was a blessing. Since he could remember, he had only eaten roasted chicken once, bought with money his mother saved from collecting scrap. During the new year, his parents bought roasted chicken but didn't want to eat it, so they kept it for him. His father worked at a nuclear test site, earning no salary and often being bullied. If it weren't for his father's anger and arguing with them, he wouldn't have broken ribs. Not only did they refuse to pay, but they also took all of his father's wages for many years. Tears welled up in Dodo's eyes as he sat by the table, lowering his small head and picking at his fingers. He tried hard not to cry. His mother said that a real man shouldn't cry. Suddenly, he looked up at Nianbao, his voice choked with emotion, and introduced himself. "Pretty sister. My name is Liu Yuchen and my nickname is Dodo. Just call me Dodo, okay?"
Yes.
"Okay. Dodo, do you still want to eat roast chicken?" Nianbao softly asked. From her brother's eyes, she saw anger and sadness. Although she didn't know what work second uncle had been doing at the base all these years, she was sure that their family was not doing well. Otherwise, why would her brother be so thin? Second uncle's wife was the same, and even second uncle's health was very poor. Could it be that the base's food was bad, or that they weren't paid? Thinking about it, Nianbao realized that the big family compound had become a deserted ruin. Only second uncle's family lived here. She wanted to see who was bullying them, and who was causing trouble behind the scenes, forcing second uncle into such a situation, to the point where he couldn't even afford new clothes. Lin Wan slowly opened her eyes, feeling very comfortable, something she hadn't felt in many years. When she heard voices, she quickly turned to look at Nianbao, her eyes widening in surprise, and she sat up suddenly. She hurried over to Dodo, hugged him close, and looked at Nianbao with caution, asking, "Child, who are you? Why are you here?" "Second uncle's wife, hello."
My name is Nian Bao.
I am second uncle's niece, and I fell from above. Nian Bao raised her oily hand and pointed at the cellar entrance softly. Lin Wan gasped and began to examine Nian Bao. She looked about 6 or 7 years old. She was very cute, with a delicate face. Could she really be her husband's niece? Maybe she was lying. Since she met Xianming, she knew he had lost his memory. He didn't remember anything from before. But he vaguely remembered his name, Lu Xianming. That's all he remembered. A few days ago, her husband's superior told him that he was from the Lu family in Kyoto. He was asked to return to Kyoto to reunite with his family, and they kindly sent him to the station. But just as they left, assassins started shooting at them. Her husband reacted quickly. He pushed her and the child down, was shot in the thigh, and they didn't have time to think. They ran back to the cellar. That's how they avoided being killed. Even now, she was still confused about who wanted to kill them. Nian Bao finished tearing the last roast chicken and placed it in a basin, then got up and went to second uncle. Turning to the side, he made a quick move with his left hand, and a dagger appeared in his hand, looking at the wound on his thigh caused by a bullet. Without hesitation, he quickly stabbed the dagger into his flesh and forcefully removed the bullet. Lu Xianming was instantly awakened by the pain. His eyes turned red, veins bulged on his forehead, and he stared fiercely at Nian Bao. His fists clenched tightly, and due to the force, his knuckles made a cracking sound. "What are you doing?" Lin Wan heard the scream, snapped back to her senses, hurriedly got up and rushed over to ask. "Second aunt, look at this." Nian Bao picked up the bullet and handed it to Lin Wan. Lin Wan turned aside to let the sunlight shine in, and only then saw clearly that it was indeed a bullet. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she quickly knelt down, looked at Nian Bao, and softly said, "Nian Bao, I'm sorry, it was rude of me. Thank you for helping treat my husband, but I don't have any money to pay you. But don't worry, when I have money, I will definitely pay you back. The consultation fee will not be short. Is she really her husband's niece? But why did she appear here? The table is so big. How was she brought down? This child is always mysterious, and now she has even taken out a bullet for her husband."
Oh.
"Second aunt, this is what you said. You must pay the big niece the consultation fee. You can't refuse later." Nian Bao blinked her big eyes and sweetly said,
Nian Bao.
"Second aunt keeps her promises." Lin Wan nodded seriously. He. Second aunt. Nian Bao's consultation fee is very expensive. Nian Bao's lips curled into a sly smile. Lu Xianming suddenly sat up, reached out both hands, gently grasped Nian Bao's shoulders, and asked excitedly, "Nian Bao, whose daughter are you?" "Second uncle." "My dad's name is Lu Xianyuan." Nian Bao blinked happily. Lu Xuanming's mind exploded like a thunderclap, as if struck by a giant drum, and he was stunned instantly. The adorable little girl in front of him was actually Xuanyuan's daughter, which means she is his own niece.
Nian Bao.
"I am your second uncle." Lu Xianming hugged his niece into his arms, voice choked with emotion. Sniff, sniff. Second uncle. Nian Bao didn't know what was happening. Tears uncontrollably fell down her face. "Nian Bao, don't cry." Lu Xianming released his niece and softly comforted her. "Second uncle, why don't you go back to Kyoto?" Nian Bao asked tearfully. "Nian Bao, second uncle has lost his memory. Not knowing the way home, I just regained my memory," Lu Xianming said, his thoughts drifting back to the past. Second uncle was a company commander in the North Province. He received orders from his superiors to go to the border to fight bandits. But he was ambushed and accidentally blown unconscious by a bomb. When he woke up, he couldn't remember anything. Then, someone secretly took him away to the nuclear test base in the northwest, working day and night, yet he hasn't received a single penny in wages. Not only is he starving, but he's also been bullied. If it weren't for meeting your second aunt, I think he would have died long ago. Second uncle. Don't worry, will the eldest niece help you get back the wages they owe? Nian Bao was furious and spoke fiercely. Second uncle. Thank you, Nian Bao. As for getting the wages back, let second uncle handle it himself. Lu Xianming looked at his niece softly and said, Second uncle. Your niece is very capable. Nianbao clenched her small fists and waved them vigorously twice.
Yes.
Nianbao is indeed very capable, Lu Xianming said with a gentle smile, full of affection.
Wow.
Second uncle. What kind of expression is that? Nianbao tilted her head, pouting angrily. Eldest niece. You're still too young. They are not easy to deal with. Second uncle can handle the wages himself, Lu Xianming said somewhat awkwardly. This child is so adorable and smart. If she really were his own niece, that would be great. This is the Northwest, far from Kyoto, thousands of miles away. She appeared here, out of nowhere. Everything feels strange. Not to mention, this big table appeared out of nowhere in the cellar, which is very unusual. From the child, he felt a deep familial bond and warm care. Nianbao, how did you come to the Northwest? Lu Xianming looked at his niece and softly asked. Second uncle.
You don't know, she replied.
Grandpa and Grandma are old, Mom is pregnant, Dad is on a mission, and Uncle and Aunt just got married. Only the eldest niece is left at home. So, the eldest niece set out from Kyoto, crossing mountains and rivers, climbing over hills, to come and bring you back home. Nianbao spoke passionately, recounting the story. Lu Xianming was shocked. His young niece had traveled a long way to the Northwest just to save him. He realized he had doubted her, which was wrong. She must have endured a lot of hardship. Second uncle. You must be hungry. Big niece brought you roast chicken, 2 big watermelons, and some fragrant melons. Come quickly and eat, Nianbao said as she approached the table, urging them.
All right.
Okay, Lu Xianming snapped out of his thoughts and hurried to the table. He grabbed a fragrant melon and stuffed it into his mouth. He was very thirsty and hungry, quickly finishing 2 melons, but suddenly he froze. He hurriedly checked his gunshot wound, searching for a long time but couldn't find where he was hurt. He muttered to himself. It shouldn't be. He was definitely shot. Why can't I see the wound now? Linwan sat at the table, her eyes confused, her head lowered. She picked up a piece of watermelon and put it in her mouth. Xianming regained his memory. He thought she was like an ugly duckling, not worthy of him. He had been wandering alone and came to the Northwest, where a kind grandfather took him in. They lived in a village near the nuclear base. Because he was not good-looking and was less than 1.6 meters tall, many matchmaking attempts failed. He decided to rely on his grandfather and live a simple life. But one day, Xianming was badly injured at the village entrance, and she saved him and brought him home. That was when she learned that people from the nuclear base had attacked him secretly, causing his serious injuries. Since then, she fell in love with Xianming and begged her grandfather to speak for her at the base. She thought she might face difficulties, but surprisingly, the base leaders agreed. She successfully married Xianming, but she knew deep down that he didn't love her. Maybe he married her out of gratitude or helplessness. After they married, in the second winter, her grandfather suddenly passed away, and she cried for a long time. Xianming was also very sad. He applied for a new family residence from the base, but was rejected. Feeling helpless, he used the dowry her grandfather left her, and they moved into a new home. But after only a few days, the base evicted them, claiming their application didn't meet the requirements. They moved into an abandoned old residence. Xianming had no salary, so she took care of the children and collected scrap metal. She sold the scrap in a town dozens of miles away to make a living, but her husband was injured, breaking 3 ribs. He was labeled as disabled, expelled from the nuclear base, and ordered to move out of the family housing within a set time. When Xuanming's superior found out, he came to the house, gave him 100 yuan, and brought good news. He said that her husband was from the Liu family in Kyoto, bought train tickets, and personally drove him to the station. Xianming, will you still want me? Linwan held a piece of chicken but found it hard to swallow, tears blurring her eyes.
Mom.
Eat quickly, the meat is so tasty. Smells so good. Dowda nodded happily and said. He then grabbed a piece of chicken breast and put it in his mom's mouth, full of admiration. His mom knew how hard things were for him. Without her, he might have died long ago. He had a high fever that wouldn't go away. His dad couldn't leave the base, so his mom carried him through heavy rain for miles. They arrived in town and, because they had no money, his mom begged the doctor for help. That's how he survived. From that moment, he started learning to cook. To help his mom, when she returned home with trash, he made sure there was hot food for her. Daodu ate big bites. He wanted to eat more so he could grow tall and protect his mom better. He wanted to join the army to serve his country and also to seek justice for his dad. Anyone who bullied him would pay the price. Half an hour later, all the chicken on the table was gone. Only a big watermelon remained because he couldn't eat any more. Daodu hugged the big watermelon, refusing to let go. He wanted to save it for his parents. Lu Xianming brought out a ladder from the corner, set it at the cellar entrance, and held a kitchen knife. He climbed up the ladder, heading toward the cellar. Lin Wan's heart was in her throat. There were dangerous people outside. If something happened to Xianming, she wouldn't mind. But what about the children? Second uncle. Just take the eldest niece with you. Nianbao, with a small, soft face, said softly. Be good, Nianbao. You and your brother stay in the cellar and don't come out. Second uncle will go deal with the dangerous people and come back to take you out. Lu Xianming paused, looked down at Nianbao, and nodded at his wife. Without hesitation, he quickly climbed out of the cellar and started searching for the dangerous people in the family housing. Unfortunately, it was already dark, and he saw no sign of them, so he had to come back empty-handed. The wife and children were brought out of the cellar and onto the bed in the house, preparing to ask for their wages tomorrow. Nianbao went to the kitchen, took out rice, vegetables, and pork from the storage, and started cooking. Lu Xianming was stunned. His niece must be a fairy or something, because the vegetables and pork came from nowhere. He hurried to the cellar entrance, lit a piece of grass, and threw it inside. Looking down, he was completely shocked. The big table had disappeared into thin air. He sat down on the ground, sweating coldly on his forehead. His big niece truly has incredible skills. No, he must not let others find out, or his niece might be in danger. He quickly ran into the house, sat on the bed, gasping for breath, and stared at Nianbao with a dazed look. Lin Wan was also confused. She thought she was hallucinating. She reached out and grabbed the pork, then pinched her thigh.
Ouch!
That hurts. It was not a dream. So, where did the rice, vegetables, and meat come from? Daodu came to the kitchen, eyes wide open, looking at Nianbao, and said in a soft voice, Big sister, is all this delicious food made by you? Daodu, of course not. This is what Big Sister arranged with the driver in advance. You just didn't see it. Nianbao lied with her eyes wide open, speaking nonsense. Lu Xianming stood at the door, glanced at his wife, then shook his head. Daodu ate happily, sticking close to Nianbao, not leaving her side. Nianbao rubbed her forehead. Daodu was not only a little shadow, but also a chatterbox. If they went back to the capital, she would be annoyed to death. She didn't want to bring a kid. Lu Xianming took his wife and children to the base gate, but they were stopped.
Hey,
Isn't that a big fool? Worked for decades, didn't get paid, and got beaten half to death. What's the plan? Coming here with your family to cause trouble? Be smart and get lost. Wang Damatzi. I'm here to ask for my wages. You better not provoke me, Lu Xianming said coldly, staring fiercely.
damn.
You've got guts, huh? Talking to me like that? Wang Damatzi pulled out a baton, glaring fiercely. Anger burned inside Lu Xianming like a volcano about to erupt, pressing against his forehead. His eyes turned red, fists clenched tightly, fully igniting his soldier's spirit. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. A loud cry of pain sounded as Wang Damatzi was knocked 3 or 4 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Instantly, dust rose into the air. Wang Damatzi is the security guard at the gate of the nuclear base, responsible for the safety of the south entrance. He is the brother-in-law of Lu Xianming's superior and often bullied by him, threatened with his wife and children. Otherwise, even if Lu Xianming had amnesia, he wouldn't tolerate him. Now that his body has recovered, and he dares to challenge him, it's no surprise he acted. That punch was full strength, enough to keep Wang Dimatzi in bed for half a month, even if he wasn't seriously hurt. Lu Xianming. You have such courage. He's Director Ma's brother-in-law, the short security guard stammered as he pulled out a stun baton.
Exactly.
Lu Xianming, you're finished. A chubby security guard echoed. Quick, kneel, and admit your mistake. Let us tie you up and hand you over to Director Ma, the other added. Otherwise, this will be your end, Lu Xianming said coldly, pointing at Wang Dimatzi, lying motionless on the ground. The two security guards exchanged glances, then looked at Lu Xianming with fierce expressions. He's just a fool, usually meek and obedient, avoiding them. Today, for some reason, he's so bold, just one move and he knocked Brother Ma down. This guy has skills, but compared to them, he's still not enough. Without hesitation, the two swung their stun batons and charged at Lu Xianming. Seeing this, Lu Xianming's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, and he advanced instead of retreating. His figure was as fast as lightning, flying up with a kick aimed straight at the short security guard's chest. At the same time, he swung his right fist directly at the chubby guard's temple, fierce and decisive. He didn't give them a chance to counterattack. The two security guards stared wide-eyed, holding their stun batons. This guy actually jumped so high, wow. How are we supposed to fight him? In the moment of being stunned, the fists and feet were already very close. There was no time to dodge. The short security guard was kicked away instantly, dropping his stun baton on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, tilted his head, and fell into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, a punch hit the security guard's temple. Although he didn't fall down, he swayed like a drunk person, spinning in place. After a moment of dizziness, he collapsed with a loud thud, causing the stone ground to shake. The stun baton flew out of his hand, and he completely fainted.
Wow.
Second uncle is amazing. He quickly knocked them down in just a few moves. Ningbao opened her mouth wide in surprise. Lin Wan was stunned and trembling all over. Her face was as pale as paper. She opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't make a sound. Daodu raised his small face, looking at his dad with admiration. He had never seen his dad fight before. Usually, he saw him bowing and nodding to others. In his mind, his dad was weak and lacked bravery. But today, he saw a different dad. He was his hero. Lu Xianming came over to Lin Wan, hugged her, patted her back gently, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, wife. They just fainted. No life is in danger. They usually bully me like this. Now, I've finally gotten revenge." Lin Wan snapped out of her shock, holding onto Lu Xianming tightly. Her voice trembled as she begged, "Xianming, let's forget about the wages, okay? Let's go home. I'll pick up some trash and we can still make a living. Fighting is illegal. You could get into trouble. I don't want to see you get hurt.
Wah.
Let's go to Jingdu. As long as our family is safe and happy, that's all that matters." Lin Wan looked up at her husband, her eyes pleading and her feet stomping anxiously. "Honey, I promise I won't fight with them. I just want my wages back," Lu Xianming gently reassured her. He was determined to get the wages back so his wife and children could live a better life. He wanted to buy her more clothes, get a house, and have a place they could call their own. Lu Xianming, along with his wife and children, went to the finance department to settle decades of unpaid wages. The cashier at the counter glanced at Lu Xianming and said impatiently, "Your salary has been paid on time every month. It was your department's leader who took it, including your injury on duty and your retirement settlement. The total is 88,000 yuan. Injury on duty? Lu Xianming narrowed his eyes and stared at the cashier, asking, "Who reported the injury on duty? Who else could it be?" "Of course, it was your department's leader. Don't you know?" The cashier looked in the mirror and said sarcastically. Lu Xianming's mind was hit hard, and he froze in place. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and radiated a fierce aura. His voice was hoarse as he muttered, "Good old Ma Wenlong. How dare he embezzle my wages and falsely report the injury to cheat government aid?" Without hesitation, he turned and headed toward Ma Wenlong's office. He had to get his wages back. As he left, The cashier smirked and took 2,000 yuan from the file bag, placing it directly into the safe. That was her share of the aid money, enough for her to work half her life. Nian Bao stood still, watching the cashier with a cold, piercing gaze. Tomorrow, she wouldn't be able to smile. Without stopping, she chased after her second uncle. The group arrived at Ma Wenlong's office. With a loud bang, Lu Xianming kicked open the door and quickly stepped inside. Hearing the noise, Ma Wenlong was startled and quickly turned to look at the door. When he saw who it was, he was visibly terrified, standing up abruptly with fear in his eyes. He tremblingly raised his hand, pointing at Lu Xianming, and stammered with a trembling voice. Are you human? Or a ghost? Ma Wenlong. It seems you really want me dead, Lu Xianming said coldly as he approached the desk.
Ma Wenlong froze.
This guy really has a lot of guts. So many assassins couldn't kill him. He didn't know where the boss found such people. Truly a useless bunch. If he didn't die and things got out of hand, he would have to return all the embezzled wages. That's not what he wanted to see. He had to notify Kyoto immediately and send someone to eliminate him. Having watched over him for so many years, if it weren't for the head of the family wanting to get rid of him, I might actually feel a bit reluctant. After all, as long as he's here, the salary keeps flowing into my pocket. Now, he's annoyed him so much that there's no way to avoid hurting him. It seems I can only first keep him calm, then call Kyoto to ask how to handle this. Hey, big brother, look at what you're saying. How could I wish you harm? Come on, sit down. I heard from others that you are being chased, so I asked out of concern. Ma Wenlong hurriedly stepped out from behind his desk, smiling broadly. Stop wasting time. Give me my salary immediately, or don't blame me for being rude, Lu Xianming said angrily. What salary? Ma Wenlong asked, pretending to be surprised. Haha, playing dumb with me? Huh. Lu Xianming gave a sinister, terrifying smile. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed his collar, pulling him forward forcefully, then kicked out suddenly. Ma Wenlong screamed painfully, like a big shrimp, flying backward and crashing onto the desk. With a loud bang, the desk shattered. Lu Xianming moved in quickly, starting to fight with fists and feet. In the end, he didn't get his salary back. He left the office and went to several other departments, doing the same. Everyone was passing the buck and playing hot potato. Lu Xianming, with his wife and children, returned to the residential compound. Nian Bao, holding a rolling pin, went alone to the south gate of the base. Easily bypassing security, he quickly reached the finance department. He walked to the counter, his gaze cold, and gently waved his chubby hand. Nian Bao waved his right hand, and the large safe in the finance room instantly disappeared into thin air. Even the cashier's desk and chairs were pulled into space. He held a grudge. During the day, he saw the cashier's attitude clearly. If he hadn't been afraid of trouble, he would have taken action to teach her a lesson long ago. Conspiring with others to bully second uncle. None of them are good people. Nian Bao didn't hesitate. He moved his short legs toward Ma Wenlong's office. At the door, he swung his rolling pin and smashed it against the door with a loud bang. The door was violently broken open, and he strode into the office. With a flick of his hand, the office decorations and chairs were all taken away, leaving only the trash can. It looked lonely, like a forgotten horse, standing out strangely. Nian Bao patted the chubby little hand, nodded happily, and was about to turn and leave. Suddenly hearing a sound, she quickly turned around. Under the corridor light, she looked toward the source of the noise. She saw a small door in the wall where the filing cabinet used to be, about the size of an electrical box. Nian Bao, with her short legs, walked to the small door. She thought for a moment and took out a flashlight from her pocket. She turned it on and shined inside the small door. Her mouth immediately stretched into a big smile. Her heart was pounding. Inside the small door, she saw bundles of cash stacked neatly. The money looked new and was arranged very tidily. She guessed there was at least 1,000,000 yuan. Oh my gosh, I'm rich, Nian Bao exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth. She looked around nervously, acting like a thief, and didn't hesitate anymore. With a gentle wave of her hand, she stored all the cash into her space. Then she carefully closed the door. She ran out of the office quickly, her short legs moving fast, as if a dog was chasing her. Nian Bao ran out of the nuclear base in one breath. A gust of wind brushed past her as she passed by a rat looking for food. She suddenly lifted her head, looked around, but saw nothing. Then she ran toward the ditch. At the family courtyard, Lu Xianming and his wife sat on the kong, a traditional bed, their faces full of worry. Lin Wan looked up at her much older husband by the candlelight, feeling a bit sad. They were an old man and a young wife. Despite the age difference, they had never argued since they got married. Her timid and insecure husband suddenly became so brave today. He fought back with 3 punches and 2 kicks, knocking everyone to the ground. Although she was a little scared, she felt very safe inside. She was abandoned in the mountains since she was a child. A hunter took her in and raised her. When she was 12, a flood suddenly came and washed away her happy home. She cried desperately, searching for her foster parents' bodies, but couldn't find them. Then she was kidnapped by human traffickers and taken to different places. She finally found a chance to escape. She wandered alone, living by collecting scraps. Time passed quickly. She was tired of the mocking looks from others and decided to leave the crowd and head west.
Wanneer?
Do I look good? Lu Xianming smiled and gently hugged his wife. Lin Wan snapped out of her thoughts, quickly pressed her head against her husband's chest, looking sad and scolding him. Stop showing off. You're an old man. What's so good about you? Then why are you looking at me for so long? I thought I had you completely captivated, Lu Xianming teased. He didn't want to see his wife worried, so he deliberately changed the subject. He had no money in his hand. If it weren't for his niece coming to help, they might have already died. Tomorrow he had to go ask for his wages. He must ensure his wife and children live a good life.
Damma Wenlong.
He dared to secretly take his wages and cheat the government out of aid money. Such a troublemaker must not be allowed to continue causing harm and hurting others. He planned to report him to the authorities early tomorrow morning and make sure he gets the punishment he deserves. Hubby, why didn't anyone stop us when we forcefully entered the base and fought them today? Lin Wan asked. You don't know this. The place I work is just a small field apartment. The nuclear base is very large, covering 864,000 square meters, about 570 square kilometers. It even includes your small village. All the people in the village are family members of the base. The entire field department has only about 40 or 50 people. They wouldn't dare report today's incident. If higher-ups come to investigate, they'll be in big trouble, so no one dare to stop us. Oh, I see now. Lin Wan's worries eased. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door was kicked open forcefully. 5 men stormed in. They held anti-explosion batons, and one of them had a pistol. Lu Xianming was instantly alarmed. He quickly jumped down and grabbed a kitchen knife from beside the bed. Hiding behind the door, he knew that if they dared to step into the east room, he would fight back fiercely. Oh no! His niece was still in the west room. He didn't have time to think and rushed out the door decisively, attacking with deadly precision. In an instant, all 5 men were lying in pools of blood. The most unfortunate was the man with the gun. He was the first to be killed, and he didn't even get a chance to shoot. Lu Xianming was covered in blood, his eyes cold and piercing. He held a kitchen knife, blood dripping down. He looked at the 5 people on the ground and showed a bloodthirsty smile, like a ghost from hell. He walked to the man with the gun, squatted down, picked up the pistol, and wiped the blood off it. He stood up and went to the door of the west room, knocked, and in a hoarse voice said, "Big niece, are you not scared?" He called a few times but got no answer. He was very worried and quickly pushed the door open. Using the faint light from the east room, he looked at the Kong bed platform, but there was no sign of Nian Bao. He went straight into the west room and searched the big niece's bed and the floor thoroughly. Still, he found nothing. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. If something had happened to the big niece, he wouldn't know how to face his family or return to Kyoto. "Big niece, where are you?" Lu Xuanming's voice was choked with emotion. Second uncle. Are you looking for the big niece? Nianbao's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing her voice, Lu Xianming was happy and turned around quickly. He saw the big niece standing at the door. He hurried over, squatted down beside Nianbao, and dropped the knife and gun on the ground. He reached out to hug her, but she dodged him, looking annoyed, and said, Second uncle. You're covered in blood. Don't get my new clothes dirty. Lu Xianming froze, quickly withdrew his hand, stood up, and said sternly, Nianbao, what are you doing out so late? Who told you to run around? What if something happened? How can I explain to your parents, grandpa, and grandma? Humph. I was just going to the bathroom. Nianbao snorted coldly, sounding annoyed. Lu Xianming was speechless. His niece's reason was very convincing, and she had shut him up. But couldn't she have used a softer word, like going to the restroom? Never mind, she still said going to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Nianbao took her second uncle's family and left the house in the middle of the night, heading toward the helicopter. They quickly boarded the helicopter. The engine roared like a roaring lion, tearing through the night sky. The armed helicopter lifted off, with bright lights shining, rushing toward Kyoto. Taoyuan Airport. The sound of guns before dawn. Armed helicopters like steel giants made loud, roaring noises. Inside the cabin, Lu Xianming kept his eyes on his eldest niece. He wanted to hear her explain why there were armed helicopters and why she hadn't told him earlier. Also, how did his wife's 50,000 yuan salary come back to her? Half an hour ago, Nianbao pulled her second uncle into the east room and shoved a bag of money into her wife's arms. Second aunt. This is second uncle's salary and allowances from all these years.
Keep it safe.
Lin Wan quickly opened the bag. When she saw all the money, her mouth dropped open in shock. She couldn't believe it was real. She tremblingly took out a bundle of money from the bag. Holding it in her hand, she felt real and awake. Her eyes turned red, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Nianbao's methods were truly amazing. She managed to get the salary back. She was her little lucky treasure. If her husband didn't abandon her, Lin Wan would give her a proper dowry. Anyone who dared to bully Nianbao, Lin Wan would never agree. She would be the first to stand up and protect her. Thank you, my dear niece. Lin Wan forgot her earlier fear and hugged Nianbao, choking with emotion. Oh, second aunt. No need to thank me. It was just a small effort. Nianbao also hugged her second aunt softly. Daodu climbed to the bag, looked inside at the money, and then at his sister, full of gratitude. He knew his sister was special. Not only could she make food appear, but she could also make things disappear. He saw her wave her right hand, and the table in the cellar vanished. She even smiled at him. He couldn't tell anyone that this was her secret. He had to help her keep it safe. When he grew up, he would protect his sister. If anyone dared to bully her, he would fight them with all his might. Daodu reached out his small hand, tugged at Nianbao's clothes, and said in a soft voice, Big sister. Thank you. Nianbao let go of her second aunt and looked at Daodu, feeling a little sad. Little brother. We are family. You don't need to thank me. Remember that, okay? Okay. Daodu nodded heavily, his big eyes full of admiration. Second uncle. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and pack your things. We can't stay here long. Let's return to Kyoto tonight. Okay. Got it. Lu Xianming quickly responded and started packing briefly. There wasn't much to pack, just clothes and 50,000 yuan in cash. A few people left the room. Nianbao waved her hand, and the body was stored in her space. When the chance came, she planned to throw all the bodies into the sea for a sea burial. Following Nianbao, they went around to the back of the house, through a gap in the fence, heading toward the helicopter. When Lu Xianming saw the helicopter, his eyes widened in surprise. He turned to his niece. But Nianbao ignored him completely. He could only touch his nose and start boarding the helicopter. At this moment, Nianbao crossed her arms, turned her head to the side, and ignored her second uncle. Her rule was, don't ask what you shouldn't, don't inquire about what you shouldn't. Since her second uncle wanted to know, she refused to tell him. If he annoyed her, she would put him into her space. If she couldn't act directly, her pet, Mao Qiao, would teach him a lesson. Lu Xianming was speechless. What had he done to offend his niece? Why didn't she even look at him? Did he say something wrong? He thought about it but couldn't remember doing anything wrong. The girl was quite vengeful. It seemed he needed to be more careful with his words in the future. Luckily, she was his own niece. If she were an enemy, he probably wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Daoda's eyes were wide with curiosity, constantly touching everything. This was his first time on a plane. When he was at home, his mother went out to collect scrap. He was alone at home, sitting on the steps in the yard, looking up at the plane in the sky. He was very envious and silently vowed that if he had the chance, he would touch a big plane. Now, not only had he touched one, but he was also on a plane, just like a dream come true. Daoda held onto his seat, wobbling over to sit next to his sister, and hugged her with his small arms. He rested his little head on Nian Bao and said in a soft, baby voice, "Big sister, when I grow up, I will protect you." Nian Bao was surprised. She quickly reached out and hugged Daoda, whispering in his ear, "Okay, but you have to keep your promise." I will keep my promise, little brother." Daoda gently nodded her small head and said softly. Lin Wan leaned on Lu Xianming, feeling anxious inside. Tomorrow, she would meet her in-laws. If they didn't like her, would Xianming abandon her? She had no family of her own, looked average, and was also short in height. If she had to leave, she would feel so sad. This happiness came so late. She held Lu Xuanming's hand tightly, tears silently falling, her heart aching so much she could hardly breathe. Lu Xianming thought his wife, sitting in a military helicopter, might be a little scared. He quickly held her in his arms, gently patted her back, and softly comforted her. "Don't worry, wife. I'm here with you, so don't be afraid. The helicopter is very safe. We should reach Kyoto before dawn." "Okay. I know, husband." Lin Wan nodded, feeling even more nervous inside. She wished time could stop right now so she could stay forever with her husband and child. She didn't want to be abandoned again, to become a lonely wanderer once more.
Oh,
Maybe it was all arranged by fate. Time flew by quickly. At Taoyuan Airport in Kyoto, the helicopter's radar signal was received. The military was immediately notified to prepare for landing. 2 snipers, already in position, also prepared. Using night vision, they locked onto the military zone of Taoyuan Airport's landing platform. As soon as the target appeared, they would shoot without hesitation, killing him instantly. The engine's roar sounded like an ancient dragon opening its eyes, coming from the distant sky. The deafening noise broke the quiet before dawn, growing louder and closer. The helicopter sped through the air in an incredible blink, appearing over Taoyuan Airport. The armed helicopter kept circling and then slowly descended. At 3,000 feet. At 2,000 feet. At 1,000 feet. The tarmac suddenly gusted with strong wind, blowing tiny dust and stones into the air. The helicopter landed steadily. The rotors stopped turning, and the pilot let out a sigh of relief. The engine was shut off, and the power switch turned off. The cabin door slowly opened. Nian Bao carried a rolling pin in her hand. Standing at the door of the cabin, airport staff quickly brought over the boarding ladder. The rolling pin in his hand began to shake violently, and Nian Bao secretly thought he was in trouble. Gunshots rang out, like a thunderclap, tearing through the darkness before dawn.